Dragon Ball has been the fervent youth of generations in our younger days. How many of us have fantasized about the moment when our rage erupts, transforming us into a Super Saiyan? If an opportunity presented itself today for you to traverse into the world of Dragon Ball and embark on your own legendary saga, would you seize it? I believe the answer would undoubtedly be affirmative. At least for devoted fans like Lin Yuan, there would be no hesitation. Well, the stream ends here for today. My dear friends in the chat, let's reconvene at the same time tomorrow. Finally, it's over. The young man in front of the computer shut down the streaming software and leaned back, collapsing into his chair. Lin Yuan, at the age of 23, currently works as a live streamer. After a brief respite, he picked up his phone, skillfully capturing a few images to send to his operations team. Time for a shower, he declared, rising and making his way to the bathroom. Lin Yuan stood tall, his height perfectly poised at 178 centimeters, exuding both athleticism and agility. His physique was well-proportioned, with the contours of his muscles subtly visible beneath his black attire. His short, sleek black hair radiated an air of determination and decisiveness. With chiseled facial features and deep, bright eyes, his healthy, sun-kissed skin emanated a vibrant energy, symbolizing resilience and maturity forged through life's trials. Complementing his overall demeanor, in terms of looks, he could certainly be categorized as handsome. "Wow, I'm really handsome," he remarked narcissistically after inspecting himself in the mirror post-shower. Exiting the bathroom, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figurine resting on his computer desk. It was a fist-sized, exquisitely crafted orange sphere, adorned with a single red star at its center. Indeed, it was the one-star Dragon Ball from the series. Lin Yuan had purchased it the previous night, placing it there due to his fondness for it. Strangely, he felt as though the one-star ball was emitting a glow today. Could it be luminescent? Lin Yuan pondered. Given that it was afternoon and the room was well lit, he decided to confirm his suspicion. He drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. "Unbelievably, it truly is luminescent," Lin Yuan murmured, as the sphere radiated a faint golden light so subtle that it was almost imperceptible unless closely observed. He dismissed it as merely a glowing glass orb and was about to pull the curtains back when an unexpected scene unfolded before him. The delicate golden light on the sphere seemed to come alive, rippling like a golden lake. As soft halos of light began to expand outward, he involuntarily gasped, reaching out to touch the sphere. The moment his fingertips grazed its surface, the golden light erupted, engulfing him entirely. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed by a blinding luminosity before slipping into unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, a singular thought crossed his mind. The solar flare? Time became a blur, and when Lin Yuan slowly regained consciousness, it felt as though his head had been struck by a sledgehammer, throbbing painfully. His eyelids felt leaden, and when he managed to crack them open, he was met with an expanse of darkness. The darkness seemed surreal, and as he sat up, enduring the ache coursing through his body, he caught a whiff of a musty, eerie scent. As his vision adjusted to the gloom, he beheld an alarming sight that sent chills down his spine. What in the world? Where am I? To either side stood rows of armored soldiers. Lin Yuan found himself seated among them, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. At the end of this assembly was a set of stairs, upon which sat a colossal figure adorned with a horned helmeted general. A cold sweat broke out across Lin Yuan's brow, and his hair stood on end. Anyone confronted with such a scene would find it impossible to remain composed. "Am I dreaming?" Lin Yuan questioned, grappling with the surreal nature of his predicament. However, the vivid sensations coursing through his body suggested this was no mere dream. He resolved to maintain his composure and assess the situation. Rising cautiously, he endeavored to make no sound, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He noted a door not far behind him. The armored soldiers appeared immobile, prompting Lin Yuan to contemplate a stealthy escape through the door. Just as he was about to turn, something glimmered beneath the massive armor. His keen eyesight discerned it, yet disbelief washed over him as he realized it was unmistakably an orange crystal sphere, the Dragon Ball. Lin Yuan gulped, inexplicably drawn toward a small table where the orb rested. Upon closer inspection, he found himself mumbling in astonishment. "No way. It's really a Dragon Ball. And it's the one-star ball?" Indeed, There lay the one-star ball beneath the giant's armor. Lin Yuan was astounded. He had just been at home admiring his own one-star ball before inexplicably finding himself here. After a thorough examination, he noticed this one-star ball bore a striking resemblance to his own. Yet there were distinctions. Each point of the 5-point star was intricately carved, seemingly infused with an ancient, arcane power. Upon closer inspection, the lines of the star were not mere engravings. They pulsed with a faint light, as if the star itself were alive. That a ludicrous thought sprang to Lin Yuan's mind. Could this truly be real? Chapter 2. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball. As Lin Yuan was lost in thought, a sudden creak startled him, prompting him to leap sideways with the Dragon Ball in hand. Immediately thereafter, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a moss-covered, dusty suit of armor shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering into pieces. The helmet rolled over, revealing a half-exposed white object, a skull, from whose eye sockets protruded a small, dark snake. Though startled, Lin Yuan quickly regained his composure. He resolved to vacate this eerie place at once. Gripping the Dragon Ball tightly, he made his way toward the door, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity about the scene, yet unable to grasp its significance. Lost in his thoughts, he reached the ancient door and, without hesitation, pushed it open. Creak as he swung the stone door wide. He was greeted by the fragrant scent of new leaves and the cheerful chirping of birds. An immediate sense of tranquility washed over him, and he inhaled deeply, savoring the invigorating air. Perhaps due to the darkness of his previous experience, he felt as if this atmosphere was brimming with vitality. Finally, he had escaped. But what was this place? It was only now that he began to ponder this question. Just as Lin Yuan was grappling with his confusion, a cold, electronic voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have traversed into the world where the main storyline of Dragon Ball is just beginning. The perfect Saiyan bloodline system has been bound to you. Please complete your tasks promptly to obtain rewards. Lin Yuan stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds before erupting in ecstatic disbelief. What? This is. His excitement rendered him speechless. WOC. ISNT, this an extraordinary advantage? In that moment, he could affirm that he had indeed crossed over and acquired an extraordinary ability. The perfect Saiyan bloodline. He promptly accessed the system panel. The system interface was simple, featuring only 2 categories: character information and tasks. He first examined his character details. Lin Yuan identity, human battle power, 3 points abilities, none realm, divine none 3 points of battle power well. That was slightly superior to an average person. Next, he turned his attention to the tasks. Upon opening the task section, he noticed a blue-gold progress bar suspended above. Perfect Super Saiyan bloodline. 0. Completing tasks will increase progress. Below, a task was listed. Task 1. Meet Son Goku. Task reward: 5 progress, 10 battle power. This task did not require him to formally accept it like in typical games. It seemed the system had already automatically assigned it to him. He realized that encountering Goku would directly complete the task. According to this, with each task yielding 5 progress, he would need to complete at most 20 tasks to unlock the bloodline. However, as a seasoned Dragon Ball fan, he had never heard of a perfect Saiyan bloodline. System, are you there? What is the perfect Saiyan bloodline? I only know about the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. It was wise to directly inquire of the system when in doubt. After about 3 seconds, the electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. The perfect Saiyan bloodline is the ultimate lineage of the Saiyans, enabling perfect control over one's own raging powers. Compared to the legendary bloodline you mentioned, while the increase in power may be somewhat inferior, it guarantees absolute control without any uncontrollable scenarios. Other formidable attributes will be revealed to you once you unlock them. As a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, Lin Yuan instantly understood the implications. Simply put, it was a controllable version of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, and according to the system's description, its advantages extended far beyond mere control. Although the power boost might be slightly diminished, it would certainly surpass that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Imagining the scene of himself transforming into a Super Saiyan, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sport a dazed smile, feeling as though he were in a dream. Yet amidst the excitement, he recognized the need to find a place to rest. Drawing from his knowledge of Dragon Ball, he understood that forests like this were often home to dinosaurs and beasts. With his slightly enhanced battle power, even an encounter with wild boars or leopards could prove perilous, let alone the more terrifying creatures. Fortunately, after walking a short distance, Lin Yuan spotted smoke rising in the distance. It must be a village. Perhaps he could find lodging there. Not long after Lin Yuan departed from the ancient castle, 3 figures, one tall and 2 short, arrived at the castle entrance. The shortest among them remarked, "Are you sure this is the place? Does this dilapidated structure truly harbor a Dragon Ball?" Despite his disdainful tone, his body moved instinctively to push the door open. "Indeed, according to the intel, this is the location," replied a striking woman beside King Pilaf. Meanwhile, not far away, young Goku and the illustrious Bulma had officially embarked on their journey, filled with unknown adventures. As for the protagonist Lin Yuan, he had already reached a small village, seeking a place to rest for the night. As for why he did not seek out Goku, the reason was simple. Having learned from the system that the main storyline had only just commenced, he felt no urgency. Rushing would be futile, as the world of Dragon Ball was expansive, and blindly searching would yield no results. As long as he possessed the one-star ball, Bulma and Goku would inevitably seek him out. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, his arrival had inadvertently thwarted a certain trio, leaving their leader fuming and smashing a bowl in frustration. Chapter 3. The first encounter with Wukong. The gentle morning light filtered through the cracks in the window, casting silken rays upon Lin Yuan's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze landing upon the unfamiliar bed and surroundings. After a moment of mental sluggishness, he abruptly realized he was in the world of Dragon Ball. Sighing, Lin Yuan mused that despite the excitement he felt when he first discovered his translocation, an undeniable sense of unreality lingered. Fortunately, he had acquired a system, and the villagers were exceedingly kind, allowing him to stay overnight, easing his bewilderment considerably. At that moment, a sound came from outside the door, prompting Lin Yuan to quickly tidy his attire. His usual style was simplicity, which made him feel somewhat at ease in this new world. The door swung open, revealing a gray-haired Mediterranean elder who entered with a warm smile upon seeing Lin Yuan awake. "Child, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? There is food on the table. Feel free to help yourself," he said kindly. "Thank you, Grandpa. I slept very soundly," Lin Yuan replied hastily. In truth, he had enjoyed a remarkably restful sleep. For some inexplicable reason, since arriving in this world, he felt invigorated, and slumber came easily. The elder nodded in approval. "That's wonderful. Now, do make sure to eat something," he encouraged, before stepping back outside. Lin Yuan glanced at the wooden table in the corner, which held a piece of bread and a cup of warm milk. He finished his meal promptly and tidied up the bedding and table before heading to the door. After yesterday's interactions, Lin Yuan discovered that the system allowed him to inquire about others' information akin to advanced energy perception. For instance, the middle-aged man chopping wood at the entrance had a battle power of 2 and was the elder's son. Lin Yuan approached him to offer assistance with the firewood. With no other means to express his gratitude to this family, he could only contribute his physical labor. After some initial reluctance, he gradually grasped the technique under the man's guidance, improving with each swing, though each strike jarred his hands painfully. During their conversation, Lin Yuan casually inquired about the way to the nearest town. He intended to leave after helping out, feeling it would be impolite to overstay his welcome. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth, while the distant horizon appeared distorted like waves. Suddenly, a striking young girl adorned with blue hair and wearing goggles appeared, riding a uniquely styled motorcycle that sped forth like an arrow, kicking up a cloud of dust behind her. Indeed, this was none other than the heroine of the original Dragon Ball storyline, Miss Bulma. Above her, a yellow cloud leisurely followed, upon which sat a small boy, seeming no older than 7 or 8. Clad in a martial arts uniform with a stick on his back and a fluffy tail wagging behind him. It was none other than young Wukong. Wukong, with an inquisitive expression, exclaimed, Hey, you're so slow." Bulma retorted angrily, "Stop the chatter. Speeding like this is against traffic regulations. Do you understand? Traffic regulations? What are those? Are they some kind of formidable monster?" Wukong replied innocently. "By the way, when will we find the next Dragon Ball?" he asked, boredom creeping into his voice. Bulma halted the motorcycle, pulling out the Dragon Ball radar to confirm their location. "The radar indicates it's just up ahead," she stated. Upon hearing this, Wukong's face lit up with excitement. "Oh, let us go." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already set off toward the small town. Since arriving in this world, he sensed a remarkable shift in his physical capabilities. If he were to undergo the same training intensity as before, his physical attributes would have increased by 10 in his original world, yet here they felt as if they might rise by 20, 30, or even 50. It was as though the limits of his body had vanished. Of course, this was merely Lin Yuan's perspective, combining his observations and personal experiences. In this world, aside from the Saiyans with their extraordinary physiques, even the strongest earthling, Krillin, could attain battle powers in the hundreds or even thousands. Through relentless training and achievement unimaginable on his own planet. As Lin Yuan pondered, the roar of a motorcycle interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see a motorcycle billowing thick smoke approaching him. Initially indifferent, his eyes widened when he noticed the yellow clouds soaring alongside it. He realized they would eventually seek him out, though he hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. Standing by the roadside, he watched as Bulma elegantly brought the motorcycle to a halt, extracting the Dragon Ball radar while murmuring, "Is it really here?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan called out to Wukong and Bulma, "Excuse me, are you looking for this?" He produced a Dragon Ball from his pocket. Bulma turned at the sound, her gaze landing on Lin Yuan's somewhat handsome face, causing her to momentarily forget about the Dragon Ball, her cheeks flushing crimson. The radar slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground unnoticed. Embarrassed, she thought, "Wow, a handsome guy's talking to me. Could he possibly be asking me out? How shy. But it wouldn't be so bad, right?" Before Lin Yuan could reach them, he observed Bulma's bashful demeanor with exasperation. Realizing that he had forgotten she was a notorious infatuated girl at this age, Wukong, noticing Bulma's flushed cheeks, asked, "Bulma, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you sick?" He then turned to Lin Yuan, "Who are you? And how do you know we're looking for the Dragon Ball? Can you perform magic?" He inquired suspiciously. Lin Yuan chuckled helplessly. "Hello, Wukong. I don't practice magic. My name is Lin Yuan. I just overheard this beautiful lady mention the Dragon Ball radar, and I thought perhaps this was the orb she was referring to." Wukong's eyes brightened with understanding. "Oh, I see." But then, seemingly recalling something, he exclaimed, "Wait. How do you know my name? You must be a sorcerer." Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Not only had he encountered Wukong and Bulma, but he also received an icy electronic voice in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed Task 1. Acquaint yourself with Sun Wukong. Reward, Battle Power 10, Bloodline Progress 5. Chapter 4, Transformation into the Great King." Oolong ignoring Wukong's remarks, Lin Yuan took a moment to truly appreciate the surge of power coursing through his body. He felt his muscles firming up, as though his veins had undergone a cleansing. It was a sensation both profound and mysterious. He even imagined that with a single punch, he could fell a bull or break through a thick wall. After calming his emotions, Lin Yuan addressed the two, saying, "This Dragon Ball is something I acquired after great hardships. I have heard it is a remarkable treasure. I can offer it to you as a token of friendship. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Bulma snapped out of her infatuated state. While it was true that her dream was to find a handsome prince, the search for the 7 Dragon Balls was equally important to her. Blushing, she introduced herself, "My name is Bulma, and I am 16 years old." Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly replied, "Hello, Bulma. From now on, we are friends. You can simply call me Lin Yuan. This Dragon Ball is yours. But I would like to ask you for a small favor, if that's all right." As Lin Yuan spoke, Wukong leaped off his nimbus cloud and approached him, playfully reaching for Lin Yuan's groin. Startled, Lin Yuan instinctively sidestepped, exclaiming, "W ambush." Wukong, only understanding the term ambush, grinned foolishly and said, "Ha, I'm not ambushing you. I just wanted to see if you're a man or a woman. Regardless, you are a good person." Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. Recalling that Wukong had a rather unorthodox way of determining gender, Bulma rushed in front of Wukong and punched him on the head, scolding, "You fool. No more of that." She then turned, her cheeks flushed, and accepted the Dragon Ball, saying, "Thank you, Lin Yuan. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Even if it means I must offer myself." She trailed off, her eyes sparkling with affection. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this woman's ability to change her demeanor is astounding. Nonetheless, he smiled and said, "Actually, I recently encountered bandits and am now without funds. Would you be so kind as to lend me 2 universal capsules? I need them for travel and to exchange for a bit of money." Without hesitation, Bulma retrieved a box of universal capsules and allowed Lin Yuan to choose. He selected a vehicle and a small house, ensuring he had both temporary shelter and means of transportation. After putting away the capsules, Lin Yuan added, "By the way, I have one more small request. I would like to travel with you for a while, if that's convenient." Lin Yuan wished to accompany them because the second task assigned by the system was to defeat Lepin. He vaguely remembered that Wukong and the others were about to encounter Lepin, which prompted his desire to join them. Of course, Bulma eagerly replied, wishing to spend more time with Lin Yuan. Wukong had no objections either. He was curious about Lin Yuan and sensed that he was quite formidable, wanting the opportunity to spar with him. Thus, the three of them set off on their journey, with Wukong riding his Nimbus cloud while Lin Yuan and Bulma traveled in a hovering car. As Bulma drove, Lin Yuan examined their information panels. Bulma's combat power was surprisingly only one. Notably, Wukong's panel read, Target, Sun Wukong Kakarot, Identity, Saiyan Combat Power, 10 Abilities, Grade 8 Transformation, Full Moon Triggers Combat Power X10, Pure-Blooded Saiyan Special Physique, after healing from injury. Physical capabilities will be enhanced. The more severe the injury, the greater the enhancement, though the effect diminishes with repeated enhancements. Realm, God none once I obtain the bloodline. I should also possess these two abilities, Lin Yuan thought enviously as he observed Wukong's capabilities. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached their destination, a seemingly deserted village. During their journey, they had stayed in Bulma's capsule house. Lin Yuan and Wukong had engaged in some light sparring, with Lin Yuan currently holding a slight advantage. However, for unknown reasons, the longer they fought, the more he felt himself outmatched by Wukong. Upon entering the village, Wukong scanned the area while Bulma pulled out her Dragon Ball radar. After a brief examination, she confirmed that a Dragon Ball was indeed located in the village. However, looking around, Bulma remarked, It's too quiet here. It seems no one lives here, don't you think, Lin Yuan? Before Lin Yuan could respond, Wukong confidently declared, No. I can feel it. There are definitely people living here. Bulma rolled her eyes at Wukong and turned to the round buildings, calling out, Hello. Is anyone there? When no one responded, she said, See, there is no one living here. Just then, Wukong marched to the door of a house and knocked loudly, Hello? Is anyone home? If not, I'm coming in. Without waiting for a reply, he punched the door lock, smashing it open. Bulma followed behind, muttering that Wukong was being too reckless. As soon as Wukong stepped inside, he was ambushed by a shadow wielding an axe, who struck him on the head. Wukong yelped in pain, but fortunately, his sturdy physique saved him from serious injury. Lin Yuan and Bulma entered the house and saw that the assailant was a bald old man, while a cute little girl hid under the table. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally recalled the scene. It was the infamous oolong incident. After assuring the villagers that they meant no harm, a crowd gathered around them. The villagers began to chatter, expressing their relief that it wasn't Oolong the Great King who had arrived, which had startled them. Upon clearing up the misunderstanding, they learned that the daughter of the family Wukong had knocked on was targeted by Oolong the Great King, who had promised to come for her at noon. This had already happened several times, and many young girls in the village had been taken, causing widespread fear among the villagers. Bulma, thinking quickly, took out a Dragon Ball from her bag and asked if anyone in the village had one like it. If they did, she would offer this Dragon Ball as a reward for Wukong's help in capturing Oolong and rescuing their daughters. Immediately, an elderly lady stepped forward, producing her 6-star ball. She said to Bulma, I have one of these. If you can truly capture Oolong and bring back the children, this ball is yours. Thus, in pursuit of the Dragon Ball, they initiated the plan to capture Oolong. Note, it should be noted that the protagonist has experience as a Special Forces soldier on Blue Star, excelling in combat, grappling, and physical capabilities. He possesses a solid foundation in basic martial arts. The earlier segments follow the plot's power dynamics, while characters from the movies may appear with adjusted powers to fit a reasonable range. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 5, The Battle of Lepin. Ultimately, the decision was made for little Wukong to portray the young girl, and once Oolong made his appearance, Lin Yuan would launch the attack. This idea originated from Lin Yuan, who was well aware of the plot. After all, Oolong was merely a flashy character of little use, and there was no need to waste excessive time. Soon, the appointed hour arrived, and one could see little Wukong donned in female attire, facing away from the village entrance. Before long, a gigantic creature, muscular and clad in a nearly bursting white suit, squeezed into the village. What a sight! Such a massive frame would surely frighten anyone unaware of the circumstances. As Oolong pondered over little Wukong's identity, Lin Yuan had already been waiting patiently in a tree nearby. He leaped down silently, and with a swift movement, delivered a piercing strike to the creature's abdomen. Oolong was instantly overwhelmed by pain, letting out a loud thud. The once imposing monster transformed into a small pig dressed in green. As soon as Oolong landed, he shouted, Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. His eyes twinkling wildly, Lin Yuan recognized Oolong's intent to transform and flee, so he seized his little arm to prevent his escape. Realizing there was no hope of fleeing, Oolong complied and led everyone to his residence. To their surprise, the little girl who had been taken away was not subjected to any torment. Rather, she was enjoying herself immensely in Oolong's home. Oolong himself was quite helpless, wishing they would be taken away sooner. Thus, Bulma and her companions successfully acquired the 6th Dragon Ball. Bulma initially possessed 2, plus Wukong, Master Roshi, Lin Yuan, and the one obtained here. After bidding farewell to the villagers, they continued their journey in search of the final Dragon Ball. If Lin Yuan recalled correctly, the last Dragon Ball was with the Ox King, and they would also encounter Lepin, who could also be called Yamcha or Yinch, along the way. According to the original plot, they currently possessed only 5 Dragon Balls, but due to Lin Yuan's arrival, the gathering of the Dragon Balls had been expedited. After a considerable period of trekking, Lin Yuan and his companions finally arrived at a desolate desert, following the Dragon Ball radar's guidance. The weather was already oppressively hot, and combined with the desert's arid climate, it was almost unbearable for a girl like Bulma. Fortunately, this segment was supposed to be traversed on foot, as Bulma had lost all her capsules midway. Luckily, Lin Yuan had a house capsule and a vehicle capsule. However, since he had chosen a motorcycle, and he was the one riding it this time, Bulma found herself inadvertently brushing against him from the back. Strangely enough, Lin Yuan, rather than being dismissive, silently enjoyed the moment. At that moment, not far from them, atop a white castle, stood a handsome young man with long black hair, clad in a blue martial arts uniform. He was observing Lin Yuan and his party through binoculars. It appeared he had spotted a plump target, undoubtedly laden with capsules. Pirialu, prepare to launch the mole, Lepin said with a slight smirk to the little cat beside him. Before long, Bulma, unable to endure the heat, insisted on taking a break. So the group rested inside the capsule house. Just as they settled in, they heard the sound of hovering motorcycles outside. Lin Yuan knew it must be Lepin arriving, so he stood up to head outside. Bulma, curious, wanted to see who would come knocking in this barren desert. However, Lin Yuan playfully dissuaded her, saying, "I'm going out to fight him. If you faint from fright, how will I complete my mission?" Little Wukong followed Lin Yuan outside, and upon seeing the green-clad youth at the entrance, Lin Yuan felt a moment of surprise. He had to admit, Lepin appeared rather dashing, which explained Bulma's admiration for him, though he still felt slightly superior. "Who are you?" Little Wukong innocently inquired. Lepin scoffed him. "I am Lepin, the bandit who reigns over this desert. Out of respect for the child, I do not wish to harm you. If you wish to live, hand over your wealth and universal capsules." Upon hearing that Lepin was a bandit, Wukong was about to exclaim, "So you're a bad guy," when Lin Yuan interjected, "And what if I refuse to comply?" With that, Lin Yuan fixed his gaze firmly on Lepin, feeling a significant pressure. It was important to note that Lepin had a knife sheathed at his waist, coupled with his formidable wolf fang fist technique. Although Lin Yuan held a slight advantage in strength, he did not possess absolute certainty of victory. While he often sparred with Wukong, Lepin was a different matter entirely. This was someone who truly knew how to fight, and Lin Yuan had to remain fully focused. Lepin stepped forward, drawing his sword with a flourish. "It seems you are willing to gamble your lives for money." Lin Yuan did not respond to Lepin's provocation but stepped forward as well, addressing Wukong, "Let me take this one." Wukong did not protest but merely rested his hands behind his head, saying, "All right." The wind howled, and sand swirled around them as Lin Yuan and Lepin faced each other, the atmosphere growing tense, ready for battle. Lepin struck first, his speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lin Yuan, swinging his large blade down upon him. Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, sidestepping to narrowly evade the blow. Seeing his first attack miss, Lepin immediately followed with a powerful punch. Lin Yuan leaped back to dodge, creating distance between them. Lepin, undeterred, lunged forward, combining kicks and punches in close combat, while Lin Yuan deftly evaded. As Lepin continued his assault, he taunted, "Is that all you can do, kid?" Lin Yuan was not merely dodging. He was studying Lepin's speed and techniques. Now, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, executing a low strike to Lepin's abdomen, followed by a knee lift that delivered a crushing kick to Lepin's sword. Lepin realized he could not evade the strike and raised his sword defensively. However, the overwhelming force sent his weapon flying, and he staggered back several steps. Once Lepin regained his footing, Lin Yuan teased, "It seems the desert's overlord isn't all that impressive, just a mindless attacker." Angered, Lepin retorted, Fine. It's been a while since I've encountered such a strong opponent. As he spoke, he assumed a poised stance, his hands gradually forming into claw shapes. His eyes glinted with intensity as he shouted, "Wolf Fawn. Fist." Before the echo of his voice faded, Lepin vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. Such speed. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Lepin's velocity had dramatically increased. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was still able to track his movements. Lepin lunged at him like a ravenous wolf, launching a high kick aimed directly at Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan could not afford to be careless and raised his hand to block. The impact jolted his arm, but he couldn't dwell on the pain. He countered with a high kick of his own. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. As the battle progressed, Lin Yuan gradually adapted to Lepin's rhythm. When Lepin executed a fierce claw strike aimed at Lin Yuan's face, Lin Yuan deftly turned his head to evade while grabbing Lepin's wrist. He then yanked downward, disrupting Lepin's balance, followed by a knee thrust into Lepin's chest. The force of the blows sent Lepin curling backward, and after 2 steps, he fell to one knee, retching. Seeing his advantage, Lin Yuan inquired, "You are no match for me. What do you say? Shall we continue?" "No more fighting, no more fighting. You are indeed impressive. You may leave," Lepin conceded. At this, Wukong protested loudly, "I want to fight too." "Bandit, you shall not escape. What a bunch of lunatics." Lepin cursed silently, knowing he dared not linger any longer. He swiftly mounted his jet bike and fled in a hasty retreat. As Lu Ping departed, little Wukong continued to shout into the dissipating dust, "Hey, remember to fight me next time." Chapter 6, The Divine Dragon. A wish ding. Congratulations, host. Task 2. Defeat Lepin has been completed. Reward, Battle Power 20, Task Progress 5. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Yuan examined his panel and found that his battle power had reached 34. As he savored the surge of strength, he sensed that this enhancement was not as rapid as the previous one. Perhaps it was due to the battle he had just endured, allowing him to solidify the strength he had gained. In truth, the confrontation with Lepin had instilled a slight sense of urgency within Lin Yuan. While Wukong and the others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware of the terrifying monsters that lay ahead. It would not be long before adversaries with battle power surpassing 100 million emerged. It was imperative that he awaken his Saiyan bloodline before that time, for without it, he would feel utterly insecure. Prior to that moment, he needed to bolster his foundational combat abilities and hone his perception of energy. The turtle hermit was unlikely to accept him as a disciple, thus he had but one objective, Korin Tower. If the opportunity arose, he might even acquire a few more Senza beans. With his thoughts collected, Lin Yuan and his companions took a brief respite before continuing their journey to seek the Dragon Balls. According to the Dragon Radar, the final Dragon Ball lay just ahead. Indeed, as they advanced, the temperature began to rise, revealing a sky ablaze with fiery hues. Soon, they beheld a mountain engulfed in flames, Bread Explosion Mountain. After parking the vehicle, Bulma glanced at the Dragon Radar once more, discovering that the Dragon Ball was situated beneath the volcano. She suggested that little Wukong attempt to retrieve it while riding the flying Nimbus. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself, knowing that this was destined to fail. He did not intervene. As expected, Wukong ended up singeing his tail and, in a moment of panic, dove into a nearby lake. While contemplating how to procure the Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind approaching them. Instinctively, his hair stood on end as he shouted to Bulma, "Danger!" He dashed forward, embracing Bulma and rolling to the side to evade the impending threat. With a resounding crash, a colossal axe, imbued with terrifying force, lodged itself firmly into the wall behind Bulma. Remarkably, instead of fear, Bulma gazed at Lin Yuan with hearts in her eyes, convinced he was her princely savior. Unaware of Bulma's infatuated gaze, Lin Yuan focused on the imposing figure before him, a brawny man adorned with a bullhorn mask and a thick black beard, the Ox King. The Ox King approached them, vociferously exclaiming, "You again? Are you here to steal my treasures?" Lin Yuan quickly rose to clarify, "You misunderstand, Ox King. We are friends of the Turtle Hermit, here to assist you in extinguishing the flames." Just then, little Wukong arrived, soaring in on the Nimbus. Initially skeptical, the Ox King's doubts faded upon seeing Wukong's Nimbus and golden staff. Subsequently, he invited Wukong to borrow a fan from the Turtle Hermit and promised to grant them the Dragon Ball once the fire was extinguished. Before Wukong departed, Lin Yuan discreetly handed him a book, whispering something in his ear. Wukong appeared puzzled but accepted the book nonetheless. After Wukong's departure, Lin Yuan examined the Ox King's data and was astonished to discover his battle power was an impressive 50. Truly, the Ox King was a formidable figure. even as a second disciple of the turtle hermit. At that moment, Bulma approached and linked her arm with Lin Yuan's, enveloping him in a subtle yet enchanting fragrance. Noticing her flushed cheeks and feeling her soft, delicate form, Lin Yuan felt a touch of awkwardness, his body stiffening slightly. It must be said that Bulma was indeed a rare gem of beauty. Her looks were impeccable, and her talents and family background rendered her unparalleled in this world. Lin Yuan, she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, once we gather all the Dragon Balls, would you come live in the city with me? Her words were an unabashed temptation. Lin Yuan felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, his blood racing as he nearly acquiesced to her request. However, he ultimately restrained himself, scratching his head and taking a deep breath. Bulma, you know I'm not accustomed to city life, and I have other matters to attend to, but I promise I will come visit you in the city once I finish my tasks. How does that sound? Bulma's disappointment was palpable at his refusal, yet upon hearing his promise to visit, her spirits lifted, and she nodded eagerly. It settled then. You must come to see me. Lin Yuan hastily agreed, feeling like a small dog. The reason for his reluctance was simple. He did not wish to disrupt existing relationships. More importantly, he felt a mismatch with Bulma. Even if he agreed, it was unlikely they would last, as evidenced by the example of drinking tea. Lin Yuan preferred gentle, obedient, and virtuous women. If not, he could accept someone passionate and spirited. It was not that Bulma lacked these qualities, but rather, they simply did not align. Furthermore, he indeed had pressing matters to attend to, primarily witnessing the dragon and mastering the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique. Before long, Wukong returned riding the Nimbus, accompanied by a cute girl with long black hair, Chi-Chi. It must be said, Chi-Chi was quite adorable in her youth. Lin Yuan resolved to ensure that Gohan focused on martial arts in the future. Shortly thereafter, the turtle hermit arrived, and Lin Yuan beheld him transform into his muscular form, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha that obliterated Flame Mountain. Witnessing the Kamehameha filled Lin Yuan with excitement, as he understood the sheer destructive potential of such an attack. Had it struck the moon, it would have been annihilated. Eventually, they unearthed the final Dragon Ball, the 7-star ball. With all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, they resonated in unison, emitting a humming sound and dazzling golden light. The area became crowded with onlookers, Turtle Hermit, Ox King, Chi-Chi, all curious about what the fabled dragon that could grant any wish would look like. It was only when Bulma recited the incantation, "Arise, Dragon," that the ground began to tremble and the radiance intensified, the surrounding air seeming to boil and warp. Dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, transforming it into an inky blackness, intermittently illuminated by purple and golden lightning that crackled with thunderous roars. Amidst the intertwining golden and white light, a colossal figure gradually materialized. The dragon coiled majestically in the air before bowing its grand head. "Who has awakened me? State your wish, but limit it to one." The dragon's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with an ancient and profound timbre, as if transcending the bounds of time and space. Even though Lin Yuan had prepared himself for this moment, the sight of the dragon filled him with awe and reverence. In contrast, the locals displayed mere astonishment and curiosity. At that moment, Bulma uttered words that left Lin Yuan astonished. "Lin Yuan, you should make the wish this time. I no longer wish to." Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, due to his presence, Bulma's desire for a Prince Charming had diminished in significance. Initially, Lin Yuan had planned to wait a year before making a wish upon the Dragon Balls. But with the opportunity at hand, he felt no need to hesitate. He boldly stated his wish to the dragon. "Grant me the ability to survive in outer space and to learn instant transmission." Chapter 7. A brief parting. When Lin Yuan was granted a wish, he found himself at a loss as to what to wish for. However, he decisively articulated 2 abilities, uncertain whether they would materialize. The divine dragon pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "This is quite simple." Suddenly, a brilliant red light flashed in its dragon eyes. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." In a swift motion, the dragon transformed into 7 streaks of light, dispersing into the horizon. Lin Yuan, too, acquired the ability of instantaneous movement, his mind brimming with newfound techniques. Simultaneously, his body underwent a subtle transformation, infused with a mysterious power. Bulma gazed at the sky, lost in thought. At that moment, Goku, puzzled, interjected, "Bulma, haven't you always wanted to find a white horse? Why not wish for it?" Bulma shot him a glare, retorting, "What do you know, you little brat? Go play somewhere else." Once the clouds cleared, the group convened to discuss their next journey. Goku, yearning for greater strength, chose to train with Master Roshi, while Chi-Chi, having made a marriage pact with Goku, decided to remain and rebuild their home alongside the Ox King. Bulma expressed her need to return home after such a lengthy absence. Following heartfelt farewells, each set off toward their respective destinations. As Bulma departed, she cast a reluctant glance at Lin Yuan, urging him to visit her. Lin Yuan promised to do so, and soon they were off in opposite directions. Lin Yuan sped down a narrow path on his jet bike. The acceleration was indeed remarkable. He contemplated mentioning to Bulma next time they met that he might ask her father to assist in creating a smartphone, perhaps even investing a little. This could potentially resolve the monetary concerns in this world, though he wondered if anyone else would be interested. He had attempted to utilize instantaneous movement, but regrettably, despite mastering the technique, he could not execute it. His current weakness hindered him. Lin Yuan surmised that he would need to master controlling his energy and possess a significant amount before he could harness this ability, perhaps 1,000 or even 10,000 units of energy. Yet, such considerations felt distant, as he could not even sense his own energy at present. As evening fell, Lin Yuan decided to rest before continuing his journey the following day. Lying in bed, he checked his task list. Perfect Super Saiyan Bloodline. 10. Completion of tasks yields progress. Task 3. Defeat Boss Bunny. Reward, Combat Power 30. Progress 5. He had nearly forgotten about Boss Bunny, initially dealt with by Goku and his friends. Now it was his turn to confront this nefarious creature, who had likely caused much suffering. It seemed he would need to prepare some equipment. The following morning, Lin Yuan pondered the location described by the Ox King. Murmuring to himself, this must be the place. He stood outside a lively town bustling with activity. Children played, vendors carried vegetables and fruits, and merchants led camels through the streets. This was the most vibrant town Lin Yuan had encountered since arriving in this world. The architecture was predominantly the iconic oval structures of Dragon Ball. Upon entering, he sold an extra capsule for 50,000 coins. The Ox King had given each of them a capsule upon parting, filled his vehicle with fuel, and purchased gloves and a mask from a store. While shopping, he inquired with the shopkeeper about the whereabouts of Boss Bunny. The shopkeeper confirmed that Boss Bunny was indeed in the town, though he could not provide a specific location. Unperturbed, Lin Yuan leisurely wandered the town until he spotted two individuals wearing bunny ears and uniforms, causing a commotion outside a shop. Approaching from behind, he called out, "Hey, you two, no bullying." Perhaps it was the audacity of his words that provoked them, as they turned around, cursing him. Who was this little punk? Can't you see? Without allowing them to finish, Lin Yuan swiftly incapacitated one of them. The other, startled by Lin Yuan's ferocity, attempted to draw a gun. However, before he could aim, Lin Yuan was already at his side, delivering a swift kick that brought him to his knees. Immediately, Lin Yuan seized the weapon and pressed it against the man's head, threatening, "If you wish to live, summon your boss." Trembling, the man retrieved his walkie-talkie, informing Boss Bunny that they were under attack by a formidable opponent and urging him to come quickly. With that, Lin Yuan knocked him unconscious. As word spread that Boss Bunny was on his way, the townsfolk hurriedly retreated into their homes, fearing for their safety. Lin Yuan waited patiently, donning the gloves and mask he had purchased. Although he doubted Boss Bunny could pose a threat, caution was always wise. Just then, a window in a nearby house swung open, and a young boy peeked out, exclaiming, "Big brother, you should run. That monster is coming." And he turned people into carrots to eat. As soon as the boy finished speaking, he slammed the window shut, clearly terrified of Boss Bunny. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, unperturbed. Moments later, a car appeared, an anomaly on the empty street, emblazoned with the character for Bunny. Lin Yuan deduced that Boss Bunny must be inside. When the vehicle came to a halt, Boss Bunny descended leisurely. At that moment, the previously knocked out man regained consciousness and shouted, "Boss, this guy in black attacked us." "Silence, you disgraceful fool," Boss Bunny retorted dismissively, then extended a friendly hand toward Lin Yuan, saying, "Greetings, my friend. I am Boss Bunny. I am unaware of what my subordinate." Before he could finish, Lin Yuan unleashed a powerful punch to his solar plexus. This strike, fueled by Lin Yuan's full strength, assuredly left no chance for survival against Boss Bunny's meager combat power of merely 6 points. After dispatching him, Lin Yuan heard the completion notification in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 3, Defeat Boss Bunny. Reward, Combat Power 30, Progress 5. Clenching his fists, Lin Yuan reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. His leg muscles coiled tightly, He bent his knees slightly and leaped gracefully, soaring to a height of over 30 meters. He estimated that with full effort, he could achieve even greater heights. After landing steadily, he departed the town, and the villagers gradually emerged from their homes, tears of joy streaming down their faces upon witnessing Boss Bunny's demise. With a sense of purpose, Lin Yuan resolved to head to Bulma's home in West City, seeking her assistance in acquiring a gravity training suit. He also intended to casually mention the smartphone idea. Subsequently, he aimed to find a place to stay in West City, focusing intently on enhancing his combat prowess. Once his strength had sufficiently increased, he would ascend to Korin Tower for training. Thus, Lin Yuan set forth once more on the road to West City. Chapter 8. An encounter with Lam-Z between two towering cliffs, a thrilling chase unfolds. A blonde girl, her expression wild with exhilaration, maneuvers a motorcycle with fervor. With a machine gun clutched in her left hand and the handlebars firmly in her right, she shouts, "Come and catch me, you bunch of scoundrels." Haha. She glances back, unleashing a barrage of bullets in a frenzy. Hot on her trail are 7 or 8 rugged men, resembling one-eyed pirates, relentlessly pursuing her. "You filthy wench. If you have the guts, don't run. You think you can escape after provoking our pirate gang? No way." The blonde woman pays them no mind, discarding her empty gun and defiantly raising her middle finger. Just then, a gust of sand and wind invades her nostrils, prompting her to gasp, achoo. In an instant, her blonde locks transform into a vibrant blue, and her demeanor shifts to one of innocence and bewilderment. Caught off guard and riding with one hand, she loses balance and is flung from the motorcycle. Panic-stricken, she shuts her eyes, resigning herself to the notion that today would be her last. This was not her first encounter with such chaos. Awakening in unfamiliar surroundings had become a bizarre routine for her. Yet, the thrill of soaring through the air was unparalleled. After 2.5 seconds, she wonders, To her astonishment, the anticipated pain fails to materialize. Instead, she feels the embrace of strong, warm arms and a comforting chest. So nice, she muses, wishing she could linger in this blissful state forever. Hey, don't pretend to be asleep. They're about to shoot. A voice rouses her from her reverie. She opens her eyes to find a boy with short black hair gazing intently at her. His deep, captivating eyes seem to hold an irresistible allure. Could you put me down?" she shyly requests. Reluctantly, he allows her feet to touch the ground. Indeed, the one who came to her rescue is Lin Yuan, who was en route to West City. Upon hearing the commotion and gunfire in this desolate area, he had pulled over to investigate, only to witness the bizarre transformation of the blonde girl. Though she does not recognize Lin Yuan, he is quite familiar with her. In fact, she is one of his favorite characters from the original story, Lam-Z. Only the character numbered 18 could rival her appeal. Realizing Lam-Z is in peril, he knows he must intervene. No, not just intervene, but save her. Once steady on her feet, Lam-Z gazes curiously at Lin Yuan with her big, innocent eyes. "Who are you? And why did you save me?" Lin Yuan, tempted to tease her, refrains, letting out a sigh. "You don't remember me? Oh dear. We'll talk about that later. First, we need to deal with these gentlemen." At this moment, the 7 one-eyed pirates have parked their motorcycles and are brandishing their weapons as they encircle Lin Yuan. The leader warns, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. If you hand her over, you can leave unscathed. Otherwise..." He fires a shot into the air. Lin Yuan, unfazed, responds nonchalantly, "Oh, I forgot to mention, she is my woman. None of you will take her away today." His gaze suddenly sharpens, resembling that of a fierce tiger. "Are you sure you don't want to leave?" With that, he punches the nearby rock wall, causing the surrounding stones to shatter with a resounding crash. The pirates exchange glances, their bravado wavering. Bro, sis, it's all a misunderstanding. You carry on." The leader begins to retreat. Lin Yuan, however, interjects, "You can choose between your lives or your capsules. Pick one to leave behind." The pirates, fearing for their lives, hastily produce their capsules, dropping them on the ground before fleeing on their motorcycles. Ignoring the bewildered look on Lam-Z's face, Lin Yuan strides over to collect the capsules. Counting them reveals 20, worth a substantial sum. He then retrieves one, presses a button, and tosses it to the ground. With a bang, a sleek, jet-powered car materializes. Lin Yuan takes the driver's seat and beckons to Lam-Z. "Aren't you coming? Don't you want to feed the pirates?" Lam-Z, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, dashes to the passenger seat. "Are you my man?" "I don't remember," she asks, her expression innocent and playful. "I recall another version of myself who also didn't have a man." Lin Yuan chuckles. Just teasing you. I needed an excuse to scare them off. But, if you want, I wouldn't mind. With that, he steps on the gas, and the car speeds away. Haha, you're so bad. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Lanchi. What about you? She inquires, her excitement bubbling over. Well, I'm Lin Yuan. But what do you mean by another you? Though he suspects she refers to the other blonde Lanchi, he asks nonetheless. Lanchi frowns slightly, honestly. I'm not sure. It seems that every time I sneeze, I inexplicably end up in a different place. And I always find myself with a lot of money and guns. Haha, it seems you might be even naughtier than I am. Lin Yuan retorts. But how is it that you're so formidable? Are you a martial artist? And so, the two engage in lively banter as the car races swiftly toward West City. Chapter 9 Arrival at West Capital. Before long, Lin Yuan and Lanchi reach the vicinity of West Capital. Through their conversation, Lin Yuan learned that Lanchi did not have a stable residence. With her azure locks, she yearned for a tranquil life, yet her golden tresses drew her into tumult, attracting numerous adversaries. There were even bounties placed on her head. Thus, each time she awoke, she found herself in unfamiliar surroundings, a habit she had grown accustomed to over time. Lin Yuan inquired if she would consider following him, offering her a chance for a stable life, at least one where she would not be perpetually hunted. She could engage in her passions, relish delectable meals, cook, watch films, and indulge in beauty treatments. As he spoke, a glimmer of longing sparkled in Lanchi's eyes, but after contemplation, she pouted and replied, But I fear I might cause you trouble. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily. You have witnessed my skills. Besides, I will be compensated for my efforts. With that, he appraised Lanchi's figure, eliciting an amused cackle from him. Innocent as she was, Lanchi inquired about the nature of this compensation, mentioning that she had ample funds. Oh dear, Lin Yuan mused, feeling as though she would willingly hand over a fortune if he asked for it. He decided to cease teasing her and, after a moment of thought, stated, Well, I merely require your assistance in preparing meals daily. That would suffice. Of course, it would be even better if you could lend me a little money, which I promise to repay later. After saying this, Lin Yuan shot a glance at Lanchi, feeling somewhat awkward since he rarely borrowed money from anyone. Lanchi, undeterred, pulled her satchel to the front and declared, Cooking is my forte. Also, she unzipped her bag to reveal bundles of cash, a veritable treasure trove. How much do you need? There should be 5 million here, if that is not enough. I have more. Lin Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment. That's more than adequate. I shall take this for now. So, does that mean you are willing to accompany me? Wow. So, she is a little heiress. Lin Yuan pondered, curious about how Lanchi managed to amass such wealth. Why yes, Mr. Lin Yuan, I am willing. I look forward to your guidance. She bowed slightly to him. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating she need not be so formal. From now on, we are friends, no need for such pleasantries. Understood. As they conversed, they arrived at West Capital. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the ocean, a small wooden boat sped across the water. A small, shifty-eyed bald man was aboard, heading towards Master Roshi's island. The island, however, was in disarray, its structures ravaged. The chaos had been wrought by a mishap involving little Wukong, who, upon spotting the full moon, transformed into a giant ape. Fortunately, Master Roshi, with his formidable strength, discovered the giant ape's weakness and managed to restore Wukong to his original form. Today, he was contemplating relocating for training, as the space here was rather limited. Just then, he caught sight of Krillin's round, shiny head. On another front, Leping had also departed from the desert, his destination being the great forest adjacent to West Capital. He had resolved to train diligently for the upcoming martial arts tournament. West Capital. By the time they reached West Capital, it was already afternoon. Lin Yuan and Lanchi first sought a place to reside. After instructing her to prepare dinner for him later, he set out with the intent of visiting Bulma's residence, the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. Upon arrival at Bulma's home, Lin Yuan encountered an array of robotic maids before meeting Dr. Brief, a white-haired gentleman with reading glasses. The doctor scrutinized Lin Yuan before inquiring, Hello, young man. Whom are you looking for? Good day, doctor. I am a friend of Bulma's and have come to see her. Is she home? Upon learning of Lin Yuan's connection to Bulma, Dr. Brief warmly grasped his hands. Ah, so you are Bulma's friend. She has mentioned you before. Come in, come in. She should still be at school. I'll inform her, and she will be back shortly, as she often speaks of you. The unexpected warmth left Lin Yuan feeling somewhat bashful. As they entered the reception room, The doctor peppered him with questions, revealing an open-mindedness characteristic of the wealthy. He even inquired if Lin Yuan and Bulma were romantically involved or if they had kissed. Good heavens, Bulma is only 16, Lin Yuan thought, but considering the original timeline, Bulma was indeed dating Lu Ping at this point. He hastily clarified that they were merely good friends. Before long, Bulma rushed in, her joy radiating like a bright bird. She bombarded Lin Yuan with an array of questions. At that moment, Mrs. Brief entered with refreshments, encouraging the two to enjoy the treats and hinting that Lin Yuan could stay the night if he wished. Lin Yuan thought, this is rather forward. After chatting with Bulma, he conveyed his purpose for the visit, inquiring whether she could assist him in creating several gravity suits and a gravity chamber. Bulma considered the request and agreed, though she noted that her father's help would be necessary, and the results could not be guaranteed due to limited resources. After discussing the gravity suits, Lin Yuan revealed another idea he had for Bulma, smartphones. Upon hearing his description, Bulma expressed keen interest. Crafting a smartphone would be a piece of cake for her. With the outline Lin Yuan provided, she believed it would only take a few days to develop, after which they could mass-produce it at the factory. As for equity stakes, Bulma opted not to take Lin Yuan's 5 million and instead generously offered him 30% of the shares. Lin Yuan felt that accepting so much without effort was excessive and negotiated down to 15%. Bulma was not naive. She recognized the immense profit potential of the project Lin Yuan proposed. Developing smartphones would mean delving into the realms of the internet and apps, all of which had to be created. If successful, the returns would rival that of Capsule Corporation. Given Bulma's family status as the wealthiest in the world and the creators of the capsule technology, it was only a matter of time before smartphones reached a global audience. After discussing these matters, Bulma gazed at Lin Yuan with curiosity, asking, "Did you come up with all these ideas by yourself? How are you so clever? I almost suspect you might be an alien." Lin Yuan laughed. "Haha, I've always been fond of reading various novels, so my imagination knows no bounds. Besides, where would you find an alien as dashing as I am?" After their lively exchange, Lin Yuan eventually returned to his own home. Although Bulma had wanted him to accompany her to the amusement park, he politely declined, citing the late hour and other commitments. Lin Yuan's home boasted a style reminiscent of traditional Earth villas, complete with a small garden. It spanned 3 stories, as he preferred this aesthetic over the mainstream architectural styles of Dragon Ball. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of delicious food wafting through the air. His stomach, previously indifferent, suddenly growled in response. The once barren courtyard now flourished with a variety of flowers and plants, brimming with life. Lin Yuan smiled to himself, pondering, this little girl is quite capable. He then pushed the door open and called out, "Hey, Lan-Chi, I'm back. Can we eat now? I'm absolutely famished." In response, he heard a sneeze, a chew. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's mind, and almost immediately, a furious shout echoed from within. "Damn it, why am I here? And who is cooking? Where are those one-eyed monsters? They dare to hunt me down? Just wait until I show them what I'm made of." Before her words had fully dissipated, Lin Yuan saw the fiery-haired Lan-Chi storming out of the kitchen, her anger palpable. Upon spotting Lin Yuan, her first instinct was to draw a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere. "Which dog of a man are you? Prepare to meet your end." Lin Yuan lamented silently, realizing he had completely forgotten about her. Things were about to get very interesting. Chapter 10, Cultivation. Progress. A month later, in a training room in the West City, beads of sweat dripped onto the floor. Drip, drip. 198. 19. 9. 2. 00. A young man with short black hair, clad in a black vest, transitioned from a one-handed handstand to a standing position. At that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang with a cheerful chime. Lin Yuan glanced at the screen. It was Bulma calling. He promptly answered the call. Once the conversation concluded, Lin Yuan's expression transformed into one of excitement. The gravity chamber had been completed. Bulma inquired if she should bring it over, but Lin Yuan declined. Eager to retrieve it himself, he could hardly contain his anticipation. He swiftly donned his jacket and dashed toward the door. Seeing this, Lan-Chi emerged from the living room, adorned in a delicate yellow dress. The hem of her dress gracefully framed her long, slender legs, nearly perfect in proportion, capable of igniting desire in every man. The fabric fell naturally, swaying gently with her steps. Her striking blue hair framed a flawless face that required no embellishment, already a vision of beauty. "Ah Yuan, where are you rushing off to? Be careful," Lan-Chi inquired, her cherry lips slightly parted. Lin Yuan responded with a casual "got it," before hopping onto his motorcycle and speeding away. Watching him hastily leave, Lan-Chi recalled a previous occasion when he had rushed out in a similar manner, only to stumble and fall hilariously, causing her to chuckle for days. A smile crept onto her lips at the memory. Upon arriving at Bulma's house, Lin Yuan called her while making his way inside. Moments later, Bulma bounced out, waving a capsule in her hand, playfully exclaiming, "Here it is, the gravity chamber you requested. After relentless efforts from my father and me, it is finally complete. It can adjust gravity from 2 to 10 times. Impressive, isn't it?" Her large eyes sparkled with anticipation, resembling a child eager for praise from a teacher. Naturally, Lin Yuan was eager to oblige. "Indeed, Bulma, not only are you intelligent, but you're also beautiful," he exclaimed, eliciting a delighted giggle from her as she handed over the capsule. "That's more like it," she replied, her smile radiant. Lin Yuan accepted the capsule and placed it in a box, casually asking, "By the way, where's Lepin? Aren't you two together?" As fate would have it, a few days prior, Lepin had arrived in West City, serendipitously encountering Bulma and even rescuing her once. Their rapport blossomed, and signs of a budding relationship began to emerge. "Oh, him? He's been busy challenging other martial arts schools, claiming he needs to find opponents of equal strength to enhance his combat skills. It's ridiculous. He always comes back injured." Lin Yuan chuckled, mounting his motorcycle. "With his prowess, I doubt any ordinary dojo could match him. I should invite him over for some sparring. I've been itching for a challenge myself." After a brief exchange, Lin Yuan revved the engine. "I must hurry back to test the gravity chamber's effects. Let us have dinner together sometime." Bulma rolled her eyes. "You always say that, yet you've never invited me once. Hurry along. Once home." Lin Yuan eagerly entered the gravity chamber. The chamber was semi-elliptical, modest in size, approximately 40 square meters. In the center stood a control panel. Lin Yuan examined it and found the operation simple: a display screen with 4 buttons on either side: stop, start, minus, and plus. For the past month, he had been training with a weighted suit of 50 pounds. With the suit, his combat power stood at 65, and upon removing it, he found his strength had increased to 69. This indicated a 5-point improvement over the month, which he found satisfactory, especially considering he hadn't even trained with the suit for a full month. With the gravity chamber now at his disposal, he anticipated even swifter progress ahead. "Let us start with double gravity," he decided, shutting the door and pressing the start button, followed by the plus. The screen flickered, changing from 1 to 2. As a low hum filled the air, an invisible pressure surged toward him from all sides. Lin Yuan felt as if his legs were shackled with heavy lead, making each step a considerable challenge. This was far more strenuous than he had anticipated. Within moments, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He trudged forward, each step requiring immense effort, his face reddening with exertion. After an afternoon of practice, he managed to progress at a speed of 1 step every 15 seconds under double gravity. At this rate, achieving normal training under such conditions would take considerable time. After training, Lin Yuan took a refreshing shower and shared a delightful dinner with Lan-Chi. His appetite had grown significantly, often consuming enough for 3 people. However, he couldn't deny that Lan-Chi's culinary skills were exceptional. Throughout the month, he had praised her cooking at nearly every meal, except for that one time she had made fugu hot pot. Their relationship deepened, with even the once aloof Lan-Chi willing to share a home with Lin Yuan, despite the mischief that often ensued when they went out together. She occasionally resorted to playful reprimands, yet Lin Yuan sensed that she was someone with whom he could truly connect. With just a bit more time, he was sure she would come around. Indeed, Lin Yuan harbored feelings for Lan-Chi, envisioning a harmonious union. He had been spending most of his time with her outside of training, shopping, dining, visiting amusement parks, and watching movies. However, their relationship had yet to progress beyond holding hands, as Lan-Chi's innocence made it difficult. Lin Yuan, lacking any prior romantic experience, found himself rendered speechless in her pure gaze. Lan-Chi was remarkably easy to deceive. Numerous times, Lin Yuan had advised her on how girls should protect themselves, yet she remained oblivious to the potential dangers. If he were to suggest sharing a bed, she would not hesitate for even a moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan resolved to halt his wandering thoughts. He decided it was best to wait for the right opportunity to express his feelings to Lan-Chi. Now was not the time for such discussions. He needed to grow stronger first and adapt to the double gravity. Once his combat power exceeded 100, he intended to ascend Korin Tower, as his 4th mission was to climb it. This was also why he had delayed undertaking the fourth mission. He was uncertain of the power required to reach the summit. For safety's sake, he would train until he reached 100. Thus, Lin Yuan donned the 50-pound weighted suit once more, choosing not to return to the gravity chamber for further training. As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, he understood the importance of balance between work and rest, which was the essence of the Turtle School's teachings. In Lin Yuan's view, this was also why Goku consistently surpassed Vegeta. Goku had a solid martial arts foundation laid by Master Roshi. The essence of this training had been ingrained in Goku's very being, while Vegeta had toiled alone, relentlessly pushing himself in the gravity chamber and engaging in battles, ultimately yielding less effective results. Having digressed, Lin Yuan settled into bed, not immediately resting, but sitting cross-legged. With his hands clasped in front of his chest as though cradling a small sphere, he began to attune himself to his ki. Just a few days ago, he began to perceive the flowing energy within his body. However, he was still unable to harness it, though it seemed that he was on the verge of doing so. It is anticipated that before long, Lin Yuan will be able to attempt both Qigong and the art of aerial maneuvering. Chapter 11. Turmoil time slips away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. In the backyard of the Lin family villa in West City, Lin Yuan is gracefully maneuvering through the air. He accelerates in a straight line, suddenly performing a backward somersault, and dives toward the ground. Just as he is about to crash, he deftly adjusts his position, bending his knees to counteract his downward momentum. With a swift push off the ground, he soars away at a sharp 45-degree angle. 2 months prior, Lin Yuan had independently mastered the art of aerial movement. While the technique itself was not particularly difficult, he found the quality of flight to be challenging. For instance, he had intended to push off the air to negate his descent without touching the ground, yet due to a lack of finesse or perhaps insufficient strength, he consistently found himself colliding with the earth during his descents from the same height. With his current combat prowess rated at 92, even short practice sessions left him drenched in sweat. After completing his practice for the day, Lin Yuan took a refreshing shower and changed into casual attire. Following his usual routine, he was supposed to train in the gravity chamber, but today marked the end of that plan, as he intended to journey to Korin for training the next day. Instead, he had arranged a dinner outing with Bulma, Leping, and Lam-Z at a newly opened mountaintop restaurant, reputed for its exquisite cuisine. He settled onto the living room sofa and picked up his smartphone to call Lam-Z. The call connected swiftly, accompanied by a cacophony of noise and shouts on the other end. "Hello, Lin Yuan. I can't talk right now. The game is about to start. I'm going to smash you, you big ape. What kind of ridiculous place is this? Do you believe I'll demolish your house?" The gambling din had little effect on the fiery-haired Lam-Z, for she was indeed a formidable character. Lin Yuan could only placate her with gentle words. Ever since she had developed a penchant for gambling 2 months ago and squandered her ill-gotten gains, he had advised her to cease her reckless behavior. Fortunately, after much earnest discussion, she had finally resolved to abandon her thieving ways, agreeing to receive a monthly allowance instead. Seeing that Lam-Z was unwilling to engage, Lin Yuan resorted to his trump card, warning her that if she did not return home soon, her allowance for the month would be forfeited. Conversely, if she returned immediately, he would double it. Upon hearing this, Lam-Z reluctantly made her way home, and upon arrival, Lin Yuan transformed her into the blue-haired Lam-Z. Next, Lin Yuan called Bulma to arrange their meeting at the mountaintop restaurant. Meanwhile, Lam-Z cheerfully prepared herself for the outing. Lin Yuan, seated on the sofa, poured himself a glass of juice and admired the tidiness of the home, reflecting that marrying Lam-Z would be ideal. Although she was not yet his wife, he was confident that it was merely a matter of time. His focus was solely on enhancing his strength, leaving other concerns aside. As for finances, Lin Yuan had no shortage, barring the apocalypse. Before long, Lam-Z emerged, adorned in a purple sweater and denim jeans, her face lightly made up, radiating a delightful fragrance. Lin Yuan's spirits lifted instantly as he exclaimed, "Wow, you look stunning today, Lam-Z. What perfume are you wearing? May I have a whiff?" He leaned in closer. Lam-Z's face flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully pushed against Lin Yuan's forehead, flustered. "All right, let's hurry. Bulma and the others will be waiting." Her voice trailed off, as if recalling an embarrassing scenario. Lin Yuan burst into laughter, finding her adorable. "If it weren't for the Dragon Ball world, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else." Without wasting any more time, the two headed straight to the restaurant. Upon arriving, Bulma and the others were already waiting at the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries, They made their way to the reserved table. The view was indeed breathtaking, as the mountaintop offered a panoramic vista of West City. As they were about to take their seats, Lin Yuan noticed 3 individuals at a nearby table. Rather than recognizing them, he was drawn to their hats, emblazoned with the letter R. 2 of them wore red armbands, while the third donned a blue emblem marked blue. They were none other than members of the Red Ribbon Army, led by the strikingly handsome General Blue. Upon spotting Lin Yuan and his companions, General Blue leaped up, his gaze fixated on Lan-Z and Bulma. Bulma, taken aback, mused silently about the attractive yet eccentric man. His subordinates hurriedly inquired, "General Blue, what's wrong?" Realizing he had displayed too much emotion, Blue composed himself and declared, "Cough, cough. That table over there is too ugly and startled me." His subordinates immediately rose and angrily confronted Lin Yuan and his friends. "You lot are disturbing our general's meal. You have 3 seconds to leave, or we won't hesitate to use our weapons." Curiosity sparked among the other diners, and someone recognized the identity of the intruders, shouting, Red Ribbon Army. They're from the Red Ribbon Army. Run." Though many were unfamiliar, they had heard of the notorious group and quickly fled in fear. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Ping stood up, emboldened by his considerable strength. He had overheard Blue's disparaging remarks about Bulma and could not let it go unchallenged. "You're being unreasonable. Do you really think this restaurant belongs to you? Apologize to my friends, and we can overlook this incident," Ping asserted in a deep voice. "Ha ha ha, apologize? You must be mistaken. Do you not recognize the Red Ribbon Army?" Blue retorted, gesturing to the fleeing patrons. "Look how quickly they ran away to save their lives. And you dare demand an apology? You must wish to die." As he spoke, the 2 subordinates raised their weapons and fired at Ping. However, none of the bullets found their mark, for Ping was swifter, incapacitating both of them in less than a second. "Given your history of misdeeds, I shall take it upon myself to administer justice," Ping declared. Lin Yuan felt a pang of embarrassment. Who had boasted about being the desert overlord just moments ago? How shameless. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive. I hadn't expected you to be so skilled. Interested in joining me? Blue suddenly applauded, his interest piqued. Ping, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, "I'm afraid I have no interest in aligning with a group known for its nefarious actions. I merely sought to defend my friends, and now that they have received their due punishment, let this matter be settled." At Ping's refusal, Blue's expression darkened. "Let me make it clear. Comply with me, and you live. Refuse, and you die?" With that, Blue charged at Ping with a fierce war. Lin Yuan, however, did not rush to intervene, but instead quietly warned Ping, "Be cautious. This man is formidable." At this moment, Ping's combat power stands at 25, whereas Blue's combat power soars to an impressive 66. Chapter 12, An Extraordinary Night. With Lin Yuan providing support, there was no need to rush. It was best to let Ping realize on his own that he was no match for his opponent before stepping in. Ping could hardly discern Blue's moves, managing only to raise his arms in a futile attempt at defense. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, he was hurled backward, smashing through several tables and chairs before coming to a halt. Such speed and force. Struggling to rise, Ping shook his arms to regain his composure. Lin Yuan, noticing Ping's intention to unleash the Wolf Fang Fist once more, swiftly positioned himself between the 2 fighters. "Let me take over. He is far too formidable for you. I entrust Burma and Lan-Z to you." Despite Ping's resolve, even employing the Wolf Fang Fist would merely prolong the inevitable by a few seconds. Aware of this, he cautioned Lin Yuan to be careful and then silently positioned himself in front of the 2 women. Burma, with concern, inquired about Ping's injuries, while Lan-Z gazed at Lin Yuan with evident worry. Sensing her gaze, Lin Yuan offered her a reassuring smile. "Have no fear, I will be fine." He then turned his attention to Bru, who wore a mocking expression. "Oh, another fool seeking death. Rest assured, your fates will be identical." Ignoring Bru's taunts, Lin Yuan advanced toward him with deliberate steps. "Enough chatter, let us fight." In an instant, Lin Yuan accelerated, reaching Bru's side in a heartbeat. He delivered a powerful kick to Bru's chest, sending him sliding backward for 5 or 6 meters until he crashed into the wall. How can this boy be so strong? This is impossible, Bru thought, his movements unceasing, for Lin Yuan had vanished once more. He narrowly evaded the next strike with a swift roll to the side. It seems I must resort to that technique, Bru contemplated as a flicker of blue light glimmered in his eyes. Lin Yuan sensed the danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. He found himself immobilized, Although he had anticipated this maneuver, Bru's speed was overwhelming, catching him off guard. Lin Yuan felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, rendering him motionless. Was this Bru's unique ability? In triumphant laughter, Bru exclaimed, "Ha! What good is your strength? Before my extraordinary ability, you are but an ordinary person. After I eliminate you, I shall pay your friends a visit." He approached Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with disdain. However, after a few steps, he noticed something amiss. His prey, seemingly trapped, was still smiling. Indeed, Lin Yuan was smiling. If it were the untrained version of himself, he might have been helpless against this technique, but now, his expression suddenly hardened, and the energy surrounding him surged. With a resounding exhale, the paralysis dissipated. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan lunged forward, grasping Bru by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. In just 3 strikes, Bru succumbed to unconsciousness. After resolving the encounter with Bru, Lin Yuan and his companions relocated to dine. Once they had satisfied their hunger, they each returned home. Lin Yuan settled onto the sofa, with Lan-Z standing behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. This routine had become customary. After each training session, Lan-Z would silently approach and inquire if he was tired. Offering her soothing touch, Lin Yuan relished this moment. Seizing the opportunity, he informed Lan-Z that he would be away for an extended period to train and urged her to take care of herself. "What will you be doing?" she asked. He merely replied that he would be training and instructed her not to worry, assuring her to call if she needed anything. "Thank you, Lin Yuan," Lan-Z suddenly said. "Why are you thanking me? What happened today was a mere trifle," Lin Yuan replied lightly. Upon hearing this, Lan-Z ceased her massage and moved closer. Taking his hand in hers, she radiated a delightful fragrance, her delicate fingers warm against his. As Lin Yuan found himself lost in thought, Lan-Z looked at him with concern, akin to a mother worried for her child. A sudden jolt of realization struck Lin Yuan, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" "I just don't want you to be so weary," she admitted. "Tired?" "I'm not tired," Lin Yuan asserted. "I feel as lively as ever." "I don't mean your body, I mean your heart. I often hear you mumbling in your sleep on the sofa. I must grow stronger. Time is short. They are coming." As she spoke, Lan-Z wrapped her arms around his, resting her head gently on his shoulder. "Lin Yuan, no matter how dangerous things become, I wish to stay by your side." Her voice was soft yet resolute. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her tender yet determined words. Meeting her gaze, filled with both strength and tenderness, his heart skipped a beat. She was more beautiful than ever. Heat coursed through his body, and his heartbeat quickened, breath growing shallow. As Lan-Z observed Lin Yuan's intense gaze, a hint of shyness washed over her, leaving her momentarily flustered. The room's atmosphere thickened, the temperature rising as if the very air had become viscous. Lin Yuan's eyes reddened, consumed by a singular thought: to claim her, to possess her. And so, he acted upon that impulse. He grasped Lan-Zi's shoulders and forcefully pushed her onto the sofa. In that moment, he resembled a beast driven by primal instincts. Lan-Z gasped softly, her face blooming with color. Lin Yuan felt a parched throat, calling out her name in a husky whisper, "Lan-Z." Sensing his fervent energy, Lan-Z slowly reached out, embracing his heated form. Just before losing all sense of reason, Lin Yuan heard her melodious voice, "Do what you wish to do." This night was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 13, A Great Crisis. Amidst the chaos, 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Each collision of fists and feet sent ripples through the surrounding space, with neither combatant able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, one shadowy figure began to shift forms, its aura steadily rising, leaving the other at a distinct disadvantage. As the shadow's energy reached its zenith, it expanded outward, morphing into an enormous, dark net that swiftly ensnared the other. The ensnared individual felt a sudden darkness envelop them and lost consciousness. Lin Yuan jolted awake from his slumber, his sheets drenched in sweat. It had all been a dream. Just as he prepared to rise and wash up, he noticed several striking strands of purple hair on the pristine white sheets. In an instant, memories of yesterday flooded back to him. With a resigned scratch of his head, he acknowledged that he had indeed lost some self-control. Viewed from another perspective, he was akin to a wolf, and Lan-Z, a tender lamb. The fact that he had managed to restrain himself for so long was quite remarkable. After all, he was still a novice. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, the sheets on his bed had only recently been replaced with fresh linens. Putting such thoughts aside, he promptly got out of bed and descended to freshen up. Meanwhile, Lan-Z had already prepared breakfast ahead of time, just like any other day. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, She cheerfully exclaimed, "You're awake. Please, sit down and eat. Today's breakfast is filled with all your favorites." Perhaps sensing that Lin Yuan would be departing on a long journey, the morning meal was particularly lavish. Lin Yuan leaned over to plant a kiss on Lam-Z's cheek. And once she had finished her preparations, they sat down together to enjoy their meal. After breakfast, Lin Yuan prepared to leave. His plan for the day was to use his sky dance technique to visit Master Roshi and inquire about the location of Korin Tower before heading there. Before departing, he reminded Lan-Chi to stay safe and to sneeze or call Bulma or Lu Ping if she encountered any trouble. If they couldn't reach her immediately, she could also call him. Lan-Chi nodded obediently, assuring him that she understood. With that, Lin Yuan set off with a sense of reassurance. Lin Yuan was well aware of Master Roshi's residence. However, he recalled that during this period, they were not residing on the small island in the middle of the sea, but were instead training on a nearby island. Therefore, he would need to search the surrounding islands. After visiting a bookstore to purchase some gifts, he headed towards Master Roshi's island. By the afternoon, Lin Yuan finally located Master Roshi on a small island. At that moment, Master Roshi was instructing a stunning young woman in some peculiar poses. His gaze fixated on the turbulent waves, completely oblivious to Lin Yuan's arrival. Clearing his throat, Lin Yuan coughed a couple of times. When Master Roshi showed no reaction, he raised his voice. "Hey, it's been a while, Master Roshi." Both Master Roshi and the beautiful woman halted their actions and turned to face Lin Yuan. The former's voice tinged with irritation. "Who are you? Can't you see that I am busy?" Then, as if recalling something, he continued, "Oh, I remember now. You're Goku's friend, the one associated with that well-endowed beauty. What do you want?" Master Roshi's tone exhibited some annoyance, evidently displeased at the interruption. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan anticipated this reaction and tossed a universal capsule onto the ground while stating, "Actually, Master Roshi, I'd like to inquire about the location of Korin Tower." Before Lin Yuan could finish, Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively. "Korin Tower? I'm getting old. I can't remember. Go ask someone else." "Really? That's unfortunate. I was hoping to say that if you could tell me its location, these gifts would be my way of honoring you, Master." Lin Yuan feigned disappointment as he began to retrieve the gifts. Upon seeing the items on the ground, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instantaneously teleported to inspect the offerings as if they were rare treasures. This one, and this one, they're all my favorites." "You've got an eye for good taste." After Lin Yuan learned the location of Korin Tower, he expressed his gratitude to Master Roshi and set off towards his destination. Watching Lin Yuan depart, Master Roshi's expression turned serious as he murmured to himself, "This kid is no ordinary fellow. It seems I need to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament." After flying for about an hour, Lin Yuan descended onto a patch of grass to take a brief rest. He realized he couldn't sustain flight indefinitely and needed to recuperate before continuing. Just then, he sensed a murderous aura rapidly approaching him from above. Not daring to underestimate the threat, Lin Yuan quickly stood up, his body tensing as he focused intently on the distant sky. Indeed, the source of this malevolent energy was airborne. This speed was incomparable to that of a jet. Yet, according to his information, no one should be capable of flight at this point in time. Before Lin Yuan could contemplate further, a stone pillar plunged into the ground before him with terrifying velocity. Standing atop the pillar was a figure with a cold and disdainful gaze. Clad in a flamboyant pink robe emblazoned with a large character for kill on the front, it was none other than Tao Pai Pai. After comparing Lin Yuan to a photograph, he coldly declared, "It's you, cheap punk." The situation was dire, although the reasons were unclear. Tao Pai Pai had clearly set his sights on Lin Yuan, and at that moment, Lin Yuan was not in optimal condition. Even in peak form, he might not stand a chance against Tao Pai Pai. Fleeing? That seemed unlikely. On the ground, he couldn't match the speed. He was even less capable of flight. Not to mention, his energy had not yet fully recovered. Perhaps he could leverage some currency. As Lin Yuan pondered this, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. A voice he hadn't heard in ages. Beep. Host detected to be in danger. Triggering random mission. Defeat Tao Pai Pai. Mission reward. Combat power 5. Bloodline progress 5. Would you like to accept the mission? Cursing under his breath, Lin Yuan realized he had no choice but to engage. After all, the progress bar was something he couldn't refuse. Except, fortune favors the bold. Tao Pai Pai leaped down from the stone pillar as Lin Yuan shed his burdens. The weighted vest thudded heavily onto the ground, creating a dull thud. Lin Yuan cracked his neck, his eyes ablaze with determination as his energy flared. Tao Pai Pai's expression darkened upon witnessing Lin Yuan's sudden surge in strength. It seems this won't be easy. I'll have to raise my price when I return. Before he could finish his thought, both combatants sprang into action. With no frills, they charged at one another. Fists flying. The tremendous force rustled the grass beneath them. Tao Pai executed a spinning kick, but Lin Yuan leaned back, performing a backflip to evade the strike. Tao Pai pressed the attack, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Transforming his palm into a blade, he aimed to slash at Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan, refusing to let his guard down, dodged to the side. A sinister smile crept onto Tao Pai's lips as he swiftly changed his attack, turning the slashing motion into a powerful punch that struck Lin Yuan squarely in the abdomen. With a powerful force, Lin Yuan let out a dry heave, the excruciating pain in his abdomen rendering him incapable of any movement. Following this, Tao Bai raised his leg and delivered another swift kick. Lin Yuan felt as though his chin had been struck by a steel whip, propelling him backward through the air. After experiencing a disorienting spin, he crashed heavily to the ground. Tao Bai then placed his hands behind his back, a sneer crossing his face. It seems you are not as formidable as I thought. You falter so quickly. Struggling to rise, Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. One must admit, Tao Bai was indeed powerful. After Lin Yuan removed his gravity suit, his combat power reached 105, while Tao Bai stood at 110. However, in actual combat, Lin Yuan sensed that the disparity between them was not merely one of combat power, but rather a profound difference in martial arts foundation. Despite feeling that his chances of victory were slim, he refused to surrender. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he declared, "Come, let us continue." Chapter 14. The Comet Explosion. With a disdainful snort, Tao Bai remarked, "Humph. You old M." Lin Yuan bellowed in anger, stepping forward with such force that the ground beneath him fractured, dust swirling into the air. With an indomitable spirit, he raised his fist and aimed a strike at the loathsome visage of Tao Bai. Unfortunately, he missed as Tao Bai deftly evaded. Without a moment's pause, Lin Yuan's fists rained down like relentless cannonballs, each punch fueled by rage. He appeared as a frenzied beast, attacking without strategy. Tao Bai retreated and dodged, or blocked Lin Yuan's onslaught, managing to avoid every blow. What a pity it was that he possessed immense strength, yet resorted only to mindless assaults. As Lin Yuan's foot struck nothing but air, Tao Bai scoffed, seeking death. Frustrated by his failed attacks, Lin Yuan cursed and charged at his opponent once more. Observing Lin Yuan, whose fury had clouded his judgment, Tao Bai shook his head, feeling that this battle was no longer necessary. With the next strike, he would undoubtedly meet his doom. The thoughts echoed in both Tao Bai and Lin Yuan's minds. Lin Yuan feigned fury, attacking recklessly with the intention of lulling Tao Bai into complacency before striking decisively. True to his plan, he made his move. Tao Bai, calm and collected, watched as Lin Yuan charged with flailing fists. Suddenly, he stepped forward and ducked, evading the strike, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch that struck Lin Yuan squarely in the abdomen. It's over, Tao Bai thought. But as he attempted to retract his arm, he was alarmed to find it ensnared by a large hand, rendering him immobile. Lin Yuan, enduring excruciating pain, grasped Tao Bai's arm tightly with his left hand, his eyes conveying a terrifying calm with a hint of madness. "I've got you," he declared fiercely. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Tao Bai began to kick and thrash at Lin Yuan's body, urging him to release his grip. "Let go? Is that even a possibility? I will not relent." Lin Yuan slowly tightened his grip, gathering his inner energy into his right forearm. With a powerful push from the ground and a twist of his hips, he unleashed a formidable punch. Tao Bai, witnessing this terrifying strike, felt a mix of fear and disbelief. He saw a wave of energy emanating from Lin Yuan's elbow as it surged toward him, resembling a meteor streaking through the sky. Crashing into his abdomen, a surge of indescribable pain coursed through Tao Bai's body, accompanied by a dry heave. He realized that this young man had staked everything on this one blow. Yet, he had miscalculated. While this strike would inflict considerable damage, it was far from sufficient to defeat him. The boy named Lin Yuan would soon meet his end. As Tao Bai's expression darkened with determination, he prepared to retaliate, only to feel a scorching energy gathering in his abdomen, his cold demeanor morphing into panic. What is this? Stop, boy, I won't kill you." Had one been able to slow down time and gain a clear view, They would have seen the energy in Lin Yuan's forearm compressed to the very peak of his fist, ready to erupt. Ignoring Tao Baibai's pleas, Lin Yuan shouted, "Give me!" Explode. As the final word left his lips, the energy in his right hand erupted in a blinding flash, followed by an earth-shattering boom. Tao Baibai's body was hurled away like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a distant hill. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan maintained his punching stance, his shirt torn to shreds and vanished without a trace. He dubbed this technique the Comet Explosion. Without delay, Lin Yuan soared toward the direction of Korin Tower. Although he felt utterly drained, the reward from his mission had restored a modicum of vitality. He found a concealed location to recuperate briefly before continuing his journey. After about 2 hours, Lin Yuan finally spotted the towering structure that pierced the heavens' Korin Tower. Upon reaching the base, he encountered Bora and UPA. Bora, upon learning of Lin Yuan's intention to ascend the tower, recounted tales of Korin Tower. Once Lin Yuan had sufficiently regained his strength, he bid them farewell and took to the skies, soaring toward the tower's summit. Watching Lin Yuan ascend, both Bora and UPA's eyes widened in astonishment. "Dad, do you think this big brother can succeed?" UPA inquired. Bora mused. Perhaps he truly can become the second person in this world to reach Korin Tower. Soon, Lin Yuan beheld an oval-shaped structure, aware that it housed the cat sage and one of the unique treasures of the Dragon Ball universe, the Senza beans. His purpose for this visit was twofold: to train and to acquire as many Senza beans as possible. After all, one could never have too many of these miraculous beans. The thought of a certain rotund pig treating them as mere snacks ignited his anger. Upon landing, Lin Yuan began to call out the name of the cat sage. Before long, he was greeted by a cat that wielded a staff taller than itself. This feline, with its snow-white fur and plump physique, exuded an air of wisdom. It slowly remarked, "I never expected such an intriguing visitor to arrive. Greetings, esteemed cat sage. I have come to..." Lin Yuan began, but the cat sage interrupted. "I already know your purpose. What intrigues me is how you learned my name." Lin Yuan recounted a premeditated tale, claiming that he had possessed memories of the future since birth, which led him to know that Korin Tower housed not only the sage, but also the Senzu beings and deities. The cat sage fell silent for a moment, seeming to ponder Lin Yuan's words before accepting them. Afterward, Lin Yuan requested a Senzu bean to heal his injuries, initially hoping to obtain more. The cat sage mentioned that if Lin Yuan could snatch his staff, he would grant him additional beans. Thus, the training commenced. This time, the objective was to seize the staff rather than the sacred water, but the effect remained the same, eliminating unnecessary thoughts and movements during combat. In the beginning, Lin Yuan found himself outmaneuvered by the cat sage. His martial arts foundation was weak, and he possessed numerous shortcomings in battle. This was why, despite only a 5-point disparity in strength compared to Tao Baibai, he struggled to fight back. Had it not been for Tao Baibai's overconfidence and Lin Yuan's willingness to engage in a mutually damaging encounter, the outcome could have been dire. As time passed and under the cat sage's guidance, Lin Yuan began to grasp the nuances of combat. He learned to eliminate distractions while analyzing the sage's movements to anticipate his next action. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's foundational combat skills were commendable, allowing him to gradually keep pace with the cat sage's movements. After nearly 4 months of rigorous training, Lin Yuan felt he had completed all that was required. He resolved to descend the tower. In truth, he had successfully seized the staff a month prior, but he had still requested the cat sage to impart some fundamental martial arts skills. During that month, he had diligently supplemented his knowledge. After shamelessly begging the cat immortal for a large jar of celestial beans, he bid it farewell and soared downwards towards Kailinta. Swiftly traversing the skies, Lin Yuan accessed his personal information. Character information, name, Lin Yuan identity, human combat power, 208 ability, instant transmission realm, divine nun quest, super Saiyan bloodline, 25 quest 5, participate in the world martial arts tournament and secure first place. Quest reward, combat power 70, progress bar 5. Chapter 15, the first taste of defeat. Lin Yuan first visited the training island of Master Rashi, greeting him and Goku. He had not seen them last time, likely because Goku and the bald-headed Krillin were out training. Goku had grown a bit taller compared to before, while Krillin appeared somewhat shorter. Through their training, Goku's innocent gaze now harbored a hint of resilience. His combat prowess had significantly improved. Although he was still far from Lin Yuan's current strength, Goku understood that this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, Any hint of complacency could render him unable to keep pace with Goku and the others. Therefore, he must not stagnate, especially during this period before acquiring his bloodline, striving instead to enhance his abilities. The improvement in combat strength was secondary. The paramount aim was to establish a solid foundation and philosophy in martial arts. He also intended to visit the Heavenly Temple to consult Mr. Popo, whose combat philosophy he deemed exemplary, though such matters could wait until after the martial arts tournament. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Lin Yuan resumed his journey, with his sights set on West City. A twinge of longing for Lan-Z stirred within him. The mere thought of her delightful visage propelled his flying speed, almost instinctively increasing it by a third. His return journey was nearly 3 to 4 times faster than before, and without any breaks, he spotted the architectural marvels of West City in less than an hour. Arriving at his doorstep, Lin Yuan pushed the door open and called out, "Chi-Chi, I'm back." After a moment, a voice responded, "You're back? Why shout? You're disturbing my nap." This voice belonged to the golden-haired Lan-Z. At that moment, she sat up from the sofa, her eyes still heavy with sleep, surrounded by a plethora of snacks on the coffee table. "Honestly, I've been away for so long. And you couldn't even greet me?" Lin Yuan remarked as he settled beside her, tidying the coffee table. Why should I welcome you? Just wait for her, the blue-haired one, to come out and let her do it," Lan-Z replied, turning on the television and engrossing herself in it. Lin Yuan felt a peculiar vibe from Lan-Z today, as if she were somewhat bashful. This was not her usual demeanor. Could she sense that another version of himself had been with her? He pondered. In light of this realization, Lin Yuan, whether intentionally or not, began to inch closer to Lan-Z, who remained oblivious. Suddenly, she felt a large hand resting on her thigh, gently kneading it. The golden-haired Lan-Zi's eyelashes fluttered. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? I warn you, don't get any funny ideas." She then swatted at Lin Yuan with her delicate hand. Lin Yuan, undeterred, let his hand wander upward, eventually wrapping it around her slender waist. "What do you mean? You belong to me now," he declared, pulling her into his embrace. Feeling her quivering form against him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He anticipated this softer side of Lan-Z. He resolved to tease her more in the future. But unexpectedly, Lan-Z flipped over and sat on his lap, leaving Lin Yuan momentarily stunned. The warmth of her body seeped through the thin fabric of her clothes, quickening his heartbeat. The shyness that had graced Lan-Zi's face moments ago was replaced by a proud demeanor. She assertively cupped Lin Yuan's face and said, "Humph. I always knew you harbored ulterior motives. If you dare to be irresponsible towards me in the future." Before Lin Yuan could respond, she pressed her soft lips against his. After a lingering moment, their lips parted. Under Lin Yuan's dazed gaze, Lan-Z, seemingly unsatisfied, licked her lips and ascended the stairs. The same person, yet 2 distinct styles. One tender and delicate, the other fervent and teasing. Nevertheless, the sensation was rather delightful. Wait. Lin Yuan had intended to playfully tease her, yet he found himself in the passive position. For the first time, Lin Yuan had experienced defeat at the hands of a woman. Subsequently, Lin Yuan assessed the number of sins of beans he had, approximately 350. There were still plenty at Master Cat's place, but it adamantly refused to part with them. Lin Yuan had no choice. He couldn't simply seize them. Fortunately, the formidable Akira had yet to appear, keeping the senzu beans safe for now. Before he left, Lin Yuan had specifically instructed Master Cat to increase the cultivation of senzu beans, mentioning a future scenario where a rotund individual named Akira would consume them all, resulting in the emergence of world-ending monsters. Whether Master Cat would heed his advice remained uncertain. Regardless, he planned to return after the martial arts tournament, and next time, he would simply take what he needed, confident that Master Cat would prove no match for him. Afterward, Lin Yuan ventured to the backyard, eager to test his previous skills. In truth, he had long contemplated the comet explosion technique, yet had struggled to execute it flawlessly. However, during his battle with Tao Pai Pai, he had finally perfected the move, propelled by various factors. After refining his control of power, he donned a 150-pound weighted suit, reducing his combat power from 208 to 180. Today, Lin Yuan had no intention of training. He had just returned and deserved a half-day reprieve. Tomorrow, he would resume his training. Lin Yuan's goal was straightforward: to challenge the high-gravity training chamber, honing his energy control and deepening his martial arts foundation. The pursuit of combat strength was limitless, and the path of martial arts was equally boundless. while his current strength assured him a secure victory in the martial arts tournament. Lin Yuan's ambitions extended beyond mere championships. He aspired to surpass Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and others in the future. After a refreshing hot shower, Lin Yuan changed into a new outfit and set out with Lam-Z. He planned to spend the afternoon on a date with her. Moreover, him. In all honesty, Lin Yuan needed to purchase 2 new outfits. Chapter 16. Preliminary rounds. The day before the registration for the World Martial Arts Tournament. On a small island amidst the vast ocean, Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi concluded their training session for the morning. They settled into hammocks nestled within a serene forest, preparing for their customary afternoon nap. Following their morning training, it had become a cherished routine for them to rest in this tranquil spot. Master Roshi, moving at a leisurely pace, climbed onto his hammock, nearly losing his balance in the process. Such slow movements would hardly lead anyone to suspect that this elderly man was the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi. Once reclined, he found the most comfortable position and, with a contented expression, addressed Goku and Krillin. "All right, from now until 1 o'clock, we shall indulge in our afternoon slumber. Make the most of this rest." Goku, ever eager, interjected, "I know. Our turtle school's philosophy is to train diligently, rest well, and study hard. You've repeated it numerous times." Master Roshi chuckled softly, pride swelling in his heart as he gazed at his 2 exceptional disciples. "Perhaps it won't be long before they surpass me," he mused internally. Little Goku wore a blissful, innocent smile, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. What kind of formidable opponents would the World Martial Arts Tournament present? He could hardly wait. Surely, those experts were also training vigorously at this very moment. Lost in these thoughts, he gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in a distant training room in West City, Lin Yuan and Luping lay sprawled on the floor, sound asleep. Unbeknownst to Goku, most of the competing experts were indulging in their afternoon rest at this hour. Soon, the afternoon arrived, and the training room echoed with the sounds of intense training. Wolf Fong, Wind Fist, Ada, Ugh. Suddenly, one figure flew backward, Luping. Rising to his feet, he lamented, "Your strength is far too overwhelming. We are no longer on the same level. Only a few can truly challenge you." "Perhaps," Lin Yuan replied with a nonchalant smile, concealing the fact that there were indeed beings stronger than him in this world, though not the ones Luping had in mind. At this moment, only the 2 deities from the Heavenly Palace and the yet unborn Demon King Piccolo could truly pose a challenge. After a brief sparring session with Luping, he departed Lin Yuan's home, preparing for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. In the days following Goku's return from training with King Kai, Lin Yuan had engaged in daily training sessions with Luping, resulting in improvements in both their strengths. A solid foundation allowed for greater potential for growth. After Goku's first death, upon returning from King Kai's training, his base power level had reached an astounding 8,000. This remarkable increase stemmed not only from the superior environment and training methods at King Kai's, but also from Goku's firm foundation. That evening, Lin Yuan refrained from further training, opting instead to enjoy dinner with Lam-Z before retiring early. Soon, the evening of the next day arrived. After gathering with Bulma, Luping, and Poir, they set off towards the city hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. Simultaneously, Goku and Master Roshi embarked on their journey. The official draw for the tournament would take place the following morning, but all participants were required to register today. Upon arriving at the venue, Lin Yuan and his companions promptly registered, with Lin Yuan and Luping being the competitors, while Bulma, Lam-Z, and Poir assumed the roles of spectators and cheerleaders. After completing the registration, Lin Yuan sought out Goku's group and quickly spotted Master Roshi's shiny bald head amidst the throngs of people. Today, Master Roshi donned a sleek black suit and dark sunglasses, while Goku and Krillin had changed into their distinctive orange turtle school martial arts uniforms, due to Lam-Z being swept away by the protagonist. No one made them new outfits. Lin Yuan approached to greet them, and Goku, possibly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, displayed boundless enthusiasm, incessantly asking questions. "Well, look at all the people and cars in this big city. It's so lively. And those big birds flying in the sky. I must have an epic showdown with Lin Yuan and Luping." Krillin wore a look of disdain, seemingly embarrassed by Goku's naivety. Master Roshi, after a brief cough from Lin Yuan, discreetly shifted his gaze away from Lam-Z and Bulma. Thus, they agreed to gather the next day for the draw before returning to their accommodations for rest. With the arrival of the next day, The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. One could not help but notice the immense crowd at the tournament, a veritable sea of humanity. Lin Yuan thought to himself, and the others standing beside him shared the same sentiment. Let us proceed to the preliminary venue for the draw. Remember not to get separated, Lin Yuan declared, leading the way into the competition hall. The competition hall was the site for the draw and preliminary rounds, accessible solely to participants. At the entrance, staff members briefed the competitors on the rules and confirmed their identities before granting them entry. This preliminary round featured over 100 participants, who would be divided into 8 groups through a draw. The 8 winners would progress to the finals held in the large arena outside. During the matches, certain restrictions applied: no eye gouging, no strikes to sensitive areas, and no lethal attacks. Falling out of bounds, conceding, or remaining incapacitated for 10 seconds would result in a loss. Inside the competition hall, numerous contestants eagerly prepared, warming up around the ring. After the draw, matches commenced almost immediately. Fortunately, Lin Yuan, Goku, Krillin, and Liu Ping were not assigned to the same ring, ensuring all 4 could advance to the top 8 as group winners. The first to compete was little Goku, facing an opponent of formidable size, an extreme contrast to Goku's small stature. Most spectators doubted his chances. Yet, in a stunning turn of events, Goku dispatched his opponent with a single blow, leaving everyone in astonishment. Among the crowd, Lin Yuan remained the most composed, followed closely by Krillin and Liu Ping. As the matches continued, competitors took to the stage one after another, often concluding their bouts with a single strike. Lin Yuan casually observed that, in this tournament, the 4 of them possessed the highest combat power, all exceeding 50 points, while the next highest power level among the rest was a mere 45 points. If Lin Yuan recalled correctly, that individual with a power level of 45 must be none other than Nam. Chapter 17. The 8x4. The combat arena on the 7th stage. Krillin, visibly anxious, ascended the platform. His expression betrayed a palpable fear. Upon noticing this, Goku shouted encouragingly, "Hey Krillin, this guy isn't tough. Just take him out with one move." Such words only amplified Krillin's anxiety, prompting him to admonish Goku not to speak carelessly, insisting that he could never match his senior brother. Krillin's opponent was indeed his former tormentor from the Shaolin Temple. His senior brother, whose oppressive presence had instilled in Krillin an overwhelming sense of inferiority, despite never having engaged in a true battle. Observing Krillin's distress, Lin Yuan offered some words of encouragement, reminding him that he was a disciple of the god of martial arts, and that he should have confidence in himself. As the referee called for the match to begin, Krillin's senior brother remarked, "Humph, you didn't run away. That's quite an achievement for you." He then assumed a combat stance, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Krillin appeared utterly bewildered, as if he had committed a grave error. In an instant, the senior brother launched a punch towards Krillin's face. When Krillin failed to dodge or retreat, panic washed over his features, leading the senior brother to believe victory was assured. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. His fist passed harmlessly through Krillin, who had leapt into the air and executed a flying kick. The senior brother, caught off guard, was sent sprawling. Krillin, astonished, clenched his fist, realizing, "So, I have grown this strong." He then excitedly waved to Goku in celebration. As the number of competitors dwindled around the rings, several matches had already determined their victors, including those of Lin Yuan and Goku. Following the conclusion of Krillin's final bout, all 4 of them had advanced. The 8 who qualified for the quarterfinals included Lin Yuan, Goku, Krillin, Liu Ping, the Barbarian, Lan Fong, the Dinosaur Man, and Namo. Subsequently, the 8 participants drew lots to ascertain the matchups for the next round. After a brief respite, they moved to another dojo to await the commencement of the quarterfinals. The first matchup featured Namo against the Barbarian. As the massive Barbarian ascended the stage, the audience erupted in disgust at his foul odor. Even Lin Yuan had to cover his nose, hoping for a swift conclusion to the bout. The Barbarian commenced with some underhanded tactics, such as foul breath blasts and stinky fields, until Namo, unable to endure any longer, leapt into the air and executed a downward strike, knocking the opponent unconscious. The second match pitted Lin Yuan against Krillin. Krillin, surprisingly calm, acknowledged Lin Yuan's prowess, albeit uncertain of its extent. Lin Yuan, relaxed and confident, strolled onto the stage with his hands behind his head. After bowing to each other, Krillin assumed his fighting stance, declaring, "Lin Yuan, I know you're very strong, so I will give it my all." Lin Yuan chuckled, "Haha, Bring it on. He mirrored Krillin's stance in a show of respect. Cheers erupted from the audience, including Lan-Z and Bulma, while Master Roshi observed Lin Yuan's posture with astonishment, sensing that the young man had indeed scaled the Korin Tower and reaped significant rewards. Goku, though unable to pinpoint the uniqueness of Lin Yuan's stance, felt an underlying strength. How formidable! He shouted, Krillin, Lin Yuan, you both need to give it your all. At Goku's urging, Krillin made the first move, charging at Lin Yuan with a punch aimed at his face. Yet, in the split second before impact, Krillin vanished from sight, leaving the audience bewildered. Lin Yuan merely glanced behind, thinking, this kid is quite enthusiastic. Trying to catch me off guard? If it were Liu Ping or Goku, this tactic might have worked. Unfortunately, he faces Lin Yuan. Without even turning his head, Lin Yuan effortlessly caught the incoming kick and tossed Krillin aside, nearly sending him off the stage. The audience, confused, merely noted the arrival and departure of the little bald head, yet still raised their hands in support of Krillin. While uninjured, Krillin felt frustrated and charged at Lin Yuan once more. Throughout the ensuing battle, Krillin failed to land a single hit on Lin Yuan, who expertly exploited Krillin's openings, landing blows at his leisure. Your speed is lacking, and your thoughts are scattered. Too chaotic, Lin Yuan remarked, imparting his wisdom. This martial arts tournament was originally intended for Master Roshi to anonymously participate, to teach his disciples a lesson and demonstrate that pride could lead to downfall. Having altered the course of events slightly by entering the fray, Master Roshi decided to guide his students further. Ultimately, Lin Yuan executed a decisive kick that sent Krillin tumbling off the stage, securing victory. Next was Goku against Lan Fong. The matchup was devoid of suspense. Lan Fong, upon witnessing Goku's prowess, attempted to employ seductive tactics, only to be swiftly dispatched with a kick, Goku muttering, "Humph, a monster with its rear and in front." The final bout of the quarterfinals saw Liu Ping face off against the Dinosaur Man, who was arguably the strongest contender aside from the four of them in Namek. Had this been the original storyline, Liu Ping might have faced a grueling battle to emerge victorious. However, thanks to Lin Yuan's influence, Liu Ping's strength surpassed that of his original self, leading to an expected outcome. He triumphed over the Dinosaur Man in 5 rounds and advanced to the semifinals. The matchups for the semifinals were now clear: Namek versus Lin Yuan and Goku versus Liu Ping. Lin Yuan pondered, "It seems I will still need to guide Goku. Despite his improvement over Krillin, he poses no real threat to me." With some time remaining before the semifinals, everyone returned to the lounge to regroup. Goku suggested a feast, and, feeling a twinge of hunger, Lin Yuan joined him and Lan-Z in search of sustenance. After satisfying their appetites, the group returned to the lounge. And with the referee's call, Namek and Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage, officially commencing the semi-finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 18, Champion. On the competition stage, 2 figures stood facing each other. Namek's expression was resolute, his hands clasped in prayer as he bowed slightly to Lin Yuan, who reciprocated the gesture. Lin Yuan held great admiration for Namek. There was no doubt he was a true man. Namek's purpose for entering the contest was to win the prize money and bring back the source of life to his drought-stricken village. Unfortunately, reaching the semifinals was already the limit for him, and Lin Yuan would show no mercy. After effortlessly evading several of Namek's attacks, Lin Yuan delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck. Namek felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his consciousness gradually fading until he collapsed to the ground. In his hazy state, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. He looked up to see his village companions, their faces filled with anticipation, inquiring whether he had brought back water, whether the village was saved. "No, I cannot fall. If I fall, the village is doomed." Namek silently screamed within, his awareness slowly returning to his body. 6, 7. The referee counted vigorously from the sidelines. Just as the count reached 9, Namek rose again, prompting a thunderous cheer from the audience. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He understood that it was something called belief that had empowered Namek to stand once more. With a fierce shout, Namek leaped into the air, unleashing his signature move, the Skycross Slash. In essence, he utilized the force of gravity to enhance his attack, which could be easily countered. Lin Yuan, showing utmost respect, charged toward Namek and landed a punch squarely in his abdomen. Thus, Lin Yuan secured victory in this round, advancing to the finals. Following was the duel between Lepin and Yukong. Although Lepin had significantly improved his strength compared to the original storyline, he might only be able to exchange a few blows with Krillin. In contrast, he still lagged behind Wukong. Lin Yuan did not watch this match, but instead found a corner in the waiting room where Namwu had just regained consciousness. Sighing inwardly as he saw Lin Yuan approaching, Namwu lamented his own inadequacy. Observing Namwu's dejection, Lin Yuan smiled gently, inquiring, "Are you all right, my friend Namwu?" Namwu, momentarily taken aback, clasped his hands together and replied, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your mercy. I will recover after a short rest. With your strength, I believe the title of champion is undoubtedly yours." They conversed briefly, during which Namwu revealed his purpose for participating in the competition. Lin Yuan expressed his apologies and, to convey his regret, informed Namwu of his plans to open a martial arts school soon, inviting him to become its headmaster. If he agreed, Lin Yuan could advance a portion of his salary to assist the village. Upon hearing this, Namwu was initially overwhelmed with excitement but fell into hesitation. Appearing as though he had something unsaid, Lin Yuan sensed his concern regarding his capability and reassured him that with his talent, there would be no issue. Furthermore, he promised to grant him time off each year to visit his village. Namwu readily accepted, vowing to remember Lin Yuan's kindness. Lin Yuan waved off his gratitude, indicating that no formality was necessary. In truth, Lin Yuan had contemplated opening a martial arts school for quite some time, but had yet to act. His intention was to recruit talented individuals and observe how far they could ascend. Namwu, with his admirable character and commendable skill, was undoubtedly a perfect choice to lead. This offered a convenient opportunity to aid his village in overcoming its difficulties. After all, when Lin Yuan first arrived in this world, he had been sheltered by kind villagers, and he wished to offer a small measure of assistance in return. Clearing his throat and shifting focus, Lin Yuan and Namwu returned to witness the ongoing battle. Unsurprisingly, Wukong emerged victorious, with the match concluding in under 20 exchanges. Next came the ultimate showdown between Lin Yuan and Wukong. Upon ascending the stage, Wukong appeared exuberant, while Lin Yuan remained composed. His task was straightforward, to exchange blows and ultimately claim victory. The match commenced amidst the deafening cheers of the audience. With Wukong launching the first attack, he darted about like a monkey, swiftly reaching Lin Yuan's feet before executing a sweeping kick. To Lin Yuan, Wukong's speed was sluggish and exposed several flaws. With a simple step back and a swift kick, Lin Yuan sent Wukong flying to the edge of the stage. His movements fluid and graceful. Wukong quickly regained his footing and resumed his assault. Lin Yuan continued to gauge Wukong's weaknesses, exploiting them with precision. Remarkably, Wukong, the combat prodigy, demonstrated an increasing resilience, his fighting spirit growing with each fall and rise. How extraordinary this Saiyan, Lin Yuan mused, as he sensed Lin Yuan's formidable presence. Wukong shouted with excitement, "You are far stronger than I imagined. I cannot match you." After declaring this, Wukong assumed a horse stance, bringing his palms to his waist, chanting fervently, "Let us see this move, huh? May. Huh. May." In an instant, a small blue energy sphere coalesced between Wukong's palms. Growing larger with his incantation, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful energy wave toward Lin Yuan. Unfazed, Lin Yuan extended his hands, catching the Kamehameha wave with ease before launching it skyward with a commanding shout. The arena fell into stunned silence, especially among the seasoned fighters like Master Roshi, Namwu, and Krillin. They were acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of energy contained within that attack. To catch it barehanded was nothing short of monstrous. Wukong, watching his Kamehameha ascend into the sky, scratched his head in bewilderment, exclaiming, "Well, this is unfortunate. I can't defeat him. He is simply too powerful." Suddenly, Wukong felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, his body swelling uncontrollably. In a moment, he transformed into a colossal, black-furred gorilla, howling at the sky, sending shockwaves that resonated painfully in the audience's ears. The spectators scattered in all directions. Cursing his oversight, Lin Yuan quickly devised a strategy. Shouting to Master Roshi and the others, "I will distract him," seized the opportunity to cut off his tail. As he felt the rush of wind from the giant's movements, he nimbly leaped back to avoid the attack. Thankfully, the giant's speed was not extraordinarily overwhelming, allowing Lin Yuan to maintain control over the situation. As Lin Yuan continued to evade and draw the giant's attention, Master Roshi finally spotted a chance. Utilizing the scissors transformed by Yajirobe, he severed Wukong's tail. Wukong gradually reverted to his original form, bewildered by the sudden emptiness around him and the destruction of the arena. His stomach growled audibly. prompting him to abandon the fight in favor of seeking out food. Thus, Lin Yuan claimed victory in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Congratulations, host. Task 5 completed. Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and secure first place. Receive task rewards. Combat Power 70. Bloodline Progress 5. Chapter 19. The ultimate intent flow. After the conclusion of the competition, everyone parted ways. Krillin accompanied Master Roshi back to the small island to continue his training, while Goku set off on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Lin Yuan, Bulma, and others returned to their respective homes. Nam, with the sum of money Lin Yuan had provided, purchased water and returned to his village, intending to resolve local matters before seeking out Lin Yuan in West City. Upon returning to West City, it was already evening. As soon as he entered his home, Lam-Z busied herself, first preparing a warm bath for Lin Yuan and then bustling about in the kitchen. To celebrate Lin Yuan's championship victory, she insisted that dinner must be extravagant, allowing Lin Yuan to indulge in a relaxing bath before savoring the meal. Naturally, Lin Yuan eagerly took his bath. While washing, he contemplated his upcoming plans. His initial priority was to establish his martial arts school, and he anticipated that Nam would arrive just as his preparations were complete. He intended to train Nam, focusing on the manipulation of energy and some combat techniques to enhance his abilities. Following this, he would recruit students for the school, confident that under the banner of being the best in the world, he would attract many. However, he was selective about whom to accept, dismissing individuals of poor character or skill, such as the golden-haired minion of Satan. The training regimen would begin with those of weaker abilities, starting with fundamental strength and endurance exercises. Once a solid foundation was established, they would progress to explosive combat training, followed by weight training and energy manipulation. Finally, he planned to implement a reward and penalty system, where students achieving the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament would receive prizes, with even greater rewards for the runner-up and champion. Details of the rewards, beyond monetary compensation, would be shared with Nam at the appropriate time. Afterward, Lin Yuan intended to spend a period in the gravity chamber for focused cultivation. He had decided not to pursue the Dragon Balls this time, instead dedicating himself to training in the sacred world, as the emergence of Demon King Piccolo was imminent. Although he felt confident against Piccolo, his arrival signified the approaching Saiyan saga, which would inevitably reduce his leisure time and heighten the impending crisis. Glimpsing his unique talent, the perfect Super Saiyan bloodline. Now at 30, he felt a slight relief. He hoped to complete this ultimate task before the Saiyans arrived. After dinner, Lin Yuan settled on the sofa, watching television. At that moment, Lam-Z emerged from her bath, clad in a white silk camisole. Her face, slightly flushed, appeared irresistibly adorable. Observing her, Lin Yuan swallowed hard and suggested, "Lam-Z, I'm a bit tired. Shall we retire early to bed? Perhaps you could give me a massage?" Lam-Z's cheeks reddened further, as she realized that Lin Yuan's invitation to sleep meant more than mere rest. Thus, under Lin Yuan's coaxing, they retired to bed early, sharing a mutual massage before succumbing to slumber. An hour and a half later, Lam-Z lay sprawled across Lin Yuan's chest, her hair damp with sweat, her body warm from the exertion of their massage. She had worked hard, and now, like a contented kitten, she slept with a smile on her face. As he gazed at her, a mischievous thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. If he were to transform her into her blonde counterpart, would they not engage in another spirited round? Yet, he refrained from acting on this wicked notion, unable to do so out of compassion. Perhaps once the martial arts school opens, I should encourage Lam-Z to train as well. The physique of an ordinary person could use some enhancement, he mused, hoping to improve her self-defense capabilities. Lost in thoughts of how to elevate Lam-Z's strength, he too drifted into sleep. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Yuan ventured out to scout potential land for his martial arts school. In this world, acquiring land typically involved renting, allowing one to place a capsule house and commence operations. When the lease expired, the capsule could be removed, leaving the land vacant once more. Soon, Lin Yuan located a suitable plot, somewhat remote in West City but spacious, with a mountain behind it, a perfect spot for training. He promptly contacted the landlord, and after confirming the arrangement, they met, leading Lin Yuan to purchase the property. He then acquired 2 houses, one for accommodation and the other for training. All that remained was to establish an outdoor training area, and when Nam arrived, he could procure any necessary equipment. Next, Lin Yuan pondered the name for his school. He whimsically settled on Ultimate Intent Martial Arts School, designating the style as Ultimate Intent Flow. In the ensuing days, Lin Yuan devoted himself to daily training in the gravity chamber while also dedicating time to the martial arts school. He had seamlessly adapted to 4 times the normal gravity and was on the cusp of challenging 5 times the gravity. He anticipated that once he could endure 10 times the gravity, his combat prowess would exceed 1,000. At last, one morning, Lin Yuan awaited Nam's arrival. After a brief exchange, he led Nam to the burgeoning Ultimate Intent Martial Arts School, which had taken shape, boasting a sign that lent it an air of legitimacy. After outlining his recruitment criteria and training methods, Lin Yuan treated Nam to a meal and then provided him with funds to purchase training equipment. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan returned home, resuming his efforts in the 5 times gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Goku began his own quest against the Red Ribbon Army and Emperor Pilaf in the race for the Dragon Balls. Chapter 20. Uninvited guests. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye, and under the guidance of Nanwu and Lin Yuan, the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Academy has firmly established its presence in the city. Each dawn, the sounds of disciples practicing their techniques resonate within the academy, filled with vitality and vigor. To date, the academy has nearly 60 carefully selected disciples, each driven by a desire for strength or the ambition to claim the title of the world's best. Some, like Nanwu, hail from less fortunate backgrounds but possess commendable talent, seeking to improve their circumstances through participation in the World Martial Arts Championship. Overall, these disciples exhibit commendable character. On this particular day, the academy bustled with its usual activity. Under Nanwu's guidance, the disciples were diligently practicing their fundamentals when suddenly, the heavy doors of the academy were forcefully pushed open and 2 figures strode in. One was diminutive and frail, yet peculiarly floated in the air, bearing a youthful visage. The other was a towering figure, muscular and imposing, with 3 glaring eyes that radiated an electric intensity. The newcomers were Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Observing this, Nanwu halted his actions and called upon a well-proportioned, handsome young man from the group to take over the instruction. Sensing that these 2 individuals were formidable, particularly the towering 3-eyed man, Nanwu felt an unsettling pressure. He approached the 2 and politely inquired, "Friends, may I ask what brings you to the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Academy?" Tianjin Fan smirked coldly, his 3 eyes surveying the academy, his voice low and powerful. "I have heard that a certain Lin Yuan claims to be the best in the world. Bring him to me. I wish to test his skills." Nanwu furrowed his brow, instantly grasping their intent to provoke. He responded, "No longer courteous, Mr. Lin is currently absent from the academy. I kindly ask you to leave." Over the past 6 months, Nanwu had encountered many troublemakers and managed to resolve their issues. However, these 2 were evidently different. Tianjin Fan scoffed disdainfully. It appears that the so-called best in the world is merely a hollow title, considering his disciples are nothing but useless. His own abilities cannot be much better. Nanwu's expression turned icy, and the disciples in the academy erupted in righteous indignation, demanding the intruder's leave. Unperturbed by the outcry of what he deemed insignificant insects, Tianjin Fan let out a cold snort. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful aura that sent the disciples tumbling. Terror etched on their faces. Only a few remained standing. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Tianjin Fan, Nanwu's expression grew grave. A confrontation seemed inevitable, and he resolved to silence them. "Since you both are so obstinate, allow me to demonstrate my skills." He assumed a combat stance and spoke in a deep voice. Tianjin Fan, regarding Nanwu's posture with mockery, replied, "Very well, I shall first knock you down and then wreck your academy. Let's see if that Lin fellow can still sit comfortably after that." The battle was imminent. Nanwu launched the first strike, his form swift as lightning, aiming a punch at Tianjin Fan's chest. Yet, Tianjin Fan merely sidestepped effortlessly, countering with a palm strike that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Nanwu's face. Nanwu hastily retreated, but was still grazed by the wind from the strike, leaving a crimson mark across his cheek. Jiaozi floated nearby, observing with an indifferent gaze, seemingly already aware of the outcome. Realizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Tianjin Fan, Nanwu felt a surge of determination, continuing to press the attack. However, no matter how he advanced, Tianjin Fan effortlessly countered, as if toying with him. After several exchanges, Nanwu was left breathless. Tianjin Fan, having grown bored, seized an opening and struck Nanwu squarely in the chest. Nanwu was launched into the air, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, the young man who had taken over for Nanwu rushed to his side, panic etched across his face. "Brother Nanwu, are you all right? How infuriating. I shall confront them." In an instant, the boy's panic morphed into righteous fury as he charged at Tianjin Fan. The latter, without even glancing his way, was effortlessly kicked aside by Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan, observing the hesitant crowd in the academy, felt a tinge of boredom and proclaimed, "I shall return tomorrow. Be sure to inform Lin Yuan to await his defeat. Otherwise." Before he could finish, a chilling voice interrupted from the entrance, "I am here. May I inquire if you are looking for me?" The voice, though soft, ignited excitement among the disciples, as if they had found their anchor. Lin Yuan, who had been training at home, sensed the emergence of two powerful auras at the academy and hurried over, only to witness the scene of Sate being flung away. Tianjin Fan's gaze fell upon the young man before him, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes as he sneered. "You must be Lin Yuan? Your disciples are disappointingly weak. I haven't even lifted a finger, and they have already fallen. I wonder if you will be just as fragile." Ignoring Tianjin Fan, Lin Yuan approached Nanwu and Sate, breaking a healing bean in half and administering it to each. Sate, one of Lin Yuan's disciples from 6 months prior, was among the most talented within the academy, second only to Nanwu. Nanwu felt a pang of shame, ready to speak, but Lin Yuan silenced him. Meanwhile, Sate beamed with excitement, gazing at Lin Yuan with admiration. His dream was to become like Lin Yuan, handsome, wealthy, and, most importantly, powerful. "You both did well. Now, let me handle this." With that, Lin Yuan stood tall, his gaze icy as it swept over Tianjin Fan. "Are you feeling proud, Tianjin Fan? No wonder you are so weak, given your temperament." Tianjin Fan, expecting an outburst of anger, was taken aback by Lin Yuan's remark, his expression darkening. How did he know my name? Not wishing to ponder this further, he resolved to defeat Lin Yuan and silence him. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan lunged forward, throwing a direct punch. Before his fist could make contact, Tianjin Fan felt Lin Yuan's piercing gaze, followed by a dense and heavy surge of energy crashing into him, causing him immense internal pain as he was sent flying backward. Clutching his chest, Tianjin Fan struggled to rise, astonished. How could he be so strong? Seeing Tianjin injured, Jiaozi attempted to rush to his aid, but was restrained by Tianjin Fan. "Stay back, Jiaozi. You are no match for him." Tianjin Fan understood that even in a combined effort, they stood no chance. Lin Yuan, observing Tianjin Fan's apprehension, slowly approached him. "You possess great talent, Tianjin Fan, but you have chosen the wrong master. It is not too late to reconsider. Otherwise, your martial arts journey may come to an abrupt end." Hearing these words, Tianjin Fan fell into deep contemplation. He had indeed felt trapped at a bottleneck, and his temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Perhaps Lin Yuan was right, though he had never fully acknowledged it. Bowing respectfully, he expressed earnestly, "I was in the wrong today. Thank you, Mr. Lin Yuan, for your guidance. I hope you can forgive my rashness." Lin Yuan accepted his apology, recognizing that Tianjin Fan was not inherently ill-natured and that his earlier strike had been quite impactful. Moreover, his words had doused a bucket of cold water over Tianjin Fan, prompting him to awaken to his own reality. With Tianjin Fan's exceptional talent, there lay the potential for him to be welcomed into the academy. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan had already approached Tianjin Fan, gently patting him on the shoulder and smiling as he spoke. "I can sense that your heart is not inherently bad. You have merely strayed from the path of martial arts in your pursuit. In the future, feel free to visit the Martial Arts Academy for sparring and exchange. You are always welcome." Tianjin Fan expressed his gratitude once more. In truth, Lin Yuan was also curious to see if, with the arrangements of the gravity room and the hyperbolic time chamber, Tianjin Fan could keep pace with the main group. After all, compared to Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, he could undoubtedly be considered a martial arts enthusiast, dedicating nearly all his time to training. However, his relentless focus on rigorous practice, coupled with the advantages held by Goku and the others, had gradually left him trailing further behind. Chapter 21. The Temple of the Deities. Since the enlightening lesson imparted by Lin Yuan a few days ago, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi have been visiting the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall almost daily. Although they initially left a poor impression among the disciples, they have shown a commendable willingness to amend their ways. Possessing formidable strength, they quickly integrated with Namu and the other disciples. Today was no exception. Upon his arrival at the dojo, Lin Yuan observed that Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had already come early, diligently practicing their fundamentals alongside the other disciples. Given their capabilities, it was unnecessary for them to engage in such exercises. Yet perhaps to demonstrate their resolve to start anew or to seek Lin Yuan's acceptance as a mentor in their martial arts journey, they chose to participate. Regardless, Lin Yuan had already intended to welcome them into his fold. He called over Namu, Sate, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi, inquiring whether they wished to join his martial arts hall for training. Tianjin Fan readily agreed, having recognized Lin Yuan's extraordinary prowess and his own shortcomings. As for Jiaozi, his response was succinct: "If Tianjin agrees, then I shall too." Thus, the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall gained 2 new stalwarts. Lin Yuan subsequently outlined the training regimen for the future, indicating that some individuals could advance to the next phase of combat, weighted training, and energy cultivation. He entrusted Namu with 3 capsules. The first contained several force measuring devices capable of gauging power levels from 1 to 200. A full force punch would yield a numerical value, approximately translating 1 combat power to 2 units. Achieving a score of 20 would allow for increased combat training, while a score of 40 would initiate weighted training, with the weight escalating alongside the score. A score of 80, equating to about 40 combat power, would permit energy cultivation. The second capsule housed hundreds of gravity suits, ranging from 10 to 100 pounds. The final capsule contained Lin Yuan's gravity chamber, accessible only to those who surpassed a measurement of 200. When discussing the gravity chamber, Lin Yuan's demeanor grew serious. He understood the potential peril of insufficient strength under even double gravity. It was imperative to convey the gravity of this matter, which Namu would oversee with Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi's cooperation, ensuring strict adherence for everyone's safety. The force-measuring devices and gravity suits were crafted by Bulma, with Lin Yuan dedicating half a day to fine-tune the data for accurate readings below 100 combat power. After imparting some training insights from the Cat Sage to the 4, Lin Yuan set off for the Temple of the Deities. At Korin Tower, high above the clouds, Lin Yuan greeted the Cat Sage before ascending to the Temple of the Deities. Standing at the temple's entrance, he gazed in awe at the magnificent structure, filled with reverence and anticipation. The surroundings were barren, seemingly isolated from the world, with only the whisper of the wind echoing in his ears. "Is this truly the Temple of the Deities?" Lin Yuan murmured to himself before stepping inside. Within the temple, an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe stood silently, his skin a deep shade of blue, eyes imbued with depth and tranquility. He was none other than the deity of earth. Beside him stood a diminutive figure with dark skin and a warm smile. "Mr. Popo." "Lin Yuan, you have finally arrived." The deity's voice resonated, deep and gentle, as though he had anticipated Lin Yuan's arrival. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully, saying, "Esteemed deity, Mr. Popo, I have come seeking your guidance to grow even stronger." The deity nodded, a hint of affirmation in his gaze. "You seem to possess some understanding, or else you would not have sought this place directly. As for your training, I shall leave that to Popo." Popo replied affirmatively, "Yes." Lin Yuan bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed deity. I shall rely on you, Mr. Popo." Thus began Lin Yuan's intensive training under Popo's rigorous tutelage. Popo's method was unique and demanding. He insisted that Lin Yuan first calm his mind to attune himself to nature, devoid of any distracting thoughts. The first lesson in achieving tranquility was meditation. Prolonged meditation proved to be quite monotonous, and Lin Yuan often found his mind wandering. At such times, Popo would encourage him, stating, "In stillness, be like the sky. In motion, like lightning. Clear your mind, become like a stone." Lin Yuan adhered to these teachings, envisioning himself as a small stone. Thus, Lin Yuan's daily routine, aside from eating and sleeping, revolved around meditation. Time slipped by unnoticed, and gradually, Lin Yuan's demeanor grew increasingly serene, his inner world reflecting a tranquil lake, untouched by the slightest breeze. He began to perceive nature not through energy detection, but through a physical communion with the environment, an extraordinary sensation. Popo observed Lin Yuan's transformation, and upon witnessing his grasp of the essence of stillness, he smiled with satisfaction. The passage of time and training felt fleeting, and before long, a year had elapsed. During this time, Lin Yuan had thoroughly mastered the principles of stillness and motion, embodying the modern adage, "Still as a maiden, swift as a hare." Yet, the depth and intricacy of his training far surpassed this phrase. The subsequent training involved grasping these 2 states through continuous combat, a seemingly simple endeavor that proved challenging in practice. Lin Yuan often required considerable time in meditation to reach that ethereal state of tranquility. In contrast, Mr. Popo's expectation was for him to access that state amid fierce combat at any moment. After a period of training, Lin Yuan discovered that this rigorous approach allowed him to control his energy with remarkable precision. In battle, he could exert maximum power while expending minimal effort. Where once he could wield his strength like a massive tree to crush foes, he now envisioned it as a flexible staff, dancing with vigor in his grip. His ultimate aspiration was to condense his energy into a fine needle, capable of threading effortlessly. Though this analogy may seem exaggerated, it encapsulated his experience. As he felt his martial foundation deepening, Lin Yuan immersed himself further in training, reveling in the exhilarating discovery of latent potential within himself. The sensation of unlocking capabilities previously imperceptible was truly sublime. Chapter 22, Demon Realm. Asura. In the Divine Temple, three figures stood at the edge. A portly man, cloaked in darkness, expressed his satisfaction, proclaiming, "You have surpassed the limits of mortality. The path ahead must be tread by you alone." Upon hearing this, a young man deeply bowed to the two, expressing his gratitude for the meticulous guidance provided by the deity and Mr. Bobo over the past 2.5 years. "Once I conclude my affairs in the mortal realm, I shall return to visit you both." With that, Lin Yuan took flight towards the lower realms, while Bobo and the deity turned back to bid farewell. As Lin Yuan departed, the two engaged in hushed conversation while making their way toward the temple. However, Lin Yuan did not head towards the western city, for he sensed a familiar aura. The sun hung low in the sky, casting twilight upon the land. At that moment, a young monkey king, clad in dark training attire and bearing a red rui staff, found himself surrounded by a group of villagers, their faces etched with fear. Recently, every evening, the local villages had been besieged by numerous demons. With his arrival, Monkey King, who had taken to walking upside down with a tree tied around his waist, was mistaken for a monster. After he assured the villagers of his benevolence and prowess in driving away the demons, they led him into a castle. Upon arriving at the castle entrance, Monkey King spotted a familiar figure and exclaimed, "Wow, Lin Yuan, what brings you here?" Lin Yuan smiled. "It's been a while, Monkey King. I happened to pass by and saw you." Realization dawned upon Monkey King. "Ah, I see. I was just about to rescue Princess Misha. Would you like to join me?" "Absolutely. I have nothing else to occupy my time," Lin Yuan replied, and together they entered the ancient fortress, exchanging laughter and conversation. The castle's lord, the king of that domain, warmly welcomed them and recounted the tale of the portal to the demon realm. Within the castle lay a gateway leading to the demon world, ruled by a demon king named Asura, who had abducted their daughter Misha and opened the portal. The gateway could only be sealed by defeating Asura, allowing them to extract the great sword before it. Intrigued, Lin Yuan and Monkey King pledged to assist the king in rescuing his daughter. Initially skeptical, the king became convinced when Lin Yuan revealed that Monkey King was a disciple of Master Rashi. Thus, the duo stood before the portal to the demon realm, stepping into the darkness that awaited them. Before them lay a dimly lit, narrow passage, flanked by flickering lights. As they traversed this eerie corridor, a dagger, propelled by a fierce wind, suddenly hurtled towards them. Reacting swiftly, Monkey King deflected the dagger with his staff and demanded, "Who are you? Where do you intend to go?" A melodious female voice replied, followed by two figures emerging from the shadows. One was a towering brute wielding a massive club, adorned with a horned helmet reminiscent of a bull demon. The other was a striking woman with flowing pink hair and an alluring figure, her skin slightly bluish yet indistinguishable from that of a normal human. "We seek to rescue a girl named Misha," Monkey King shouted at them. The muscular guard raised his club menacingly, declaring, "To pass through here, you must present a permit. Show your credentials, or turn back." "Permit? Lin Yuan, do you have such a thing?" Monkey King inquired, bewildered. Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating he did not possess one. "Then hasten back. I might spare your lives." The brute threatened, brandishing his weapon. "I advise you to leave while you can," the woman interjected, sensing the duo's formidable nature, particularly that of the handsome young man. Lin Yuan nodded in gratitude toward her. Following a brief exchange, they learned the names of the guards, Gola and Mira, tasked with safeguarding the passage. Upon hearing of their quest to confront Asura, Gola laughed heartily. "You are blissfully unaware of Asura's might." Unfazed, Monkey King boldly declared he feared no one, asserting that those who bully others are inherently malevolent. Surprisingly, Mira volunteered to guide them. Before long, Mira led Lin Yuan and Monkey King to a grand hall suffused with a faint crimson glow. Within, numerous demons encircled an arena reminiscent of a martial arts tournament. On a raised platform sat a man and woman, Asura and Misha. Azura lifted Misha's chin gently, murmuring, "Do not be afraid. The thrilling spectacle is about to commence. Enjoy." As his words echoed, a demon emerged from the arena, bellowing, "In celebration of Lord Azura's wedding, we commence the martial arts tournament. Who dares to challenge?" Monkey King, unable to contain his excitement, leapt forward, and Lin Yuan did not restrain him. Thus, Monkey King swiftly dispatched 2 minor adversaries before boldly challenging Azura, declaring that if he were victorious, he would take Misha with him. Azura, amused, laughed uproariously. "You believe defeating a couple of weaklings qualifies you to challenge me? Very well. Prepare to witness your own insignificance." With that, Azura floated onto the arena, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Prepare yourself," Monkey King shouted, charging at Azura with a powerful punch. Azura retaliated immediately, their fists colliding with a thunderous sound. While Azura remained unmoved, Monkey King staggered backward. Before he could regain his footing, Azura pressed the attack with ferocity, each strike imbued with overwhelming power. Monkey King found himself unable to counter. "This guy is incredibly strong. He is the most formidable opponent I have ever faced," he exclaimed, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yuan nodded discreetly, acknowledging the truth in Monkey King's words. Azura was indeed stronger than Lin Yuan had been 2.5 years prior, boasting a combat power of 230. "It seems I must resort to this technique," Monkey King resolved, unleashing the Kamehameha wave, which sent Azura flying. "He's afraid of light," Lin Yuan disowned immediately. In that moment, Azura could have evaded the radiant blue beam but hesitated, momentarily frozen by its brilliance, thus taking the full brunt of the Kamehameha. Without delay, Monkey King scooped up Misha, knowing that this strike alone would not defeat Azura, and resolved to rescue her first. Just then, a sudden change occurred. "You dare to injure me? Today, you shall not escape." Azura's furious roar echoed from afar. Chapter 23. The second stage of Azura. Lin Yuan turned his gaze upon hearing the sound, only to witness the Azura's body begin to swell, a dark aura surging violently from within him. His physique grew colossal, veins bulging on his arms, and his presence became exponentially more formidable. "Ha ha ha, allow me to showcase my true might," the Azura proclaimed with a booming laugh. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the Azura. Yet, instead of feeling apprehensive, he exhibited a profound combat spirit. "How intriguing. Now this resembles a challenge. Fortune has favored me with a worthy opponent to hone my skills. The Azura before me is undoubtedly the finest contender at this stage. Wukong, let me take this round." "You rest," Lin Yuan said as he descended onto the arena. Wukong, displaying no bravado, cautioned Lin Yuan to be careful before stepping aside with Misha to observe the battle. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Yuan made no immediate move, merely locking his gaze onto the Azura. Wukong sensed Lin Yuan's presence, as if he stood there yet somehow felt ethereal, visible yet devoid of any discernible aura. With a furious roar, the Azura lunged at Lin Yuan, and the clash of their combat erupted instantaneously. Punches and kicks exchanged, energies colliding, causing the entire hall to tremble. Each of the Azura's strikes was imbued with destructive power, his moves grandiose and sweeping. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan's motions were subtle. Each maneuver appeared casual, yet he deftly countered the Azura's attacks with impeccable precision. The Azura found himself frustrated, feeling as though he had the upper hand, yet gasping for breath as his stamina waned. While the boy across from him wore a smug grin, his aura remaining undisturbed. After a series of probing exchanges, Lin Yuan gauged the Azura's true strength. This Azura was indeed formidable, his combat prowess on par with his own. Had it not been for his rigorous training over the past 2 years, he might have struggled to overcome such an opponent. However, in this moment, he felt assured of victory. Unless the Azura's strength were to double, he posed no threat to him. Adopting a starting stance, Lin Yuan retracted his smile and spoke softly. "Now it is my turn." Before his words could fully escape, his attack was already in motion. Lin Yuan unleashed a straightforward yet powerful jab aimed squarely at the Azura's face. Upon witnessing the simplicity of this punch, the Azura broke into a cold sweat and instinctively raised his hands to defend. Little did he know, the force behind the strike was akin to a swiftly flying arrow, pinning him against the wall. Impossible. This fellow's aura is clearly weak. How can he unleash such a powerful attack? Descending from the wall, the Azura wore a look of disbelief, roaring in defiance. He then began to scream, his energy surging once more. His right arm swelled, enveloped in a dark energy that rapidly coalesced around it. I will kill you, brat. At hey. Lin Yuan, sensing the tremendous energy gathering in the Azura's arm, understood the imminent threat it posed. The combat power surged to an astounding 800 points. Clenching his fists at his waist, Lin Yuan unleashed a mighty shout. His aura expanded, a white flame emanating from him, enveloping his form. The formidable energy radiated outward like waves, dispersing in all directions. Both adversaries moved simultaneously. The Azura roared, transforming into a dark meteor, hurtling toward Lin Yuan. In response, Lin Yuan, surrounded by white flames, propelled himself toward the Azura. Die for me. Comet. Cataclysm. The two powerful shouts echoed simultaneously, followed by the collision of black and white light. The two energies held their ground for but a fleeting second before the white engulfed the black entirely. As the aftermath of the collision settled, the scene became clear. The Azura's right arm had vanished, blood dripping profusely from the wound, while Lin Yuan had merely lost the sleeve of his shirt. With a resounding thud, the Azura collapsed heavily to the ground. Witnessing their leader's fall, the surrounding lesser demons stood frozen in shock. Lin Yuan gazed at the fallen Azura, his heart unperturbed, and said, "Do not worry, your leader will not perish." He then turned his attention to Wukong. "Let us go, Wukong, take Misha with you." Thus, the three departed amidst the terrified gazes of the demon clan. Upon returning to the human realm, Wukong marveled, "Wow, I never imagined there were such powerful experts among you. It seems I must intensify my training." With the gates of the demon realm closed, the duo successfully returned Misha to her parents. Upon seeing her safe and sound, her parents hosted a celebratory gathering to warmly welcome the two. After feasting, Lin Yuan and Wukong rested in the castle overnight. At dawn the next day, they set off for Shidu, where Lin Yuan had established a martial arts academy. Wukong decided to accompany him. Thus, they journeyed together toward Shidu. Lin Yuan employed the art of flight, while Wukong rode on his Nimbus cloud. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in Shidu. Lin Yuan intended to bring Wukong directly to the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Academy, where he would find Tien Shinhan and others, allowing Wukong to train alongside them, an experience he would surely relish. After more than 2 years apart, the number of trainees at the academy had significantly increased. Lin Yuan scanned the area with his aura, detecting several powerful presences, their combat powers estimated to be no less than 100, with one even reaching 200. He subsequently sought out Nam and Tien Shinhan to inquire about the Academy's developments over the past 2 years. Through diligent progress, the Academy now boasted over 130 disciples. It had reached its capacity, admitting no new students unless they displayed exceptional talent or special circumstances. Aside from Nam, 3 additional captains had been selected to lead the basic training, while Nam handled the advanced sessions. The Academy also donned a unified attire, silver-white training garments emblazoned with a logo depicting the character for Extreme. Satisfied with the overall progress, Lin Yuan left Wukong at the Academy. They were already acquainted, so Lin Yuan did not elaborate further, giving Nam a few instructions before taking his leave. Departing from the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Yuan flew toward home. En route to Shidu, he had already called Lan Shi to inform her of his imminent return. Surely, she was preparing breakfast for him now. This thought brought a smile to Lin Yuan's face, quickening his pace. Within 2 minutes, he stood at his doorstep. Gazing at the familiar courtyard, he felt a surge of nostalgia and excitement as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. "I'm back, Lin Yuan." A figure dashed from the kitchen and leapt into his embrace. "Lin Yuan, I've missed you so much." Lan Shi buried her head in Lin Yuan's chest, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Looking at Lan Shi in his arms, Lin Yuan felt a pang of guilt and sighed. "I'm sorry for making you wait so long." Lan Shi shook her head insistently. "It's all right. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Breakfast will be ready soon. You should." Before she could finish, Lin Yuan leaned in and kissed her. Perhaps due to their long separation, they stood entwined in a kiss for a full 5 minutes. The usually reserved blue-haired Lan Shi exhibited an unexpected fervor, not only reciprocating but also initiating deeper intimacy. After a lengthy moment, their lips parted. Lin Yuan gazed at Lan Shi's flushed face, eyes filled with tenderness. As if resolved to a momentous decision, he softly declared, "Lan Shi, marry me." Chapter 24, Selection. Lin Yuan Identity. Human Combat Power. 650 points Ability. Instantaneous Movement Realm, Divine None. Task List Super Saiyan Bloodline. 40 Task 7. Increase Combat Power to 1000. Task Reward. Combat Power 150. Progress bar 5 early the next morning. Lin Yuan checked his information panel. Following the completion of Task 6 in the random task of defeating the second stage Azura, his bloodline progress had now reached 40. And his combat power had seen considerable enhancement. Lin Yuan was now fairly certain that whenever he encountered an adversary stronger than himself who harbored hostile intentions, there was a significant probability of triggering a random task. He sought to find more opponents akin to Azura and Tao Bai Bai, who were just slightly stronger than him. Given his current progress, it was unlikely he would unlock the bloodline even by confronting Frieza. If he ventured to Namek then, he would merely be cannon fodder. Was he to hide on Earth like a turtle? Absolutely not. Lin Yuan resolutely thought. It wasn't that he possessed an extraordinary martial spirit. Rather, he understood that the more turbulent the waters, the more valuable the fish. Driven by the potential development promised by the Grand Elder, he was determined to go. Even if he could not match Frieza, dealing with a few elite squads should pose no problem. Regardless, he resolved to take it one step at a time. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Lin Yuan called Bulma and placed his fingers on his forehead, sensing Lu Ping's energy before vanishing in an instant. Lu Ping and Bulma were startled to see Lin Yuan suddenly appear before them. "How did you arrive so quickly?" Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yuan scratched his head and offered a vague excuse. He had come today primarily to collect the newly devised 20x gravity chamber from Bulma and to inform them of his and Lan Chi's plans to marry in 6 months. The decision to marry had been made just the previous night. Bulma and Lu Ping were taken aback once more, and then they expressed their heartfelt congratulations. After obtaining the gravity chamber, Lin Yuan bid farewell to them and flew towards the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall. Given his current strength, he could only manage a short-distance instantaneous movement. The remaining distance had to be traversed by flying, but fortunately, it was not far. Upon arriving at the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall, Lin Yuan instructed Nan Wu to gather all the disciples in the indoor training area. Once everyone was assembled, Lin Yuan surveyed the energetic disciples with satisfaction and spoke, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Yuan, the founder of the Extreme Intent School. To assess your training results, I have decided." Lin Yuan intended to utilize the World Martial Arts Tournament to evaluate the disciples' progress, but only the 4 strongest disciples would represent the school. In approximately 5 months, a preliminary competition would be held within the hall, allowing everyone to participate freely. The top 4 disciples would qualify to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Those who made it into the top 8 would receive additional rewards. Upon hearing this news, excitement surged among the disciples, and they all declared their intent to participate and seize victory. Lin Yuan smiled at their enthusiasm, noting that it was a good sign. But he decided not to participate himself. After all, joining would merely be an act of bullying given his current prowess. In the subsequent period, a wave of fighting fervor swept through the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall, with most basic training sessions replaced by one-on-one combat classes. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, along with Tianjin Fan, Goku, Nan Wu, and Jiaozi, continued their training in the gravity chamber. Among them, Tianjin Fan had reached a combat power of 200. Goku was slightly behind at 170. Jiaozi stood at 150, and Nan Wu was the weakest at 130. In addition to gravity training, Lin Yuan also offered guidance on their cultivation, as he was now more than qualified to do so. Days turned into weeks, and soon the day of the hall's competition arrived. Inside the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall, 80 disciples clad in white martial arts uniforms stood in orderly rows, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The hall master Lin Yuan stood on a high platform, his piercing gaze sweeping over each participating disciple. "Everyone," Lin Yuan's booming voice echoed throughout the spacious hall. "Today, right here, you will prove through your strength who will qualify to represent the hall in the World Martial Arts Tournament." Without further ado, the selection match commenced. The disciples echoed fervently, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. Satisfied, Lin Yuan nodded and gestured for an assistant to bring forth a massive lottery box. The competition would be a one-on-one elimination format, with winners advancing and losers exiting. Remember, martial arts is not merely a contest of strength. It is also a battle of will and wisdom. Lin Yuan drew the first match up from the box. In the first match, Sart faces Jian. Sart was one of the 3 captains and, aside from Nan Wu, the only other disciple in the hall whose combat power had reached 100, the strongest captain. With a thud, Jian was sent stumbling back several meters, kneeling on one knee. "I concede," he said with a wry smile, acknowledging Sart's prowess. Sart stepped forward and helped him up. "Your strength has improved significantly. Keep it up." The matches continued, with cheers and applause resounding throughout the hall. Another female captain, Freya, delivered an impressive performance, her petite frame concealing extraordinary power, landing precise blows and winning 3 consecutive matches with overwhelming superiority. The third captain, Carino, was equally unstoppable, with no disciple able to thwart him. It seemed that as long as the 3 captains did not face each other, all 3 could secure advancement. Lin Yuan mused that Nan Wu, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Goku did not participate in the selections. With their abilities, they would easily qualify for the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament without needing to compete. After an intense morning of competition, only 8 participants remained from the original 80. In addition to the 3 captains, 5 strong disciples remained, each with combat power around 50, a competitive level. With such little disparity in strength, the outcome of the matches would hinge on other factors. The 8 contestants then completed the final draw for matchups, which would ultimately determine the 4 who would participate. When the match list was revealed, a stir ran through the hall. The captains would indeed face off. Sart versus Carino. Sart, the most seasoned student and captain, had always been a brotherly figure to Carino. "Give it your all, Carino. Let me see how much you've improved in the past 6 months, Sart remarked with a slight smile. Carino clenched his fists, the fire of determination gleaming in his eyes. "I will defeat you, brother Sart." As the earlier matches concluded, it was finally time for their duel. The 2 captains stepped onto the stage, standing opposite each other. They required no warm-up, their bodies already in peak condition. Lin Yuan stated with seriousness, "Keep it controlled. The match begins." No sooner had he spoken than Carino's figure vanished, reappearing at Sart's left side, delivering a swift chop aimed at his neck. Sart sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch to Carino's chest. With a resounding thud, Carino crossed his arms to block, being pushed back several steps, cracks forming in the floor beneath him. What incredible strength, he thought, shaking off the tingling in his arms. Sart remained silent, his muscles taut, his skin faintly flushed, an indication of his chi being pushed to its limits. Carino, sensing the gravity of the situation, took a deep breath. The 2 charged towards one another, their fists and feet colliding with a deafening roar. Their speed was so astonishing that ordinary disciples could only catch fleeting glimpses of their movements. Only a select few, including Lin Yuan, could discern their actions clearly. Moreover, in the eyes of Lin Yuan and other masters, the outcome was already foretold. As anticipated, after exchanging dozens of blows, Carino's defense faltered, and he was sent flying by a single punch. Carino realized that prolonging the fight would yield him no chance of victory and promptly conceded. The match concluded with Sart's triumph. Lin Yuan announced the results. The martial arts arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Gasping for breath, Sart approached Carino and gave him a thumbs up. "You've become significantly stronger," Sart remarked sincerely. Receiving Sart's affirmation, Carino replied with a smile. "I will continue to strive for improvement. Next time, I shall not be defeated by you." Subsequently, the 2 shook hands, and the audience erupted into applause once more. Lin Yuan watched this scene with satisfaction, understanding that practitioners of martial arts cultivate the heart. He believed that as long as they maintained this mindset, the title of the strongest person on earth could very well belong to any of them. Now, I shall announce that representing the martial arts school at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is Chapter 25, The Duel. In an unnamed island, the sky was a brilliant azure, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily over a colossal arena. The stands were a cacophony of excitement, filled with martial arts enthusiasts from around the globe, waving colorful flags in anticipation of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Lin Yuan stood in the contestants' resting area, arms crossed as he observed the stage. Beside him were Bulma, Lanshi, and Pure, who were not competing, along with Fry, who had been eliminated in the preliminaries. The overall quality of this tournament was significantly higher than the previous one, Lin Yuan remarked. On the stage, the host, holding a microphone, announced with a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, after fierce preliminary rounds, we have finally arrived at the quarterfinals. The first match features contestant Jackie Chan against Sate." The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Dressed in traditional martial arts attire and sporting sunglasses, Jackie Chan walked leisurely onto the stage. Opposite him, Sate was also limbering up, eager to begin. Indeed, Master Rashi, Jackie, had entered the contest this time, and Sate had successfully made it to the top 8. The 2 faced off in the first quarterfinal. The match commenced. Sate launched the first attack, his form darting like lightning toward Jackie. He delivered a straight punch aimed at his opponent's face. Unperturbed, Jackie tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Sate quickly altered his approach, sweeping his right leg toward Jackie's lower body. A commendable combination, Jackie noted, as he lightly leaped, but it was too straightforward. He spun midair, delivering a roundhouse kick that struck Sate's shoulder. Sate barely blocked it with his arm, yet still staggered back several steps. What a formidable old man. Sate gritted his teeth. Steadying himself, Sate suddenly slashed down with his right palm, energy coalescing and extending into a blade of ki, approximately 25 centimeters long. He charged once more at Jackie. With narrowed eyes, Jackie observed as the ki blade was about to connect. In an instant, his body split into three. Phantom fist, gasped the audience. Sate's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Before he could react, he felt a sharp blow to his back. Jackie's true form had somehow circled behind him. In battle, one cannot rely solely on sight. Young man, Jackie's voice echoed in his ear. Sate stumbled forward, barely managing to turn and defend. But Jackie's onslaught surged like a relentless tide. Within moments, Sate was knocked off the stage. Jackie-chan wins, the referee announced. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly. That Sate kid has some decent ki control, but what a pity. The second match quickly commenced, featuring Tianjin Fan against Clin. As they both entered the arena to bow, the battle began. Clin launched the first attack, utilizing his shorter stature to close in swiftly on Tianjin Fan. After a brief exchange, Clin feigned an attack and disappeared from sight. An opportunity. Clin swiftly circled behind Tianjin Fan, delivering a heavy punch to his back. However, as his fist made contact, Clin felt something was amiss. His fist passed right through Tianjin Fan. A phantom? Clin gasped. Right here, came Tianjin Fan's voice from above. Clin looked up to see Tianjin Fan suspended in midair, a ki blast hurling towards him. In a panic, Clin crossed his arms to defend, but the energy burst erupted, sending shards of stone flying. When the dust settled, Clin was left battered and bruised. Knowing he was outmatched, he reluctantly called for surrender. Tianjin Fan wins, the referee declared. The battle's outcome had shifted in mere moments, the second match lasting less than 3 minutes. Next up was Nam and Lepin. Last year, Lepin had significantly outperformed Nam. But during the past 3 years, Lepin had noticeably slacked in his training compared to Nam's diligence. Thus, in this match, Lepin faltered, despite unleashing all his might. Lepin was defeated after 30 rounds against a restrained Nam. The final match featured Goku against Jiaozi. As the referee signaled the start, Jiaozi initiated an attack with his super abilities, attempting to immobilize Goku. Suddenly, Goku felt his body stiffen. Huh, I can't move, he exclaimed, seizing the moment. Jiaozi launched into the air, delivering a rapid series of punches to Goku. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed throughout the arena. What is Goku doing? Bulma questioned anxiously from the stands. Lin Yuan smiled. Do not worry, such tricks are no challenge for Goku. On the stage, after enduring several punches, Goku suddenly grinned. Your punches are surprisingly light. With a burst of strength, he broke free from the immobilizing effect. Jiaozi, taken aback, quickly retreated. Now it's my turn. Goku instantly appeared in front of Jiaozi, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the air. Jiaozi hurriedly adjusted his posture, stabilizing himself mid-flight. What incredible speed, Jiaozi thought. Astonished, Goku did not pursue. Instead, he stood still, beckoning. Come on. Gritting his teeth, Jiaozi began forming seals with his hands, a surge of stronger psychic energy enveloping Goku, attempting to restrain him once more. This time, Goku feigned being trapped, allowing Jiaozi to believe he had succeeded. Got it. Jiaozi soared down, his right palm charged with energy, aiming directly for Goku's chest. Just as it was about to strike, Goku blinked, slightly shifting his body, and Jiaozi's palm brushed past the edge of his clothing. Simultaneously, Goku delivered a swift chop to Jiaozi's neck. Thud. Jiaozi fell face first onto the stage, momentarily unable to rise. Goku wins, the referee announced. Goku quickly squatted down to help Jiaozi up. Are you alright? Your psychic abilities are truly impressive. Jiaozi rubbed his neck, offering a wry smile. You could have ended the match much sooner. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Hee hee, if it weren't for my recent power increase, I wouldn't have been able to break free so quickly. With the quarterfinals complete, the semi-finalists were revealed. The host proclaimed loudly, after intense competition. Our semi-finalists are Jackie-chan, Tianjin Fan, Nam, and Son Goku. The matchups for the semi-finals have been drawn. Jackie-chan will face Tianjin Fan, while Nam will take on Son Goku. After a brief intermission, the matches to determine the final two competitors commenced. The first match featured Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, versus Tianjin Fan. As the battle commenced, Tianjin Fan struck first, his form darting forward, fists and feet unleashing a fierce gale towards Jackie. Jackie moved with equal speed, sidestepping and delivering an elbow strike, which Tianjin Fan successfully blocked. The two exchanged blows rapidly, their strikes creating a whirlwind of energy, sending dust and debris flying. The audience watched in awe, taken aback by the display of skill. Quite impressive. Tianjin Fan suddenly accelerated, delivering a powerful punch to Master Roshi's abdomen. Jackie grunted and staggered back a few steps, but quickly regained his footing, his body swaying fluidly. In an instant, multiple phantoms of Jackie appeared before Tianjin Fan. Coldly, he scoffed, merely a trivial technique. With a flash of insight, Tianjin Fan discerned Jackie's true form and executed a sweeping kick, forcing Jackie to retreat. The illusions dissipated. From Jackie's movements, he sensed something amiss and asked, "Young man, are you a disciple of the Crane Hermit?" Tianjin Fan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to how this elder knew of his past. Shaking his head, he replied, "I once was, but I am no longer." Jackie nodded, understanding. He could sense the lingering cold malice in Tianjin Fan's techniques. Though it had diminished over time, it still bore the mark of the Crane Hermit. "Let us continue, young man. I shall now fight seriously." Master Roshi's expression sharpened, his hands coming together forcefully, his energy surging. Universal shockwave. A blinding golden light erupted from his palms, transforming into countless streams of electric energy that instantly enveloped Tianjin Fan's entire being. Tianjin Fan's body stiffened, his muscles temporarily paralyzed by the electric current, rendering him unable to move. How infuriating. Gritting his teeth, Tianjin Fan struggled, yet Master Roshi showed no mercy, once again gathering energy in his hands, Kamehameha. In a moment of dire urgency, Tianjin Fan let out a furious roar, forcibly breaking free from the electric bindings, and similarly concentrated energy in his hands. Kamehameha? The two titanic waves of energy collided with a resounding force. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena trembled violently, a fierce wind sweeping through the audience. As the stage itself shattered under the impact of the energy, Tianjin Fan's veins bulged as he exerted every ounce of strength to push the energy wave forward. Meanwhile, Sheng Long, drenched in sweat, was taken aback by his opponent's swift recovery from paralysis and counterattack. Ultimately, Sheng Long found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and was defeated. Victory and defeat were decided. Master Roshi climbed up from the arena, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and sighed, "It seems the future belongs to you young ones." Cheers erupted in the air. Chapter 26. The Coming Crisis. The final match of the 4-2 competition was slightly delayed. The reason for this was the intense battle in the previous match, which had caused some of the arena's floor tiles to be blown away, and repairs were currently underway. Inside the waiting room, it was almost entirely filled with familiar faces, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. About an hour later, the staff announced that the competition could continue, and everyone made their way to the viewing area. Goku cheerfully leaped onto the stage and bowed to Nan Wu, saying, "Please guide me, Mr. Nan Wu." Nan Wu also pressed his palms together and slightly bowed in return. "I will give it my all, Goku." On the stage, exerting one's full strength is the greatest respect for one's opponent. The referee waved his hand. "Match, begin." Goku's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Nan Wu's pupils constricted, immediately adopting a defensive posture, but the next second, right here, Goku's voice came from the side, delivering a fierce whip kick. Nan Wu barely managed to dodge, yet still felt the sting of the rushing wind against his cheek. He was inwardly astonished. Goku's strength had indeed grown. Nan Wu began his counterattack. He suddenly stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and unleashed a powerful straight punch aimed at Goku. Goku did not flinch or evade, raising his hand to block. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as Nan Wu's punch was securely parried. Following that, Goku lowered his stance and swept his leg, forcing Nan Wu back, then unleashed a flurry of rapid punches like a torrential downpour. Nan Wu gritted his teeth to guard, but each punch sent vibrations through his arms, forcing him to retreat step by step. This could not continue. Suddenly, Nan Wu let out a low shout and stomped the ground. Boom! The arena shook, momentarily halting Goku's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Wu delivered a heavy uppercut aimed directly at Goku's chin. Bang! The punch landed solidly, but Goku merely tilted his head back, grinning through the pain. Ouch! Ouch, ouch. As Goku rubbed his chin, Nanwu took a deep breath, suddenly pressing his palms together. His muscles taut, and his aura surged dramatically. Sensing Nanwu's escalating energy, Goku immediately tensed up. Nanwu spoke solemnly. Goku, this technique is the strongest I can muster. Please guide me. Then, he slightly opened his palms, fingers splayed and gradually bending. A white energy wave began to coalesce in his hands. Ultimate wave. Nanwu thrust his palms forward, unleashing a blazing energy wave that roared towards Goku. Goku crossed his arms, assuming a defensive stance. Boom! The explosive shockwave engulfed the arena, filling it with smoke. The audience gasped. Did it hit? Bulma and the others looked on with concern. As the smoke cleared, Goku remained standing, albeit with slightly tattered clothing. He shook his numb arms and laughed. Wow, that was close. I almost couldn't defend. Nanwu sighed and shook his head. Goku, you are too strong. I am no match for you. Good luck in the finals. With that, Nanwu jumped off the stage, and Goku emerged victorious. Lin Yuan was quite pleased with this outcome, having taught Nanwu the ultimate wave half a year ago. However, the version Nanwu used was a diluted one, properly named Super Ultimate Wave. The principle was similar to other energy waves, continuously compressing energy. Yet Lin Yuan had incorporated additional techniques, which Nanwu could not replicate, resulting in his low-tier version, the Ultimate Wave. Now, his martial arts school also had a unique skill, and he planned to rename the low-tier Comet Explosion and teach it to capable and reliable disciples within the dojo. Soon, it was time for the finals, Tien Shinhan versus Goku. In the storyline, Tien had narrowly won through luck in the last match. In this bout, the outcome was indeed uncertain. However, Lin Yuan leaned slightly towards Tien Shinhan. The match commenced quickly. From the outset, the two engaged in a high-intensity brawl. Goku grew increasingly exhilarated, his form flickering like a specter, appearing at Tien's left side one moment, then circling behind him, delivering a relentless barrage of punches, kicks, and elbow strikes. Tien Shinhan refused to be outdone. As Goku threw punches, he reciprocated, countering every move with equal force. The clash of blows echoed, a contest of sheer might. Witnessing such an intense confrontation, the audience was initially stunned, but soon erupted in excitement. Keep fighting, keep fighting. This is truly the World Martial Arts Tournament. Who do you think will win? They both seem incredibly strong. The audience buzzed with anticipation as Goku gradually found himself pushed to the edge of the arena. Both fighters exchanged a punch, then grasped each other's wrists, each using their other hand to grip tightly, initiating a test of strength. Goku evidently felt slightly weaker. Soon, his feet were pushed to the edge, with half of his foot dangling over the side. Sensing the precarious situation, Goku suddenly shifted his weight, skillfully dodging to the side, causing Tien Shinhan to tumble off the stage due to inertia. Goku followed up with an energy blast aimed at Tien's back. Just as it was about to strike, Tien leapt into the air, evading the blow. I forgot you could fly. Goku chuckled awkwardly. In midair, Tien laughed, haha. If it weren't for my ability to manipulate flight, I would have been disqualified just now. You are truly formidable, Goku. After a brief pause, Tien's smile faded. But you will surely lose. With that, Tien pressed his palms together, forming a hollow space between his hands that targeted the arena. His hands began to gather an immense amount of energy. Lin Yuan immediately sensed the impending danger. This posture suggested that Tien was preparing to unleash an energy wave. He might not even withstand a single blast. Goku, unaware of Tien's intentions, felt an overwhelming sense of crisis and fixated his gaze on him. Tien locked his hands onto Goku, his eyes widening in anger as he shouted, "Energy wave." In an instant, a blinding light erupted, followed by a terrifying force that slammed into the arena. As the brilliance faded, the audience gradually saw the scene before them, jaws dropping in astonishment. The arena had been utterly obliterated, leaving behind only a dark abyss. I can't believe it. The arena, it's gone. What just happened? It's over. Goku is finished, murmured the audience below, while Lin Yuan and the others looked up at the sky. Tien had deliberately slowed his attack to force Goku into the air, knowing that without the ability to manipulate flight, Goku would be doomed. At that moment, Goku was indeed airborne, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to fly. Oh no, I'm going to fall. Goku realized he couldn't ascend and lamented. Thus, Goku plummeted to the ground, allowing Tien Shinhan to secure victory in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. In the original story, Goku had used a reverse Kamehameha in midair to knock Tien out. However, In this version, Tien had sufficient energy left after executing the energy wave, and Goku recognized this. Understanding he could not land a hit, hence refraining from using that technique. As the tournament concluded, Tien Shinhan announced that he would treat everyone to a meal with his prize money. The group headed to a restaurant, while Lin Yuan bid farewell, citing his busy schedule with Lan Shi's wedding preparations. After leaving a magic bean for Goku, he departed with Lan Shi. Lin Yuan was aware of the events that would unfold next, yet he chose not to intervene, merely providing Goku with a magic bean. Meanwhile, Goku and Tien, along with their companions, settled at their table, eagerly awaiting their meal, while Goku, with his insatiable appetite, felt a sense of unease. As Krillin, who had just gone to retrieve the Dragon Balls, had yet to return, a sense of worry began to creep into Goku's mind. Suddenly, Goku felt an unsettling premonition. His hair stood on end, and the feeling of unease reached its zenith. His instincts warned him that Krillin was in peril. Meanwhile, Krillin, having just acquired the Dragon Balls and preparing to head back, sensed a terrifying presence behind him. He turned abruptly, only to behold a monstrous figure, entirely green, lunging toward him with such swiftness that he could not muster a defense. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 27. The Demon King emerges. When Goku arrived at the scene, he found Krillin lying motionless on the ground. "Krillin!" Goku cried out with a heart-wrenching scream, then rushed to Krillin's side as if possessed. Trembling, he gently lifted Krillin into his arms. "Krillin, wake up. Don't joke around, Krillin." Goku's voice quivered with suppressed tears. The only response was an eerie silence. "Damn it." Goku slammed his fist into the ground. At that moment, Master Roshi, Tien, and others arrived. "Goku, what happened? What's wrong with Krillin?" Master Roshi asked anxiously, sharing Goku's distress. "It's my fault. Krillin, he's dead. If I hadn't asked him to help me get the Dragon Balls." Upon mentioning the Dragon Balls, Goku quickly scanned the area, but he saw no sign of the 4-star ball. "The 4-star ball is gone," he shouted. Master Roshi furrowed his brow and spoke. "It seems the enemy came for the Dragon Balls. Who could it be?" Suddenly, Goku seemed to remember something. "Right, the Senzu beans." He hastily pulled out the Senzu beans Lin Yuan had given him, pried open Krillin's mouth, and placed a bean inside. Then, he poured a little water into Krillin's mouth. The liquid slowly carried the Senzu bean into Krillin's stomach, and Goku anxiously waited nearby. Though only a minute passed, it felt like an eternity to Goku. As Krillin remained unresponsive, he fell into a frenzy of despair. Damn it. Bulma, do you have the Dragon Radar? Since they took the Dragon Balls, I can use the radar to find them. I must avenge Krillin." Goku thought to himself. Bulma quickly retrieved the Dragon Radar and handed it to Goku, who dashed out. Master Roshi understood Goku's intention, but knew that the enemy, who could take down Krillin with a single blow, was formidable. Furthermore, Goku had already endured a day of battle and was utterly exhausted. His chances of success were slim. "Goku, don't be reckless. Come back," he shouted. Seeing Goku ignore him, Master Roshi's expression turned grave. "Goku, this is your master's order. Come back. Are you disregarding my words as well?" Goku paused momentarily, then leaped onto the Nimbus and soared into the distance. Sighing, Master Roshi lamented. He was not truly angry. He merely wished to prevent his other disciple from falling into danger. The surrounding companions fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, Yamcha noticed a piece of paper inscribed with a demonic symbol in the corner of the room. Upon seeing it, Master Roshi gasped. This is from King Piccolo." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had returned home with launch. He was uncertain whether the Senzu bean could save Krillin. He only remembered that Krillin was killed at this moment, but the specific circumstances were hazy. "I hope it works. Otherwise, I'll have to rely on the Dragon Balls later." Lin Yuan held a genuine fondness for the main characters in the Dragon Ball universe, but did not wish to intervene directly. King Piccolo was the true embodiment of a major antagonist. For Goku and the others, this was an excellent opportunity for growth. Speaking of Dragon Balls, Lin Yuan recalled the evil dragons that emerged due to negative energy in Dragon Ball GT. He wondered if there were any gods of destruction in this timeline. The plot was still too early to make such judgments. For now, Lin Yuan's primary foe was Frieza. Suddenly, he sensed two distinct energies clashing. One was familiar to him. It was Goku's energy, while the other belonged to one of King Piccolo's minions, Tambourine. It seems Krillin is indeed in trouble. Otherwise, Goku wouldn't recklessly seek revenge against Tambourine. "King Piccolo has appeared. It's time for me to visit Korin Tower." With a swift, instant transmission, Lin Yuan arrived at Korin Tower. At that moment, Korin was crouched beside a jar, intently watching its contents, oblivious to Lin Yuan's arrival. Lin Yuan greeted Korin, who jumped in surprise upon realizing Lin Yuan was there. "I didn't sense your presence?" Korin pondered, then quickly understood. Lin Yuan had received guidance from the Supreme Kai, and his strength was beyond Korin's comprehension. After explaining his purpose, Korin revealed the sins of beans without hesitation. In addition to the large jar Lin Yuan had previously taken, Korin had 2 more jars containing approximately 700 beans. Lin Yuan took over 600 beans, leaving about 50 behind. Lin Yuan, it seems the prophecies in your mind are indeed true. A crisis is looming over Earth. With your strength, you should easily resolve it. Why not take action? Korin asked, puzzled as Lin Yuan packed the sins of beans. Lin Yuan remained unfazed. The enemies yet to come will possess power 1,000, 10,000, even millions of times greater than King Piccolo. The warriors of Earth need to hone their skills. Korin was astonished. King Piccolo could plunge Earth into ruin. What kind of monster could be 1,000,000 times stronger? The concept was beyond Korin's imagination. In truth, Lin Yuan could hardly conceive it himself. Just like when the main characters first clashed with Frieza's initial form, Frieza had proclaimed his battle power to be 530,000. That cold, stark number and the oppressive feeling of facing Frieza were experiences one could only understand through first-hand encounters. Bidding farewell to Korin, Lin Yuan leaped down from Korin Tower and flew towards West City. I have no choice, my energy is running low. Chapter 28. The first confrontation on Lin Yuan's journey back to the West capital, an unexpected scene unfolded in the lounge of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Inside the lounge, Master Roshi was enlightening everyone about the terrifying nature of Demon King Piccolo when he was abruptly interrupted by a violent coughing fit. As the crowd looked on in confusion, the lifeless Krillin began to show signs of life, his eyes gradually regaining their luster before he erupted into a fit of coughing. Krillin. The others rushed to his side, expressing their concern for his well-being. After a brief recovery, Master Roshi suggested that they should act together, and everyone readily agreed. Through their discussions, they deduced that Demon King Piccolo likely had 2 primary objectives: to collect the Dragon Balls and to eliminate the world's most formidable martial artists. This revelation implied that they, as a group, might all be targets of Piccolo. Given the precarious situation, it was prudent to avoid being isolated. Consequently, they ventured to Master Roshi's secluded island to strategize their next moves. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, a young child with a tail was enduring hunger, desperately searching for something to fill his stomach. This child, having lost a damperin due to his hunger, soon caught a whiff of delicious roasted meat. Following the enticing aroma, he stumbled upon a wild roasted fish and wasted no time devouring it. After satisfying his hunger, little Goku patted his round belly and let out a contented burp. All right. Time to continue my search for the Dragon Balls, he murmured to himself, retrieving his dragon radar. Upon activating the device, the screen illuminated. Goku's eyes widened as he held the radar closer. The Dragon Ball seemed to overlap with his location, indicating it was nearby, within a few meters. As he turned to scan his surroundings, a plump figure suddenly lunged at him. Goku reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. Why did you ambush me for no reason? He asked, eyeing the chubby assailant warily. Yajirobe feigned innocence, responding, You ate my roasted fish. What do you expect? You're lying. The fish was here when I arrived. It wasn't he yours. Goku retorted, skepticism evident on his face. Does your fish roast itself? Yajirobe stared at him, perplexed. Is this kid genuinely naive, or just pretending? Realization dawned on Goku. Oh, I guess you're right. Just then, one of Piccolo's minions, Shinberu, tracked down Goku and Yajirobe via the Dragon Balls. Upon spotting the Dragon Ball on Yajirobe, his eyes gleamed with malice as he threatened him to surrender it. Sensing the hostile intent, Yajirobe swiftly dispatched Shinberu with a single strike, leading Goku and him to roast and consume the defeated foe. In the distance, upon sensing his son Shinberu's demise, Demon King Piccolo erupted in fury. After all the effort I expended to bring him into this world, he was killed so quickly? Damperin, Shinberu is dead. Go and eliminate his killer, now? The location is. Piccolo mentally communicated to Damperin, who responded, Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and his companions decided to relocate to a deserted island, after which they resolved to search for the Dragon Balls. Although they were unaware of Piccolo's intentions regarding the Dragon Balls, they were determined not to fulfill his desires. Just as Goku and Yajirobe finished their meal, an unwelcome guest appeared, Damperin, the one who had previously defeated Goku. Now well-fed and fueled by a desire for vengeance for Krillin, Goku swiftly dispatched Danbarin within 10 moves. I didn't realize you were quite formidable, Yajirobe commended. Goku returned the compliment, genuinely impressed by Yajirobe's strength, as he had effortlessly taken down Shinbaru. Yajirobe, puzzled, asked, "Why do they always manage to find us?" Goku pointed to the Dragon Ball around Yajirobe's neck, explaining, "As long as you carry that, they can track you." After a brief exchange, Yajirobe finally grasped the situation. At that moment, Demon King Piccolo approached them from a short distance away. Both Goku and Yajirobe sensed an overwhelming and malevolent energy emanating from him. "This glass ball, I don't want it anymore. Here, take it. Bye." Yajirobe, realizing his Dragon Ball was the target, promptly removed it and handed it to Goku before making a hasty exit. Before long, a jet aircraft hovered above Goku's head. He was certain the enemies were aboard, exuding a sinister energy he had never encountered before, powerful and suffocating. Goku fixed his gaze on the aircraft as the hatch opened, revealing a tall, green figure descending slowly. Dressed in purple with a large demon insignia, covered in dark green skin and adorned with antennae. It was none other than Demon King Piccolo. "Hey, are you the leader responsible for killing Krillin and the others? Tell me," little Goku blurted out. Ignoring Goku, Piccolo muttered to himself, "You carry the Dragon Ball. It seems you are the one who has slain my sons. You wretched creature, I will not forgive you. I shall defeat you." Realizing that Goku was also after the Dragon Balls, Piccolo confirmed that they were indeed part of the same faction as Danbarin. Laughing heartily at Goku's declaration of intent, Piccolo scoffed, "It seems you are unaware of my prowess, but that's fine. Warriors like you will eventually fall before me." Unable to tolerate the mockery, Goku launched the first attack, darting towards Piccolo and delivering a powerful punch. So fast, Piccolo thought, caught off guard as Goku's fist struck him solidly. Goku pressed the advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that left Piccolo reeling, unable to retaliate. With a decisive flying kick, Goku sent Piccolo crashing to the ground. As Piccolo slowly rose, he chuckled, "I never expected anyone could defeat me. No wonder you managed to kill Danbarin." With that, he shed his heavy cloak, declaring, "Now, I will reveal my true strength. Consider yourself fortunate to perish at my hands. I'm not afraid of you." Goku shouted defiantly, launching himself like a cannonball towards Piccolo. Too slow, Piccolo sneered, evading while delivering a knife-hand strike aimed at Goku's neck. Goku deftly twisted in midair, using his tail to alter his trajectory just in time to avoid the blow. Upon landing, he swiftly turned and unleashed his signature attack, Kamehameha. Goku gathered energy, blue light radiating between his palms. Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock, clearly unprepared for such a rapid and powerful assault from the young fighter. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave collided with Piccolo's chest, engulfing the area in smoke and dust. Goku staggered back, breathing heavily as he focused intently on the center of the cloud. As the smoke dissipated, King Piccolo remained steadfast in his position, with a gaping hole in his chest revealing the unscathed green skin beneath. How could this be?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. In an instant, Piccolo vanished from sight. Before little Goku could react, a searing pain radiated from his abdomen. Piccolo's fist had plunged deeply into his gut. Goku's eyes bulged, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his mouth, his body contorted like a bow. "So weak," Piccolo remarked coldly, subsequently delivering a powerful kick that sent Goku soaring dozens of meters into the air. In midair, Goku curled up in agony, and before he could regain his composure, Piccolo materialized above him, fists clenched, and struck down fiercely upon his back. "Ah!" Goku cried out in despair, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, creating a substantial crater upon impact with the unforgiving earth. He lay at the bottom of the pit, his bones seemingly shattered, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. His gaze gradually dimmed as Piccolo slowly descended beside the crater, looking down at the barely conscious Goku. Raising his hand, he unleashed an energy blast. Once the smoke cleared, Goku lay motionless in the deep pit, devoid of life. King Piccolo removed the Dragon Ball from Goku's body and then returned to his aircraft. Just as King Piccolo departed, heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Yajirobe, who had been hiding behind a rock, approached Goku's side and murmured, "Why did you have to provoke someone like King Piccolo?" Feeling pity, he decided to dig a grave for him. Just as he reached out to lift Goku, he thought he detected the faintest beat of Goku's heart. Chapter 29, The Sealing Wave. You truly have a remarkable resilience, Goku, surviving against all odds. At this moment, Yachirobe was carrying Goku, soaring towards the direction of Korin Tower. Is that tower really filled with such delicious food? I can hardly contain my anticipation, Yatra Bey exclaimed, his face alight with longing. Were it not for the promise of delectable treats, he would scarcely concern himself with such matters. With a heart full of hope, Yatra Bey sped onward. In an open expanse, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu had excavated a pit to conceal the 5 Dragon Balls they had found. The Dragon Radar indicated that King Piccolo, possessing 2 Dragon Balls, was hastily approaching them. Since they were bound to cross paths eventually, they decided it prudent to prepare themselves. By hiding the Dragon Balls, they aimed to ensure that when King Piccolo arrived, he would be unable to locate them, allowing them the opportunity to seize his 2. Their plan entailed Tien and Kaiatsu restraining King Piccolo, while Goku, with the 7 Dragon Balls, made a wish to eliminate him. Once the plan was laid out, the trio concealed themselves. Master Roshi and Tien took refuge in one spot, while Kaiatsu hid in another, awaiting King Piccolo's arrival. "They're here," Master Roshi's grave voice resonated. Soon, a jet descended, landing gently above the concealed Dragon Balls. King Piccolo and his minions emerged. Peering down, King Piccolo observed nothing but a few stone pillars, devoid of life. Humph, they've certainly hidden themselves. They must covet my 2 Dragon Balls. Well, with that, King Piccolo opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 Dragon Balls. Below, Tien and Master Roshi witnessed this act with grave concern. Master Roshi furrowed his brow. If we do not defeat him, we shall never obtain those 2 Dragon Balls. How infuriating. Tien, upon hearing this, shed his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, brimming with readiness. Then let us face him head on. Master Roshi paused for a moment, sighing. You remain here. I have a solution to this predicament. However, before Tien could protest, he saw Master Roshi produce an unknown spray and direct it towards him. Suddenly, Tien felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing to the ground. Rest for a while. After 300 years. It's high time my old bones were put to use. With that, Master Roshi dragged Tien to a hidden spot, gazing at the slumbering warrior, murmuring, You are the last hope to defeat King Piccolo, yet your skills are yet unrefined. Should I perish and Goku fall, you must continue your training. One day, you will surely conquer him. Please convey my regards to everyone. With that, Master Roshi emerged from his hiding place, calling out to Kaiatsu, Kaiatsu, the plan has changed. No matter what happens, do not emerge, understood? Kaiatsu quickly complied. Yes, I understand. Master Roshi approached the site where the Dragon Balls were buried, shouting skyward, Piccolo, come down. The Dragon Balls you seek are right here. King Piccolo, surprised that this old man knew his name, felt a flicker of curiosity. Yet, regardless of who he was, anyone daring to speak to him in such a manner would pay dearly. King Piccolo descended slowly, scrutinizing the figure before him, finding him unfamiliar. Master Roshi pointed towards a patch of grass, speaking first, the Dragon Balls you desire lie beneath. If you can defeat me, feel free to take them. King Piccolo sneered. You're quite old, yet your bravado is commendable. You've heard the legends surrounding me, and you still dare to challenge me? Foolishness. It is precisely because I have encountered you before that I seek to defeat you here. Master Roshi's voice rang with conviction, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixed on King Piccolo. King Piccolo, clearly skeptical, recalled the centuries of his confinement. Recently revived, he had never seen this old man, yet the man claimed to know him? Impossible. But the next words that escaped Master Roshi's lips nearly sent King Piccolo into a panic. You may not recognize me now, but you surely remember my master. His name is Master Mateto. Master Roshi's words echoed like a sinister whisper, instantly sapping King Piccolo of his strength, beads of sweat forming on his brow. King Piccolo had sought to eliminate martial artists precisely because he feared another who could wield the sealing wave. Yet here stood the most likely candidate. And if he dared to confront King Piccolo, it was evident he must have mastered the technique. In that moment, King Piccolo's resolve faltered. He had to eliminate this man. Die, old man. King Piccolo unleashed a beam of light toward Master Roshi, who did not evade or dodge, instead being struck and sent flying. Seeing his opponent so easily vanquished, King Piccolo burst into laughter, though the mirth quickly faded as Master Roshi slowly rose, producing a capsule and tossing it to the ground. With a bang, it revealed a rice cooker. At the sight of this, King Piccolo's heart sank, mouth agape, shouting, "A rice cooker." No one could fathom the depths of his terror. He simply yearned to flee this place. Master Roshi, hands at his waist, felt his power surge, and began to form intricate hand seals. In an instant, the winds shifted, and the ground trembled, countless small stones levitating into the air. Realizing the peril, King Piccolo screeched and took to the skies in desperate flight. Master Roshi extended his fingers, tension coiling within, and with a fierce shout, sealing wave. A massive green energy wave erupted from his hands, racing towards King Piccolo. In an instant, it caught up with him, striking fiercely. King Piccolo's body convulsed as if electrified. Ensnared within the green wave, utterly immobilized. Master Roshi manipulated the energy, causing it to whirl and transform into a green tornado, stretching King Piccolo's form as it spun. Master Roshi's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the rice cooker. He merely needed to direct the energy into it to succeed. With a sudden downward thrust of his hands, the green wave, as if obeying a command, veered towards the ground, aimed at the rice cooker. Meanwhile, Tien, having awoken at some point, found himself unable to move. Yet, with his keen eyesight, he witnessed Master Roshi executing the sealing wave to restrain King Piccolo, exclaiming in exhilaration, "It's going to succeed." Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. The green wave veered off course. Chapter 30. Wukong vs. Young Demon King after Master Roshi's defeat. Dumpling also perished, leaving only Tien Shinhan alive. King Piccolo summoned the Eternal Dragon, wished to regain his youth, and upon the fulfillment of his desire, he vanquished the dragon. Newly rejuvenated, King Piccolo immediately imprisoned the reigning monarch, ascending to the throne himself. Meanwhile, Wukong consumed the ultra-divine water and hastily made his way to the lair of King Piccolo. In West City, the streets were filled with panicked crowds fleeing like frightened beasts, their screams, cries, and the cacophony of collapsing objects merging into a symphony of despair. The news of King Piccolo's ascension spread through the city like a plague. Lin Yuan, what is happening outside? Lan-Z clutched Lin Yuan's arm, her blue locks framing her terrified eyes. She had just emerged from the kitchen, still wielding a kitchen knife. Lin Yuan gently grasped her trembling hand. Feeling the pervasive dread in the air, King Piccolo had already seized control of King Kessleren. His next target was West City. Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous crash erupted from the front door. 3 burly men in prison garb kicked it open, their faces grotesquely contorted with madness and greed. We've got company. The leader, scarred and grinning menacingly, barked, "Hand over anything valuable," and his gaze fell upon Lan-Z, revealing a lascivious smile. Lan-Z stepped back. Lin Yuan whispered, shielding her behind him, "Kid, you'd better." The scarred man's threat was cut short as Lin Yuan's fist connected with his abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge like a boiled shrimp. The other two, caught off guard, barely registered Lin Yuan's swift movements as he deftly struck their necks with precision. In mere seconds, the 3 thugs lay crumpled on the ground like discarded dolls. "It's all right now," Lin Yuan soothed, gently patting Lan-Zi's back while sensing several powerful auras in the distance. The battle had commenced. He first escorted Lan-Z to the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Hall. As the situation in West City was too chaotic, safety was paramount within the dojo. After instructing Carino to protect Lan-Z and the dojo, Lin Yuan focused on sensing Tien Shinhan's energy and instantly teleported away. Upon arriving in Kessleren City, Lin Yuan witnessed Tien Shinhan engaged in combat with a colossal green monster. "What's wrong, 3-eyed warrior? Where's the fierce spirit from earlier?" Dolam licked the blood from his claws, taunting, "Your blood has a delightful flavor." Tien Shinhan, panting heavily, analyzed the situation. Prolonging the struggle would lead to mutual destruction. He could not wait any longer. He needed to seize the opportunity to unleash the Demon Seal wave against King Piccolo. Catching a glimpse of King Piccolo, who appeared utterly confident and unconcerned, Tien Shinhan seized the moment. He hurled a capsule towards King Piccolo instead of charging at Dolam, rapidly forming hand seals as his energy surged. Demon Seal wave. A brilliant green energy wave erupted from Tien Shinhan's palm, hurtling towards King Piccolo. Upon the demise of Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan had vowed to master the Demon Seal wave to avenge his mentor. King Piccolo's expression froze, his usually mocking green visage now stricken with fear. "No, it's impossible," he gasped, attempting to evade. Just as the Demon Seal wave was about to strike, Dolam suddenly appeared before King Piccolo, arms outstretched. "You shall not harm Lord Piccolo." He braced himself, absorbing the sealing technique with his own body. "What?" Tien Shinhan widened his eyes, witnessing Dolam roar in agony amidst the verdant energy yet refusing to budge. "Well done, Dolam." King Piccolo swiftly regained his composure. raising his hand to unleash an energy blast that accurately struck the rice cooker beside Tien Shinhan. Boom! The rice cooker exploded into fragments, and the energy of the demon seal wave dissipated into the air. The backlash sent Tien Shinhan reeling, blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha. Foolish. King Piccolo cackled. Kill him, Dolam. Injured yet grinning, Dolam approached the barely conscious Tien Shinhan. Die. Human Tien Shinhan's vision began to blur as despair consumed him. It was over. Everything was over at that moment, as Dolam raised his claws to strike. A resounding explosion echoed from the sky, and an orange figure descended like a meteor. Bang! Dolam was sent flying, crashing into a building, lifeless. Tien Shinhan gazed at the hedgehog-haired boy with a tail, tears streaming down his face. Wukong, I'm so glad you're alive. Wukong's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, locking onto King Piccolo. Leave the rest to me. I will defeat him. King Piccolo, astonished, exclaimed, You. How are you still alive? I distinctly remember your heart had stopped beating. Wukong assumed a combat stance. I won't perish until I've vanquished you. King Piccolo erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. I am not the same as before. I have regained my youth and my power has surged. You dare to think you can defeat me? Very well, I shall send you to your demise once more. In the next instant, the two figures clashed like lightnings, their strikes reverberating like thunder. Wukong's speed was astonishing, leaving King Piccolo struggling to keep up. A powerful punch struck Piccolo's abdomen, causing him to spit out a foul liquid. A swift roundhouse kick followed, sending Piccolo's massive form crashing through 3 crumbling walls. How is this possible? Piccolo gasped, struggling to rise. How could you have grown so strong? You are just a mortal. You cannot be my adversary. I will kill you. As Piccolo regained his composure, his expression morphed into madness, green energy enveloping him once more, his power escalating. I had no intention of using my full strength, as it would shorten my lifespan. But since you seek death, I shall oblige. Perish. In an instant, Piccolo appeared before Wukong, raining down a flurry of powerful blows. Wukong retaliated fiercely, their battle escalating to unprecedented heights, the speed so swift that Tien Shinhan could only see fleeting afterimages colliding, shockwaves demolishing the surrounding structures. Despite King Piccolo's renewed strength, Wukong maintained a slight edge. With a clever use of momentum, Wukong slammed Piccolo into the ground, creating a massive crater several meters wide. Ah! Piccolo roared in rage, leaping up to conjure a colossal energy sphere, hurling it toward Wukong. The blinding light engulfed Wukong's position, a mushroom cloud erupting skyward. The tremendous explosion caused the earth to tremble. As the dust settled, the center of the explosion was nothing but a void, leaving behind a crater nearly 1,000 meters wide. Panting heavily, Piccolo admired his handiwork, pride swelling within him. That little monkey is surely dead. No one could survive such an assault. Just as he prepared to laugh triumphantly, 3 figures descended slowly from the heavens. Lin Yuan cradled Tien Shinhan and Wukong, having evaded the attack. Ha ha, it's you, Lin Yuan. Thank you. Wukong beamed brightly. Touching down, Lin Yuan shrugged. Are you all right, Wukong? Do you want me to take over? Wukong's expression turned serious. No, I must avenge Krillin and Master Roshi. I will defeat him with my own hands. Very well, Lin Yuan replied, saying little more as he flew Tien Shinhan to safety, leaving the battlefield to Wukong while feeding Tien Shinhan a senzu bean. Tien Shinhan instantaneously regained his vitality, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him, his expression one of sheer incredulity. The ensuing battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Goku's assault resembled a tempest, as Piccolo was relentlessly pushed back, green blood splattering across the battlefield. A powerful uppercut sent Piccolo soaring, and Goku swiftly followed, descending with legs akin to battle axes, as Piccolo crashed into the ground like a meteor. Injured and defiant, Piccolo ascended into the sky, prepared to expend his entire energy for a final stand. Goku, undaunted, positioned his hands at his waist, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Ha! Kamehameha! Boom! 2 formidable waves of light collided in the air, producing a thunderous roar, as yellow energy clashed with blue, neither conceding an inch. Both warriors gritted their teeth, locked in a stalemate for approximately 30 seconds. Gradually, the yellow energy began to falter, being consumed bit by the blue light. Seizing the moment, young Goku exerted his strength once more. The blue radiance surged magnificently, devouring the yellow energy entirely, and piercing through the abdomen of the demon King Piccolo. No, it cannot be. Piccolo gazed down at the gaping wound in his chest, green blood gushing forth. His body began to disintegrate. In his final moments, he suddenly inflated his cheeks and expelled a colossal egg towards the distant valley. The demon race shall not perish. My son, you must avenge me. As the words left his lips, Piccolo's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, while that enormous egg vanished into the horizon. Chapter 31. The wedding. After vanquishing the evil King Piccolo, Goku, guided by Lin Yuan, made his way to the heavenly temple, intending to request the god to resurrect the dragon. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was busy preparing for the wedding, planning to hold it at his home in West City. He aimed to adorn the rooms festively and set up a stage in the backyard to host a modest banquet with 8 to 10 tables. On that day, while Lin Yuan was arranging the wedding room with Lam-Z, the sky suddenly darkened. Undoubtedly, this signified that the god had resurrected the dragon, and Tien and his companions had summoned it. As the black clouds dispersed, all those who had perished due to King Piccolo's tyranny were brought back to life. The resurrected individuals could scarcely believe their eyes, while those who mourned their loss wept tears of joy. Lin Yuan felt a stir within his heart as he gazed at the sweet and gentle Lam-Z beside him. He silently vowed to protect her from any harm. Lam-Z suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Yuan. His deep and tender eyes evoked memories of their first encounter, flooding her heart with sweetness. She leaned her head against his chest, as docile as a kitten, feeling utterly comfortable and wishing to remain in his embrace forever. Lin Yuan affectionately stroked Lam-Z's soft hair and gently laid her down on the bed. The next day, the sun shone brilliantly. Lin Yuan stood at the doorway, holding a stack of meticulously designed gilt invitations, each emanating a faint scent of gardenia, the fragrance Lam-Z cherished the most. His first destination was the heavenly temple. Lin Yuan decided to visit the farthest location first, then fly back to deliver invitations to Master Roshi, Bulma, and others, concluding with the members of the extreme martial arts school. With his goal set, Lin Yuan instantly teleported to the heavenly temple. At that moment, Goku was undergoing rigorous training under Bobo's supervision, meditation. Bobo was the first to spot Lin Yuan, and they exchanged friendly waves. "Mr. Lin Yuan, you've arrived," Bobo exclaimed. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "It's been a while, Mr. Bobo." He then greeted Goku and presented an invitation to Bobo, explaining his purpose for visiting, hoping to invite both the god and Goku to his wedding. The god and Bobo expressed their congratulations but stated that they could not attend. However, they allowed Goku to come down for half a day. Lin Yuan did not press further. He understood that it was unlikely for Bobo and the god to attend. After reminding Goku not to be late, he proceeded to his next destination. Once Lin Yuan left, Goku appeared puzzled. "Marriage? What is that? Is it food or a new martial arts tournament?" Meanwhile, Kame House was bustling with activity. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Bulma, and others were present. "A wedding? Don't worry, we'll definitely be on time. Congratulations." The crowd initially expressed surprise, then offered their congratulations, assuring they would attend. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yuan hurried towards West City, with only the martial arts school members left to notify. Time flew by. The night before the wedding, the house had been transformed into a splendid venue. Golden-haired Lam-Z stood on a ladder, hanging streamers with a straw in her mouth, exuding a spirited charm. A bit higher on the left, Lin Yuan directed from below, holding a large bouquet of flowers. "Like this?" Lam-Z adjusted the position of the streamers when suddenly she sneezed. Achoo! Her golden locks instantly turned into a gentle blue. Startled, blue-haired Lam-Z clutched the ladder, exclaiming, where am I?" Lin Yuan quickly set down the bouquet and steadied the ladder. "Don't be afraid, come down slowly." Cautiously, blue-haired Lam-Z descended, her cheeks flushed. Thank you, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan gently took her hand and raised an eyebrow. "Who are you thanking?" Lam-Z lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, whispering like a breeze, "Thank you, husband." Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction, chuckling, "Now that's more like it. Come, my wife. Let us see the wedding venue." He took Lam-Z's hand and led her into the backyard. The backyard had been transformed into an open-air chapel. White drapes cascaded from the archway, forming elegant curves. Each chair was adorned with light blue ribbons, and the central aisle was laid with petals leading up to the wedding stage. Under the moonlight, it appeared even more dreamlike. "It's so beautiful." Lam-Z's large eyes sparkled with longing. Lin Yuan took her hand, slowly walking to the center of the stage. The white drapes swayed gently in the breeze, harmonizing with the stars above. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan grasped both of Lam-Z's hands. The moonlight bathed her in a silvery glow, making her radiate ethereal beauty. Her eyes sparkled like the vast sea of stars, reflecting only his image. Lan-Z. Lin Yuan's voice was low and tender, slightly trembling. From the moment I first saw you, I was deeply captivated. You are beautiful, kind, gentle, and considerate. Every time I see your smile, I feel immense happiness. Lan-Zi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the moonlight casting delicate shadows on her lashes. Lin Yuan gazed at her with utmost sincerity. Therefore, I wish to protect this happiness for eternity. Taking another deep breath, Lin Yuan continued, Lan-Z, do you wish to become my wife? Under the moonlight, tears silently cascaded down Lan-Zi's cheeks. She suddenly leapt into Lin Yuan's embrace. Holding him tightly, her voice audible against his chest, I do. I am willing to be your wife. Lin Yuan held Lan-Z close. The night breeze swept past, and petals rained down upon them, as if the world itself was blessing their union in that tender moment. On the day of the wedding, Goku was the first to arrive, followed by the members of the martial arts school, Master Roshi, Tien, and others, who arrived one after another. Once everyone was seated, music began to play. Lin Yuan and Lan-Z held hands, walking slowly down the flower-strewn red carpet. Today, Lan-Z wore a simple yet elegant off-the-shoulder wedding gown, her veil fluttering in the sea breeze, looking as enchanting as a celestial being. They ascended the stage together, and a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. At this moment, Namu, serving as the officiant, stepped forward, declaring, Today we gather to witness the sacred union of Mr. Lin Yuan and Miss Lan-Z. Just as Lin Yuan was about to recite his vows, Lan-Z sneezed again. Achoo! Her golden hair cascaded down, and blinking in surprise, she looked around. Wow, has my wedding started? Laughter erupted from the guests. Lin Yuan looked at her affectionately. Yes, starting today, you are officially my woman. He took a deep breath and sincerely proclaimed, Whether you are gentle or spirited, you are my most beloved Lan-Z. I promise, no matter what happens, I will be by your side, loving, respecting, and protecting you until the end of my days. Golden-haired Lan-Zi's face flushed as she stuttered. I understand. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Then, golden-haired Lan-Z firmly grasped Lin Yuan's hand and boldly declared, From today on, you are my man. After exchanging rings, Namu announced loudly, Now I pronounce you husband and wife. The groom may kiss the bride. Lin Yuan gently lifted Lan-Zi's veil and placed a tender kiss upon her lips. The applause and cheers resonated throughout the Lin family's backyard. Chapter 32. Honeymoon Trip. Lin Yuan, wake up. Lin Yuan groggily opened his eyes to behold Lan-Zi's enchanting gaze. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's awakening, a faint blush crept onto Lan-Zi's cheeks. Hurry, get up. I've prepared breakfast. Remember, we're going on a trip today. Lin Yuan surveyed the festive decorations adorning the room. After a moment, a content smile graced his lips. However, upon gazing at Lan-Zi's flushed face, a sudden realization struck him, and his smile gradually stiffened. The previous night, the two Lan-Zis had taken turns to exhaust him, leaving him in need of someone to rouse him from slumber today. Reflecting on the flawless coordination of the two Lan-Zis from last night, one as gentle as water, the other as fiery as flames, Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder if they communicated in private. After quickly freshening up, Lin Yuan found Lan-Z tidying the bed. Following their breakfast, they boarded a jet and set off for their first destination, a beach in the south known as Jim Beach. Upon arrival, the afternoon sun cast its golden glow, illuminating the countless tiny colorful stones scattered across the shore, sparkling like gems. The seaside villa conjured by Lin Yuan's capsule rested in a secluded cove by the beach, its white facade harmonizing beautifully with the azure waves. This is the convenience of traveling in the Dragon Ball world. A single capsule sufficed for all essentials. Barefoot on the beach, Lan-Z allowed the gentle waves to caress her ankles. Dressed in a light blue sundress, her azure hair danced in the breeze, shimmering softly under the sun. How beautiful! Lin Yuan remarked, having changed into beach shorts, his muscular torso exposed. As the sun began to set, the remaining light cascaded over the beach, and the colorful stones reflected myriad enchanting hues, creating a breathtaking sight. Most importantly, he was at this beach with his beloved woman. Setting up a phone stand, Lin Yuan initiated a 10-second countdown for a series of photos. As the countdown commenced, he took Lan-Zi's hand and dashed in front of the camera. They posed with peace signs and heart shapes, their faces radiating joy, a heartwarming scene. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Lan-Zi's blue hair to brush against her nose. Achoo! With the arrival of the golden-haired Lan-Z, the atmosphere shifted to one of merriment, as they playfully chased each other, laughter filling the air. Don't run, Lin Yuan. Watch this. Just as Lan-Z raised a handful of sand to toss at him, a commotion erupted in the distance. A group of young men in flamboyant shirts surrounded an elderly man, shouting at him, one even shoving the old man. You old fool, this beach is ours. If you want to set up shop here, you must pay a protection fee. The elderly man staggered back, nearly losing his balance. A flicker of anger ignited in Lan-Zi's eyes as she approached the group, unexpectedly pulling out a machine gun from seemingly nowhere. Lin Yuan discreetly put away his phone and stand, trailing behind Lan-Z with a nonchalant whistle. Since his little tyrant had decided to intervene, he was content to watch the show. With Lan-Zi's prowess, even without a weapon, dealing with a few ruffians would be a piece of cake. Hey you lot, have you no shame? Bullying an old man like that. Scram or... As the ruffians turned to look, Lan-Z leveled her gun and fired a shot at their feet. The thugs, terrified, scampered away with their tails between their legs. Lin Yuan secretly gave her a thumbs up from behind. This woman had indeed softened towards him, but remained fierce with others, ready to unleash her wrath at the slightest provocation. The elderly man, trembling, approached them and expressed his gratitude to Lan-Z, insisting on gifting her a bracelet made of colorful stones. Young ones, I wish you happiness, he said with a kind smile, his eyes narrowing into slits. You remind me of my younger self and my late wife. Lan-Z and Lin Yuan graciously accepted the bracelet and bid farewell to the old man before returning to their villa. On the way, Lan-Z incessantly asked Lin Yuan if he thought she was handsome and formidable or would marvel at the beauty of the bracelet, claiming she would treasure it for a lifetime. Lin Yuan chuckled, surprised to see this youthful side of the golden-haired Lan-Z. The following day, they set off for their next destination, Hot Spring Town, renowned for its miraculous springs that could alleviate fatigue and soothe the soul. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, the hot spring town was situated atop a snow-capped mountain. As they neared their destination, a majestic snow mountain came into view. Wow! Soaking in a hot spring here must be heavenly. I and the other me must indulge ourselves, the golden-haired Lan-Z exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the pristine snow. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of terror, as if witnessing a horrifying scene. Lin Yuan, this is bad, an avalanche. Lan-Z tugged at Lin Yuan's clothes, panic etched across her face. Lin Yuan, focused on piloting the aircraft, chuckled dismissively. Uff, Chijia. Even if there's an avalanche, we're in a plane. Are you afraid it will fly up? No, I mean, there's someone down there, Lan-Z exclaimed, pointing frantically below. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan ceased his teasing and looked down. To his astonishment, he spotted a bus preparing to ascend the mountain, halted in the path of the impending avalanche. Inside, several individuals were attempting to flee the vehicle. However, escape was clearly impossible unless they could fly. I'm going down to save them. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan relinquished control of the aircraft to Lan-Z, flung open the hatch, and leapt out. Be careful, Lin Yuan, Lan-Z called, worry etched on her face. Lin Yuan descended directly beside the bus, noticing that it was filled with passengers, mostly young people who wore expressions of sheer terror. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get back inside and close the doors and windows, he bellowed at those attempting to flee. The young passengers hesitated, exchanging glances before reluctantly returning to their seats, acknowledging the futility of escape. In the blink of an eye, the avalanche loomed closer, and everyone inside the bus shut their eyes, trembling in fear. Facing the roaring white behemoth, Lin Yuan's expression turned grave. He inhaled deeply, crossing his arms as silver energy rapidly coalesced in his palms. Super absolute extreme intent cannon. With a forceful thrust of his hands, veins bulged on his forehead. Lan-Z, eyes wide with anxiety, peered down to witness a massive silver shockwave surging upward to confront the white wave, carving out a safe zone. Once the avalanche had passed, the passengers slowly reopened their eyes, relief flooding their faces as they realized they were unharmed, erupting into cheers of survival. However, when they stepped outside to search for the black-haired youth who had saved them, he had vanished without a trace. Chapter 33. Tenfold Gravity. On the 10th morning following Lin Yuan and Lan-Zi's honeymoon, Lin Yuan was engaged in fundamental physical training within the gravity chamber located in the Lin family's backyard. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his training attire. After completing a set of exercises, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and, with heavy steps, approached the control panel, adjusting the gravity from 7 times to 8 times Earth's gravity. As the gravity level fluctuated, he felt an overwhelming weight bearing down upon his entire being. His knees buckled involuntarily, and he found himself bracing against the ground as breathing became a Herculean task. The eightfold gravity felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on him, every muscle fiber emitting cries of anguish. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. He could sense his cells gasping for survival under the immense pressure, each one struggling to adapt to this terrifying environment. After 5 arduous minutes, he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the floor. With great difficulty, he lifted his arm and pressed a circular device attached to his forearm. Instantly, the gravity in the chamber vanished, and Lin Yuan sat up, gasping for air. He speculated that his muscles had likely strained again, and he silently mused as he consumed half of a magical being. The pain in his body gradually subsided. He realized he must acquire the Saiyan physique sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the benefits of training in the gravity chamber, given his earthling constitution, would be minimal. If he were a Saiyan, training under tenfold gravity, with passive enhancements, could potentially elevate his combat power to between 5,000 and 8,000, or even higher. Though the gains would be significantly slower. After a brief rest, Lin Yuan resumed his training, focusing on acclimating to the tenfold gravity and raising his combat power to 1,000. Simultaneously, Goku, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others at the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo were undergoing rigorous training, all with a singular aim: the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years hence. Lin Yuan's next objective was to confront Vegeta in Nappa post-tournament. As for Raditz, he felt no concern, even now. He did not believe he would be defeated if they were to clash, although Raditz's power level should be around 1,400 to 1,500 at this juncture, and Lin Yuan's was merely 700, approximately 860 when not wearing the gravity suit. His mastery of ki and the use of instantaneous movement could enable him to unleash a Kamehameha wave with a combat power nearing 2,000. Raditz would have little chance to evade. Even if he managed to dodge once, Lin Yuan still had nearly 1,000 magic beans at his disposal. Against Saiyans who seldom trained in ki, if their power levels did not exceed his by threefold, he felt confident he could at least ensure his survival. With his thoughts wandering, Lin Yuan immersed himself back into the training under eightfold gravity. The subsequent days melded into a routine. Lin Yuan, almost entranced, entered the gravity chamber at the break of dawn each day and did not leave until nightfall. Gradually, his body adapted to the eightfold gravity environment, progressing from being unable to move to walking slowly, and finally to training normally. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 1.5 years had passed. At this point, Lin Yuan had fully acclimatized to tenfold gravity and had trained within it for an extended duration, his combat power exceeding 1,000. For Lin Yuan, training was undeniably monotonous, but he was fortunate to have Lan Qi by his side, and when the strain became unbearable, they would occasionally venture out to unwind. Today, he planned to visit the sacred temple to complete the 8th task of his system, to battle Bobo and gain the upper hand. After bidding farewell to Lan Qi, Lin Yuan instantaneously transported himself to the sacred temple. Upon arrival, he found 2 small Gokus engaged in a spirited duel. Upon noticing Lin Yuan, one of them momentarily lost focus, exclaiming in surprise, "Lin Bang." Before Goku could finish, he was struck by his counterpart's heavy punch and sent flying, rubbing his reddened cheek. Goku, looking disgruntled, pointed at his dazed twin. "You cheated. You attacked while I was speaking. How despicable." With that, the two resumed their fierce tussle. Lin Yuan approached Bobo, greeting him and expressing his desire for a spar. Bobo, upon hearing Lin Yuan's request, readily agreed, indicating he was available at any time. The two faced each other, and Lin Yuan grinned, his fists clenched, his aura surging. "Now I shall attack, Bobo. I hope I do not offend." Bobo nodded, his smile unwavering. Internally, however, he was astounded. He had not anticipated that Lin Yuan's strength would have escalated to such a degree in just over a year. He suspected Lin Yuan might have surpassed him in power. As Bobo deftly deflected Lin Yuan's attacks, Goku, intrigued by their sparring, settled down to watch, while the other Goku had transformed into a lump of clay. In an instant, Lin Yuan vanished, reappearing behind Bobo, his right fist charged with ferocious energy, aimed to strike down. Yet, Bobo's figure dissipated like an illusion, and Lin Yuan's fist only penetrated the afterimage. Not again. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, swiftly turning only to find Bobo standing to his left, casually extending a palm toward him. Lin Yuan retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Bang! Their palms collided, each sliding back several meters. Lin Yuan reflected on the system's display of Bobo's combat power, which was slightly over 1,000, just shy of 1,100. In contrast, his own power had reached 1,200. He exerted all his strength while Bobo seemed effortlessly at ease. This disparity indicated that Lin Yuan still had a considerable distance to close in terms of ki control. Realizing this, he decided to compensate with sheer power and technique. Lin Yuan removed his weighted clothing, and his combat power surged to an astonishing 1,450. Feeling his body in peak condition, his fighting spirit soared. Yet his demeanor remained composed, an important lesson learned from Bobo. The battle resumed. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply, intent on altering his strategy. Superb. He slowly gathered silvery energy in both hands. Ultimate cannon. With a sudden thrust, he unleashed the energy. Bobo, unfazed, slightly shifted his body, allowing the energy wave to streak past him into the sky. However, a smirk graced Lin Yuan's lips. Not yet finished. He quickly coalesced energy once more, launching two smaller energy blasts, one to the left and one to the right, blocking Bobo's escape routes. Bobo's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he maintained his composure, fluidly maneuvering through the narrow gaps. This was precisely Lin Yuan's aim. Now, he shouted, vanishing from sight. Instantaneous movement. The next moment, he appeared behind Bobo, who had just completed his evasive maneuver, still adjusting his stance. You've fallen for it. Lin Yuan concentrated energy into one final blast, striking fiercely at Bobo's back. Boom. The energy burst erupted, sending dust and debris flying. Bobo's figure was propelled backward by the force, tumbling through the air before regaining his balance. Gasping for breath, Lin Yuan wore a victorious smile, finally. I hit you. Bobo floated down slowly, brushing off the dust from his attire, still smiling. An impressive tactic, Mr. Lin Yuan. Pure luck. I still have much to learn. Shall we call it a day, Mr. Bobo? This spar has illuminated my own shortcomings. So I wish to continue training with Goku at the temple until the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Bobo nodded with a smile. Of course, Mr. Lin Yuan. Yay. Goku cheered from the sidelines. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 8, engaging in a spar with Bobo and gaining the upper hand. Task reward received. Combat power 300. Progress bar 5. Hearing the voice transmitted by the system, Lin Yuan smiled knowingly. Chapter 34. The end of training in the center of the Heavenly God Temple's plaza. Lin Yuan's sweat cascaded down his chin, splattering onto the pristine white jade floor. Before him stood two identical reflections, training opponents conjured by Mr. Bobo using the water of life, perfectly replicating all his combat techniques and strength. Come again, Lin Yuan commanded, his legs propelling him with fierce power, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form on the jade surface. In an instant, he surged toward the two reflections, the air filled with a piercing sonic boom. The reflections reacted simultaneously. The one on the left raised its hands to block, absorbing Lin Yuan's powerful punch and sliding back several meters. Meanwhile, the one on the right vanished, reappearing behind Lin Yuan, aiming a hand strike at his neck. Be careful, Wukong shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Lin Yuan, watch out behind you. This past year marked a period of rapid growth for Wukong. A year ago, he barely reached Lin Yuan's waist, but now he stood less than a head shorter than Lin Yuan. A slight smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. In a critical moment, he leaned forward, striking back with his right elbow. A resounding thud echoed as the reflection was sent staggering back, but the left reflection had already adjusted its stance, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Lin Yuan countered with a wave of energy, and the two collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan charged through the smoke, delivering a punch and a kick that sent both reflections flying. The reflections steadied themselves mid-air, landing gracefully and immediately adopting combat stances, launching simultaneous energy waves toward Lin Yuan. He evaded with a swift motion, the waves whizzing harmlessly past him. Moments later, a deep thud resounded as Lin Yuan struck both reflections hard in the abdomen, reducing them to mere clay. Impressive, Wukong exclaimed, eyes shining with admiration. If you can handle two of yourself so effortlessly, I really need to step up my training. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and gulped down some water. Wukong, it's time for us to head down. The 23rd Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Wukong nodded, feeling a pang of nostalgia for Krillin and Tien down below. He had heard from Lin Yuan about everyone's diligent training, fueling his anticipation for the upcoming tournament. At that moment, the Heavenly God and Mr. Bobo emerged, the former smiling as he spoke. Are you ready to head down? Why not eat before you go? Mr. Bobo nodded in agreement, suggesting they have a meal first. Both Lin Yuan and Wukong were indeed hungry, so after Mr. Bobo prepared the meal, they devoured the food with gusto, most of it consumed by Wukong, whose appetite still surpassed Lin Yuan's, despite the latter's larger-than-average appetite. After finishing, they bid a solemn farewell to the heavenly god and Mr. Bobo before soaring away from the temple. Lin Yuan had made some progress in his abilities but was still unable to defeat Mr. Bobo, let alone suppress him, as Mr. Bobo had developed a certain level of defense against instantaneous movement. In a normal spar, Lin Yuan could only hope for a close match. How do I fight him? Please, tell me how? Lin Yuan pondered, suspecting that Mr. Bobo might be concealing his true strength. Yet, even the system could not detect it, leaving Lin Yuan in a state of bewilderment. Upon arriving in West City, the two parted ways. Wukong headed to the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Academy, while Lin Yuan returned home. With a mere glance, Lin Yuan could sense the overall situation at the academy. Presently, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Nam were all training at the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Academy. Tien was the strongest among them, slightly surpassing Wukong in strength, followed by Kaiatsu, Nam, Satur, and the remaining two captains. Upon seeing Tien and the others, Wukong excitedly waved. Tien, Kaiatsu, you all look stronger. I can feel it. You're Wukong? I almost didn't recognize you. Tien, Kaiatsu, and Nam exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong himself was unaware of any changes. He merely felt that everyone seemed shorter, evoking laughter among them. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan was greeted by a familiar fragrance, the refreshing scent of gardenia. Instantly, his nerves relaxed. Stealthily entering the house, he spotted a graceful figure with her back turned, arranging the dinner table in preparation for the evening meal. Upon hearing a sound behind her, the figure stiffened momentarily before slowly turning around. Lin Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Before him stood Lan-Z, as gentle and beautiful as ever. Though her hairstyle had undergone a significant transformation, her once iconic long blue hair was now cut to shoulder length, with the ends slightly curled inward, accentuating her delicate jawline and adding a playful charm to her demeanor. Welcome home, darling. Lan-Zi's voice was softer and more melodious than he remembered. Lin Yuan stepped forward, gently enveloping Lan-Z in his embrace. I'm back, and your new hairstyle looks wonderful, he whispered sweetly in her ear. Hearing Lin Yuan's compliment, Lan-Zi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. If you like it, I'll keep it short. Are you tired? Would you prefer to eat first or take a shower? Lan-Z gasped as Lin Yuan effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Let us eat you first. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan devoted most of his time to being with Lan-Z. Occasionally, he would visit the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Academy, which had seen an increase in participants since his last visit. Some had left, but new blood had invigorated the place, leading to an overall growth in numbers. Now, the Extreme Intent Martial Arts Academy boasted a formidable reputation throughout West City, not to mention the impressive strength of its members. Most of the older disciples had combat powers exceeding 80, despite being among the less gifted and less diligent. The majority could register scores of 200 on the power meter, thanks to Lin Yuan's training methods and the organizational skills of Nam, Satur, and others. For the upcoming martial arts tournament, Lin Yuan planned to adopt the selection method from the previous event, choosing 4 disciples to represent them in the ultimate martial arts contest. This time, however, he entrusted the entire process to Nam, confident in his capabilities. Nam's exceptional skills allowed Lin Yuan the luxury of stepping back and letting him take charge. Chapter 35, Goku vs. Tien. The chimes of Babaya Island reverberated beneath the clear sky as the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament reached its most exhilarating phase. The audience was already packed to capacity, with an atmosphere charged with excitement and anticipation. Martial arts enthusiasts from around the globe whispered among themselves, discussing the 8 formidable competitors who emerged victorious from the preliminary rounds. It was said that Tien, with his 3 eyes, had defeated a top 8 contender from the previous tournament with just a single move. The youth named Goku was equally fearsome during the preliminaries. His opponent had flown out of the ring without him even making a move. The most enigmatic of all was the figure draped in a gray robe, who seemed to win by sheer happenstance, leading many to believe he was far from ordinary. In the competitors' resting area, the fighters were eagerly preparing for their bouts. The first match featured Tien against Nam. The competition commenced swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was not present at the tournament venue. He was at home accompanying Lan-Z, who was feeling slightly dizzy. Lin Yuan had suggested taking her to the hospital for a checkup, but Lan-Chi insisted she simply wanted to lie down for a while. Thus, Lin Yuan remained by her bedside, serving her tea and engaging in light conversation. Once Lan-Chi had fallen into a deep slumber, Lin Yuan hurried to the tournament arena. At that moment, two figures on the stage were locked in a fierce battle, leaving the spectators in awe. The match had progressed to the semifinals, with Goku facing Tien. Lin Yuan was surprised that these two had clashed so early, as if it were fate's design. The fighters vanished from their positions simultaneously, only to collide in the center of the arena. The resounding impact of fists and feet echoed like thunder, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Ordinary spectators could only glimpse blurred afterimages and the shockwaves that erupted across the ring. This left them utterly astonished. The two fighters disappeared once more, engaging in yet another fierce exchange. To Lin Yuan and the others, it appeared that Goku and Tien had already exchanged several blows within the briefest moment. Tien executed a high whip kick aimed at Goku's head, but Goku ducked just in time, delivering a precise punch to Tien's abdomen. Tien responded by blocking with his left hand while swinging his right hand like a blade towards Goku's neck. Goku rolled backward to evade, performing a backflip to create distance. Goku maintained his composure, his breath steady, while Tien's chest heaved slightly. I initially thought my current strength would allow me to easily defeat you, but I never anticipated you had grown so much stronger, Tien gasped, his three eyes fixated on his opponent. Goku grinned widely. Haha, you have indeed improved significantly, Tien. However, the warm-up is over. Time to show me your true skills. With that, Goku removed his weighted gear, instantly feeling lighter, and leaped to a height of several dozen meters. Haha, how fascinating. I didn't expect you to train with such heavy weights. It seems today's battle will not conclude so easily, Tien remarked, somewhat taken aback. Just as Goku landed, Tien too discarded his vest, which thudded to the ground, creating a small dent. Goku was surprised. Tien's weight seemed heavier than his own. You're right, Tien, but I will not concede. The two fighters assumed their stances, observing each other's breathing patterns, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to arise. A gentle breeze swept through, and Goku's figure suddenly blurred, reappearing behind Tien. With a swift elbow strike aimed at Tien's back, Tien seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, sidestepping while retaliating with a spinning kick. Bang! Goku crossed his arms to absorb the blow, the tremendous force pushing him back several meters, leaving two white streaks on the stone platform. Tien seized the opportunity, lunging forward with a powerful punch directed at Goku. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Goku's eyes. Come at me. He blocked the strike with a knee lift, deflecting the blow. Tien capitalized on the moment, sweeping Goku off his feet and following up with a punch that seemed destined to land. In a split second, Goku spun his body, supporting himself with one hand, and unleashed a rapid kick towards Tien's face. A dull thud resonated as both combatants struck their targets simultaneously. Goku crashed onto the arena floor, while Tien was sent soaring through the air. Goku immediately sprang back to his feet, and Tien executed a graceful roll, landing steadily. The two figures vanished once again. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly from the sidelines, analyzing the bout. Tien's overall strength and energy exceed Goku's, thanks to his rigorous gravity training. Yet Goku's mastery over his energy is far more nuanced. It's as if both deliver the same force, but Goku expends less stamina and energy than Tien. Unless Tien has an unexpected trick up his sleeve or aims for a swift victory, he may find himself at a disadvantage in a prolonged standoff. The fighters continued to trade blows, each punch landing with force. Tien seemed to realize he could no longer afford to delay, as Goku remained composed while Tien began to breathe heavily. After exchanging another powerful strike, the two separated. I had intended to save this for the finals, but it appears I have no choice, Tien declared. Goku smirked. Feel free to unleash any hidden techniques you have. If you delay, you may lose your chance. Standing still, Tien began to sway gently, resembling seaweed in the ocean. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with intensity as he shouted, "For Body's fist." In an instant, Tien split into 4 identical figures, each wearing a confident smile. Illusions? No, they're real. Each one possesses energy. Goku swiftly assessed the situation, before Goku could analyze further. The 4 Tien figures charged toward him simultaneously. It's over, Goku. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot handle 4 of me at once. Goku hastily defended himself, but was soon overwhelmed, receiving multiple blows in rapid succession. Impressive, Tien. You've truly mastered an extraordinary technique. Goku wiped the blood from his lips, acknowledging his opponent's prowess. The 4TN figures radiated confidence, convinced victory was assured. Come at me. I believe I've discerned your weakness. Is that so? Humph. Don't boast. Prepare to face my might. Tien scoffed, not believing Goku's claim. The 4 figures spread to the corners of the arena, launching simultaneous energy waves at Goku. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as Goku leaped into the air, evading the onslaught. With Tien's figures focused on him, Goku seized the moment, unleashing a Kamehameha wave aimed at one of the cornered Tien figures. In mere moments, he dispatched that figure from the ring and surged toward the second. The remaining 2 figures attempted to assist, but it was too late. Goku swiftly defeated each of them, sending them tumbling from the arena. Tien, your greatest error was transforming into 4. Each could only wield a quarter of your energy, and by defeating them one by one, you sealed your fate. Victorious, Goku addressed Tien below. Tien scratched his head, aware of the flaw in his strategy. He had simply not anticipated Goku's quick realization. From the moment Tien Shinhan commenced his 4-body technique, Lin Yuan realized his inevitable defeat. This was due to Goku's exquisite mastery over his energy, which would undoubtedly allow him to discern any weaknesses in a remarkably brief span of time. If Tien Shinhan failed to subdue Goku before those vulnerabilities were unveiled, his defeat was assured. Chapter 36, Peace. The second semifinal match features the second generation of Meijin, known henceforth as Bic, versus the God of Heaven. This battle concluded unexpectedly swiftly. The god aimed to utilize the Demon Seal wave to imprison Bic once more, yet was taken aback when Bic demonstrated the ability to rebound the Demon Seal wave, effectively sealing the deity within a small jar and swallowing it whole. Lin Yuan observed with disdain, remarking on the discomfort of such an act. Thus, the competition swiftly progressed to the finals. Goku faced Bic, the orange and green figures standing defiantly on the arena. Bic's green skin glistened ominously under the sun, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Are you prepared to embrace death, Son Goku? This time, I shall reclaim the humiliation of the past. Is that so? I believe I shall not be defeated, Goku replied confidently, assuming a fighting stance. The referee raised his arm and brought it down forcefully. The match begins. In an instant, Goku's figure vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Bic's pupils constricted as he instinctively leaned back, barely evading a fierce kick that grazed his nose, the accompanying wind stinging his cheek. Such speed, Bic thought, astonished, as he crossed his arms defensively before his chest, bracing for Goku's subsequent elbow strike. The tremendous impact sent him sliding backward several meters, his shoes screeching against the stone floor. Goku did not grant his opponent a moment's respite, suddenly appearing before Bic with an uppercut aimed directly at his chin. Bic hastily dodged but was still struck on the shoulder, the pain eliciting a muffled grunt. Seizing the opportunity, Goku unleashed a flurry of kicks like a tempest, forcing Bic into a defensive retreat. Well done, Goku. Keep up the fight and give that guy a good beating. Cheering from the sidelines, Chi-Chi fervently waved her flag, confident in the prowess of the man she admired. Beside her, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and others looked on in astonishment, never expecting Goku to dominate so decisively. Bic endured numerous blows from Goku, with scarcely any chance to counterattack. Realizing this path was unsustainable, he let out a thunderous roar, unleashing all his energy to push Goku back. I never anticipated you would be this strong, Bic exclaimed, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he began to swell ominously, muscles inflating like balloons, veins prominently visible beneath his skin. What? Goku gasped, stepping back in shock as his opponent transformed into a towering green giant. Haha, are you feeling despair, Son Goku? With but a single step, I could crush you like the insect you are? Bic's voice resonated like thunder as his colossal foot rose, accompanied by a howling wind, bearing down upon Goku. Goku swiftly dodged, the ground where he had stood becoming a massive crater. Spectators, fearing for their safety, screamed in panic and fled, leaving only the Z fighters and the referee on the arena floor. Bic's newfound size granted him immense power, each strike carrying devastating force. Goku danced around the ring, seeking an opportunity to counter. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, will you merely scurry about like a mouse? Bic taunted, his fists raining down upon the ground like boulders. Now's my chance. Goku concentrated his energy beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of white light, charging directly into Bic's mouth, diving inside. Gah! Ah! Bic retched violently, roaring in fury. Moments later, Goku emerged from Bic's mouth, a small jar in hand, the very vessel that contained the god. Tian Shinon. Release the god. Goku tossed the jar to Tian Shinon, who quickly uncapped it, liberating the weakened deity. Bick began to revert to his original form. Oh, why haven't you transformed back into your giant form? Goku jested. Bick's eyes blazed with fury. He had no desire to endure that nauseating sensation again. Damn you, you seek death. Bick bellowed, stomping the ground and charging at Goku. Finally, I can unleash my full power. Goku shook out his arms, remaining calm in the face of Bick's advance, vanishing from sight. Where did he go? Bick halted, frantically searching for Goku's presence. Right here. Goku materialized behind Bick, delivering an elbow strike that sent Bick crashing into the ground. Goku swiftly ascended, gathering energy in his hands. Super Kamehameha. A robust blue energy wave surged forth, striking the ground with tremendous force. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted. The explosion's shockwave sweeping through the surrounding structures and trees, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. Lin Yuan shielded Tian Shinhan and the others from the residual force of the blast. As the smoke dissipated, an oval-shaped crater lay before them. At its center, a lifeless green form. We've won. Goku has triumphed. Goku is the strongest in the world. Krillin and Chi-Chi shouted with exhilaration upon witnessing Bick's defeat. The god, however, wore a grave expression, recognizing that Bick had not been completely vanquished, as evidenced by his own unscathed presence. The god slowly raised his hand, energy gathering within it. Stop, god. You will perish as well. Goku grasped the deity's arm, exclaiming. The god, his expression complex, slowly spoke. Perhaps I should have never taken on the mantle of the god, for it was I who caused Bick's birth and brought calamity to this world. It's time for me to clean up this mess. Lin Yuan, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. You are mistaken, great god. If it weren't for your creation of the Dragon Balls, we would not have come together and grown stronger. Upon hearing this, the god lowered his raised hand. Even if Bick had never appeared, stronger foes would have arisen. Thanks to the Dragon Balls, Earth has birthed many formidable warriors to combat them. Therefore, great god, you are not at fault. Lin Yuan continued. Sighing, the god fell silent. In a surprising move that astonished all except Lin Yuan, Goku approached Bick's fallen form with a healing bean, gently feeding it to him. Once revived, Bick uttered a vow to take Goku's life in the future before soaring away. Haha, great god, trust me. Even if Bick returns to cause chaos, I will defeat him once again. Goku reassured the deity, patting his shoulder. There's no need to worry. With Lin Yuan here, he's even more formidable than I am. The god chose not to dwell on the matter further, instead inquiring if Goku would accept the role of Earth's new deity. Goku shook his head in refusal, taking Chi-Chi's hand as they mounted the flying Nimbus to bid farewell to everyone. See you all again. And so, Earth fell into a brief period of tranquility. Chapter 37. Gohan and Ichi at Bowsy Mountain. Goku and Chi-Chi's new home. Gohan. Ichi. Honestly, those two children have run off again. We're supposed to go to Kame House soon. Chi-Chi shouted from the front of their home towards the woods. At that moment, Goku emerged, wearing an exasperated expression. I suspect they've gotten lost again. I'll go look for them, he said. All right, just keep an eye on the time. Goku, Chi-Chi reminded him before retreating indoors. Goku then mounted his flying Nimbus and soared into the forest. Meanwhile, near Bowsy Mountain, in a thicket, 4-year-old Lin Ichi stood on tiptoe, attempting to pluck a vibrant red wild fruit from the branches of a large tree. His dazzling golden hair sparkled in the sunlight, and his slightly taller stature allowed him to reach the fruits that Gohan could not. Be careful, Ichi, Gohan called from below, his long black hair cascading loosely behind him. He tightly clutched a cap adorned with a star, his large eyes filled with concern. It's just a trifle, Gohan. Here you go. Ichi grinned, swiftly picking 2 wild fruits and handing one to Gohan. He then took the cap from Gohan's hands and placed it atop his own head. Haha, thank you, Ichi, Gohan exclaimed, gratefully accepting the fruit and beginning to nibble on it. The 2 boys ambled along, munching on their fruits while sharing laughter. Lin Ichi was the first child of Lin Yuan and Lan Chi, his name a homophone for Ichi. The other child was naturally Goku and Chi-Chi's son, Ichi being born a month prior to Gohan, which is why Gohan occasionally referred to him as Brother Ichi. The 2 youngsters ventured deeper into the thicket, Ichi leading the way, occasionally using a long stick he had found to push aside the obstructing vines. Gohan followed closely behind, a mixture of fear and excitement as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Ichi, have we strayed too far? Dad mentioned he would take us to Master Roshi's soon. Gohan said hesitantly. Oh right, I almost forgot. Let us not venture any further today. We should head back, Ichi replied, realizing they still needed to visit Master Roshi. After discerning the direction, he guided Gohan onward. Gohan hesitated as he walked, glancing at Ichi. Are you sure? Mom said if you get lost in the forest, it's best to stay put. Of course I'm sure. Just follow me, Ichi insisted, puffing out his chest confidently. Just then, the bushes ahead began to shake violently, accompanied by heavy footsteps and a low growl. A massive Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the foliage, its yellow eyes fixated on the two boys, drool dripping from its sharp teeth. Wah! Gohan cried out, tears immediately streaming down his face. It's a dinosaur. Mom said those kinds of dinosaurs eat children. Ichi, too, was startled by the sudden appearance of the dinosaur, but quickly regained his composure. A mere dinosaur? Humph. Ichi shielded Gohan behind him, pointing at the creature with a defiant tone. What are you staring at? Scram, or I'll flatten you. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, sensing Ichi's bravado, let out a thunderous roar and charged towards them. No, don't eat me, Gohan screamed, shutting his eyes tightly. Ichi clenched his fists, his striking eyes locked onto the dinosaur's jaw. As the creature drew closer, he unleashed a swift punch that connected with its chin. With a resounding thud, the dinosaur, which was several times Ichi's size, toppled backward and crashed to the ground, unconscious. Gohan stood frozen in shock, tears still glistening on his cheeks. Why, Ichi? You? With his back turned to Gohan, Ichi stared at his own fist in disbelief before turning around with a proud grin. Ha ha ha, it's just a dinosaur. How could it possibly stand up to your brother Ichi? Let us go back. Gohan, now completely enamored, showered Ichi with compliments about his bravery. Not long after, they were found by Goku, riding on the flying Nimbus, who guided them toward Master Roshi's location. Meanwhile, atop a towering peak, Piccolo knelt, his hands limply resting on the ground, which was soaked with his sweat. Fear gripped his expression as beads of perspiration trickled from his forehead. Who was that person just now? The terrifying aura paralyzed me, he thought bitterly, watching the direction the figure had departed. Slowly, he stood up and followed. A man clad in dark battle attire, with a brown tail wrapped around his waist and long, flowing black hair, was speeding towards Kame House, wearing a scouter that beeped incessantly. Oh, this individual is advancing at an astonishing pace. It must be Kakarot, my foolish brother. How has this planet remained intact until now? Honestly, Goku, you couldn't visit your old man without an invitation, could you? Master Roshi feigned annoyance as he looked at Goku and the two boys. Ha ha, but here I am. Goku replied cheerfully as he chatted with Master Roshi. Bulma entertained Lin Ichi and Gohan, having watched Ichi grow up, while Gohan's timid demeanor was a stark contrast to Goku's childhood. As Bulma observed Gohan's innocent smile, memories flooded her mind. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted. His demeanor tense as he gazed into the distant sky. Master Roshi and Krillin noticed Goku's unease and inquired what was wrong. Such immense power, so unfamiliar. Who could it be? Goku said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Everyone be on guard. Moments later, a figure shot rapidly from the horizon, coming to a halt before them. It was Raditz. Raditz quickly spotted Kakarot at the forefront and couldn't help but reflect. Kakarot resembles father so much. It's a pity father is no longer alive. Hey, who are you? Goku was the first to inquire. You don't recognize me? Kakarot. I am your older brother, Raditz. Goku appeared puzzled, seemingly unable to comprehend. When did I have an older brother? My name is Son Goku, not Kakarot. I have no brother. Raditz looked equally perplexed, convinced he couldn't be mistaken. Did you suffer a blow to the head in the past? Did your personality suddenly change afterward? He asked, pointing to his own head. Master Roshi and Goku exchanged solemn glances. He is not wrong, but how does he know that? Could he truly be Goku's brother? I did indeed sustain a blow to the back of my head. Goku nodded. With the confirmation received, Raditz chuckled lightly. Ah, then it makes sense. Kakarot, you must have amnesia. Allow me to enlighten you. You are a member of the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyans. Your purpose in coming to this planet was to exterminate all its inhabitants. What? Saiyans. Goku exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Krillin, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, approached Raditz with a look of disdain. Shoo, who let a drunken fool wander in here to spout nonsense in broad daylight? Hurry back to where you came from. Understand? Bang. Before he could finish his words, Klin was sent flying, crashing into the small cottage. Klin, Goku exclaimed, filled with fury as he rushed forward. only to be swiftly overpowered by Raditz, who knocked him to the ground with a mere 3 strikes. Writhing in pain and clutching his abdomen, Goku curled up in agony. Subsequently, Raditz abducted Gohan, informing Goku that he had one day to eliminate 100 Earthlings to retrieve his son. Otherwise, he would kill Gohan and obliterate the planet. With that, Raditz seized the wailing Gohan and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had just returned to the west capital of Earth. Chapter 38, Raditz. For the majority of the past 2 years, Lin Yuan has been training with the king of Otherworld. Today, upon learning from the king that Raditz has arrived on Earth, he hurried back. After a brief assessment, he sensed that Raditz's energy had stabilized, and that Goku and Piccolo were soon to reach the battlefield. Additionally, 2 others had recently departed from West City, heading towards Raditz's location. Given the current strength of Earth's warriors, they should be capable of dealing with Raditz on their own. However, since Raditz was part of Lin Yuan's mission, he had specifically informed the king to alert him immediately in the event of a Saiyan invasion. Indeed, Lin Yuan was here to claim his prize. As Goku and Krillin arrived on the battlefield, Lin Yuan had just teleported there as well. In a vast plain, Raditz stood at the edge of a large crater, gazing at the 3 before him. He was surprised that Kakarot had tracked him down so swiftly. Moreover, it appeared that Kakarot had come to confront him. How foolish. Raditz scoffed internally. Kakarot, are you planning to fight your brother? And you've brought some allies as well. Let me see. His device scanned the 3 before him, emitting a series of beeps. Power level 430. Power level 350. And this one? Haha. This guy's power level is only 10. Raditz pointed at Lin Yuan, laughing heartily at the absurdity of his foolish brother seeking assistance from someone with such a paltry power level. Goku looked at Raditz with a bemused expression. Lin Yuan? A power level of only 10? Hey, that device of yours must be broken. You should just toss it away. Goku kindly advised Raditz. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke up. It's all right, Goku. Allow this person with a power level of 10 to take the lead. Lin Yuan stepped forward, shrugging his shoulders. Thinking to himself, this Saiyan is such a waste of talent. His energy is chaotic and unrefined. He relies solely on this device to gauge his opponent's strengths. Moreover, this device is being monitored by Frieza. What a shameful display of might and intellect. Seeing the one with a power level of 10, Raditz felt no urge to engage. He had just killed a human with a power level of 5 and felt embarrassed. You might not understand my terror, fool. My power level is 1,500. Not only can I kill you, but I could easily annihilate your entire planet. Raditz taunted Lin Yuan. Unfazed, Lin Yuan responded. Oh, since you are so formidable, how about letting me take a shot at you? If you can withstand it, then I shall submit to your will. Fine, I shall allow you 1 strike. If, boom. In an instant, Lin Yuan appeared before Raditz, delivering a powerful punch to his heart. Raditz hadn't even completed his sentence before he felt darkness envelop him, losing all consciousness. The last image he saw was the horrifying number on the power level detector. Power level 9,500. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Goku and Piccolo, Lin Yuan began to examine his system panel. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission 11. Defeat the Saiyan. Raditz completed. Reward. Power level 1000. Bloodline progress 5. View character panel. Lin Yuan identity. Human power level. 10,500 points. Abilities. Instant transmission. King Kai Fist Realm. Divine Zero mission. Perfect Super Saiyan bloodline progress. 65 mission 12. Defeat the Saiyan Vegeta. Mission reward. Power level 1500. Bloodline progress 5. A perfect conclusion. After dispatching Raditz, Goku rescued Gohan. Lin Yuan removed Raditz's scouter and stored Raditz's spaceship with a universal capsule. Now that Bulma's gravity chamber research had reached 50 times Earth's gravity, this alien spacecraft could potentially lead to significant breakthroughs in gravity technology. Moreover, Lin Yuan decided to give Bulma the scouter, asking her to extract the monitoring and tracking devices to create a reverse tracking device, allowing him to ascertain Vegeta and Nappa's movements. Subsequently, Lin Yuan engaged Goku and the others in conversation about the Dragon Balls, intending for Vegeta and Nappa to overhear. He wanted to prevent them from ignoring Raditz's fate and abandoning their journey to Earth. After discussing these matters, Lin Yuan stored the scouter in a capsule and solemnly stated, according to what I learned from the King of Otherworld, that Saiyan had 2 even more powerful companions. Nanny? Goku and Piccolo were taken aback. The scouter has monitoring and tracking devices. They now know their ally has fallen and have likely locked onto Earth. They will arrive within a year. Lin Yuan continued. This means we have a year to prepare? Goku furrowed his brow, contemplating the time. A year may not be enough. Goku, I know a place where a deity called King Kai resides. Training under him can rapidly enhance your strength, Lin Yuan suggested, glancing at Goku before turning to Piccolo. Piccolo, you likely cannot go. Goku has saved the world, so he can train there, but your merits are insufficient. Hearing this, Piccolo's expression fell momentarily before he regained his icy demeanor. Humph, I don't need to go to such a place to defeat Son Goku. Observing Piccolo's prideful visage, Lin Yuan felt a hint of helplessness. It was evident that Piccolo desired to go. However, Lin Yuan was unable to take him along. With his current strength, he barely managed to teleport himself to King Kai's planet, so taking someone else was out of the question. Therefore, Goku would have to seek assistance from King Kai to travel the Snake Way. Piccolo would not succeed with that method. But Lin Yuan could teach him the King Kai Fist. Still, whether Piccolo could learn it remained uncertain. The King Kai Fist was indeed a peculiar technique. Lin Yuan, with a power level of 10,000, could only manage a twofold increase. After extensive training, he discovered that the body must be exceptionally resilient to cultivate higher multiples. Given his earthling physique, achieving a 10-fold or 20-fold increase was utterly impossible. If Goku could utilize a 20-fold increase with a power level of 3 million, Lin Yuan, with the same power level, could barely manage 5 or 8 times without risking self-destruction. Once Goku had passed Chi-Chi's trial, Lin Yuan led him to the Heavenly Temple, where he expressed his intentions to the deity. He then, using the opportunity of teaching Piccolo the King Kai Fist, entrusted Piccolo with a task to train his son, Gohan. Chapter 39. Preparing for battle on a distant planet in the North Galaxy, 2 individuals, one tall and the other short, sat side by side around a fire. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Raditz. The taller figure, sporting a bald head, handed freshly grilled meat to the smaller companion. Raditz, that fool, actually fell on Earth. Humph, such a worthless being deserved his fate, bested by someone with a mere power level of a few hundred. Shall we seek revenge for Raditz on Earth? I was initially disinterested, but it seems there is something known as the Dragon Balls on Earth, reputed to grant any wish. I find myself intrigued. Moreover, that traitor Kakarot must be made to pay. Whether it can truly grant any wish remains uncertain. Regardless, our next destination is Earth. I intend to use the Dragon Balls to wish for eternal life. Nappa, prepare for departure. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the cosmos, a massive spherical spaceship hurtled forward at incredible speed. Within the control chamber, a man equipped with a scanner inquired of his subordinate, "What are the target planets ahead?" "Report, my lord. Our next target is a planet called Barus, with an estimated arrival in about 6 months. The subsequent planet is one known as Earth, situated approximately." "Wait, did you say that lowly planet, Earth? Wasn't it supposed to have been destroyed by Kakarot long ago?" "Report, my lord. According to our scans, Earth has not been destroyed and is teeming with life forms, making it an excellent target. What is the meaning of this? Change course and head directly for Earth." "Yes, my lord. Course adjusted. We will reach Earth in less than a year and a half." At that moment on Earth, Lin Yuan arrived at the Kame house, ready to fetch Lin Ichi back to West City. Upon seeing her father, Lin Ichi joyfully leaped into his embrace. "Dad, you're back. I have so much to tell you about the past few days." However, when the topic shifted to Gohan, Lin Ichi's expression turned to one of concern. Gohan was taken by a bad uncle, and that uncle is incredibly strong, even stronger than Uncle Goku. At this point, Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others exchanged worried glances with Lin Yuan, discussing the recent events. Even with Goku and Piccolo teaming up, an unsettling sense of foreboding lingered. Rest assured, the Saiyan known as Raditz has been dealt with. Goku and Gohan are safe. Hearing this, everyone sighed in relief. Lin Yuan continued, "However, we have received news that in 1 year's time, 2 Saiyans even more powerful than Raditz will arrive on Earth. To prepare for their arrival, I have requested the Grand Kai's assistance, and he has agreed to train a group of Earth warriors. Krillin, are you willing to join?" Krillin hesitated before finally responding, "Yes. Although it sounds dangerous, the chance to receive guidance from the Grand Kai is an opportunity one cannot pass up. Plus, with Goku and you around, we should be relatively safe, right?" "Ha." Lin Yuan patted Krillin on the shoulder. "I cannot guarantee that, but having more strength certainly increases our odds. I entrust you with finding Lu Ping. I believe he would also be eager to train with the Grand Kai. As for Tien, I will take care of that." Krillin thumped his chest, assuring Lin Yuan that he would handle it. Afterwards, Lin Yuan handed Bulma the capsules for the aircraft and scanner, explaining his specific requirements, only to receive an eye roll in response. Without further ado, Lin Yuan embraced Lin Ichi, placed his fingers on his forehead to focus, and then vanished from sight. Master Rashi, Krillin, and the others were unfazed. After inquiring about Lu Ping's likely whereabouts from Bulma, they set off in search of him. During this time, Bulma and Lu Ping had been embroiled in frequent arguments and a cold war, primarily due to Bulma's frustration with Lu Ping's flirtatious nature. Lu Ping was unwilling to apologize, and Bulma was even less inclined to relent, given that the fault lay with Lu Ping. Their stalemate persisted, and had it not been for the necessity of training, it seemed they might have continued their cold war until a separation. Lin Yuan reappeared, now at their home in West City. As soon as Ichi entered, he dashed into Lan-Chi's arms. The little boy was particularly attached to his mother, causing Lin Yuan to feel a twinge of jealousy at times. Now, both Lan-Chi and Lin Yuan were 35 years old, yet they bore few signs of aging, their demeanor having matured significantly. Lin Yuan's enduring martial training contributed to his vitality, while Lan-Chi's appearance was maintained, in part, due to Lin Yuan's wish to the Eternal Dragon. Ichi animatedly recounted his adventures with Gohan on Baozi Mountain, frequently asking when he could visit Uncle Goku's home to play with Gohan again. Lin Yuan approached the mother and son, lifted Lin Ichi from Lan-Chi's embrace, and set him down, adopting a slightly stern tone. Shao-Chi, I've told you before. You're becoming a young man now. You shouldn't cling to your mother all the time. Understand? Lan-Chi gazed at her two beloved men with affection and happiness. Oh, come on. Ichi is still under 5. What is wrong with him wanting to be close to his mother? Silly daddy. With that, she stood and playfully tapped Lin Yuan's arm before scooping Ichi back into her arms. Lin Yuan shrugged in resignation, thinking he was becoming an outsider. Oh, by the way, Shao-Chi, you probably won't see Gohan for a while. He has gone to train with Piccolo in the deep mountains. Upon hearing this, rather than being disheartened, Lin Ichi's face lit up with excitement. Training. Dad, if Gohan is training, then I want to train too. I don't want him to become stronger than me. As he spoke of training, Lin Ichi's eyes sparkled with aspiration. Lan-Chi remained silent. She was reluctant to let her son train, but respected his wishes. Ultimately, it was Lin Yuan's approval that mattered. This was not the first time Ichi had expressed such a desire, but Lin Yuan had previously declined. The mother and son duo turned their gazes toward Lin Yuan, waiting for his response. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yuan asked, Training is arduous, you know. Are you certain you can endure it? Seeing his father's slight concession, Lin Ichi eagerly nodded. Yes, I can definitely stick with it. I'm a big boy now. All right, I agree. Tomorrow, you'll start at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to practice your fundamentals. If you can persist, I will personally train you. Seeing his son's enthusiasm, Lin Yuan decided not to deter him. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he smirked and said, By the way, son, you claim to be a big boy now. But how can a big boy always want his mother to carry him? I think. At this, Lin Ichi immediately leapt down from Lan-Chi, feigning a display of masculinity, fearing his father might change his mind. This caused both Lin Yuan and Lan-Chi to burst into laughter. Chapter 40. Gohan's training. Lin Yuan's consent for his son to train was not without reason. Logically speaking, as a mere earthling, his son's potential would hardly rival that of a Saiyan. Moreover, Lin Ichi had consistently asserted that Gohan must not surpass him. Gohan, after all, was a prodigious talent, the strongest potential powerhouse in Dragon Ball, and even Lin Yuan himself harbored doubts about whether he could match Gohan upon awakening his own lineage. Lin Yuan did not believe his son could surpass Gohan. However, nothing is absolute. Lin Yuan sensed that his son possessed a remarkable aptitude for martial arts, even without instruction. By the age of 4, he could already perceive the existence of ki, displaying commendable combat prowess. Perhaps it was due to his inheritance of the golden-haired Lan-Chi's bloodline, or some other factor unknown to Lin Yuan. He could only observe that his son's hair remained perpetually golden, never changing regardless of his actions. It was possible that his son could emerge as an extraordinary genius in the future. Lin Yuan planned to take Ichi to the martial arts school the next morning, letting today pass without further ado. At the Extreme Intent Martial Arts School, 2 figures descended at the entrance, Tianjin Han and Nam. Upon sensing the ki of Raditz and Goku, they hurried towards the battlefield. However, halfway there, Raditz's ki vanished, prompting them to retrace their steps. Could it be that Goku and Piccolo defeated Raditz? Nam pondered, a look of confusion on his face. Han recalled the key he had sensed earlier. Goku and Piccolo were unlikely to be able to best that individual. Even if they could win, it would be improbable to resolve the matter in such a brief time. Nam was further perplexed. Then who could it be? Although it was just a fleeting moment, I felt a presence even more formidable than that evil aura, and it seemed all too familiar, akin to Lin Yuan's energy. If it were Lin Yuan, it would indeed make sense, but hadn't he been training on some alien planet? How could he have returned? Nam suddenly understood. If it is Lin Yuan, we will know in a few days. If he has returned, he will surely come to the martial arts school. Indeed. With that, the two entered the martial arts school. The Extreme Intent Martial Arts School had expanded significantly compared to a few years prior. With a fully developed system hosting a total of 300 disciples, Nam continued to serve as the headmaster, now joined by a vice master, Sate. Below the vice master were 2 former captains and 1 newly appointed captain. Yes, there were now 3 captains, categorized further into head captains and deputy captains. The 3 captains, Fule, Kalino, and Yuz, had been promoted to head captains, each selecting 5 deputy captains to assist in training approximately 100 disciples each. The gravity chamber had also been upgraded to 3. The more outstanding students could spend more time training there, while those lacking ambition faced exclusion from the school altogether. Over time, several students had been expelled for various infractions. Primarily those unable to endure the rigors of training, resorting to disruptive behaviors such as forming cliques, extorting newcomers, bribing captains, or bullying the less experienced. With the school's growth, management had become increasingly challenging, which was precisely why the position of deputy captain had been established. Fortunately, the vast majority of students remained dedicated to their martial pursuits. Now, in West Capital and indeed across the globe, the Extreme Intent Martial Arts School stood as a paragon of martial excellence. Thanks to the proliferation of mobile networks, many individuals from various regions came to seek tutelage. Drawn by the school's formidable reputation, as evening descended, young Lin Ichi lay nestled between Lanchi and Lin Yuan, captivated by the myriad fantastical stories Lin Yuan recounted. His large eyes sparkled with wonder at the unknown, while Lanchi listened with keen interest. As Lin Yuan shared tales from novels and anime he had encountered during his time on Blue Star. Gradually, both mother and son succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, far across the earth, Gohan found sleep elusive. Perched atop a towering rock formation, several hundred meters above the ground, he occupied a space barely 10 square meters in size. The howling wind whipped across his face, drying the tears that clung beneath his eyes. Crouching on the ground with his arms wrapped around himself, Gohan's pitiful demeanor was evident. After leaving Gohan to fend for himself for half a year, Piccolo had abandoned him to this isolated perch as a form of training. At that moment, Gohan felt cold, hungry, and frightened. He yearned for home, but found himself unable to return. Trapped atop this precipice for 2 days, he lacked even the courage to glance down, let alone descend. Sniffling softly, a sudden breeze brushed past him, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 bright red apples. Ah, fruit. Must be fallen from a tree, Gohan exclaimed, joyfully retrieving the apples. He looked up, but there was no apple tree in sight. No matter, he thought. I'll eat them regardless. Biting into one, he found it sour yet delightful. Soon, 2 apple cores littered the ground, and though he still craved more, he felt content. He had expected to go hungry that night. After consuming the fruit, Gohan curled up once more, lying on the cold ground. His small frame trembling slightly as he envisioned the delicious meat buns his mother used to make. Lost in thought, he drifted into sleep, not far above Gohan. Piccolo watched the slumbering boy, muttering to himself, "Humph, I'll assist you this once. From tomorrow onward, if you cannot find food, do not expect my help." Thus commenced Gohan's training, set against an extraordinarily harsh and unforgiving backdrop. Time swiftly passed to the following day. After breakfast, Lin Yuan took Ichi to the Extreme Intent Martial Arts School. After entrusting Ichi to Sate for training, Lin Yuan discussed his plans to cultivate in the sacred land with Han and Nam. Without much deliberation, they decided to accompany him to train under the guidance of the god. Nam now had considerably more free time than before. The 3 head captains could manage most of the school's affairs, with Sate available for support if necessary. Most importantly, Nam's strength had reached formidable levels. Aside from himself, Goku, Han, and Piccolo, few could rival him. Since Nam was willing to join, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous arrangement. Chapter 41, Cultivators. In the bustling metropolis of East Capital, towering skyscrapers lined the streets, teeming with throngs of people. Hovering vehicles glided through the air, while laughter and joy echoed, oblivious to the impending catastrophe. Suddenly, two blinding streaks of light pierced the sky. A little girl, clutching her mother's hand, pointed at two ominous black dots above and inquired, "Mom, what is that?" The mother, gazing up in confusion, speculated, "Perhaps it's a meteor?" As the dots grew larger, the truth became apparent. They were two spherical objects hurtling towards East Capital at an alarming speed. Mere seconds later, the meteors struck the commercial district, less than 2 kilometers from the financial center, creating two massive craters. The shockwave shattered every pane of glass within hundreds of meters, and thick smoke billowed from the craters, each over 50 meters in diameter. Some screamed and fled, while others called for help, and yet others gathered to watch the unfolding drama. Amidst the chaos, the hatches of the two spherical crafts slowly opened, revealing two figures emerging from the smoke. One was extraordinarily tall, bald, and muscular, clad in standard Saiyan battle attire. A cruel smile adorned his face as he surveyed the terrified crowd, akin to a predator observing its prey. The other figure, comparatively shorter, exuded a far more menacing aura. His black hair stood erect like steel needles, and his expression was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "It seems this planet is quite lively," remarked Naba casually. Vegeta, without glancing at him, replied indifferently, "Regardless of its liveliness, what matters is whether we can fetch a good price." Naba turned to Vegeta, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. "Vegeta, my body is on the verge of rusting. May I stretch my limbs?" Vegeta nodded slightly. "Just be mindful not to overdo it. Otherwise, we might not get a good price." Naba grinned widely, baring his teeth. "Rest assured, I know my limits." With that, he raised his right hand, extending two fingers, and suddenly thrust them upward. A wave of devastating energy radiated from Naba's body in all directions, transforming East Capital into a hellscape. Skyscrapers crumbled like building blocks, and in mere moments, millions were vaporized before they could comprehend the disaster. In just seconds, East Capital, one of the most prosperous cities on Earth, was reduced to rubble beneath the mere lift of two fingers from the Saiyan. "I accidentally went a bit too hard. Ha ha ha." Naba laughed heartily. Vegeta remained expressionless, as if witnessing an ordinary occurrence. He pressed a button on his scouter, stating, "All right, it's time to get down to business." According to the scouter, there are several formidable energy signatures on this planet, each exceeding 1,000 points. Naba licked his lips. "Regardless, they are certainly no match for us Saiyans. Come, Naba. Let us first meet the strongest warrior on this planet and inquire about the Dragon Balls and Kakarot's whereabouts." With that, Vegeta soared into the sky, Naba closely behind. 10 minutes prior, Lin Yuan had already learned of the Saiyans' impending arrival and alerted the warriors to utilize the collected Dragon Balls to resurrect Son Goku, who would then gather with Piccolo. Lin Yuan had made his way to King Kai's planet, where he met with Goku and King Kai. After a brief conversation, he teleported with Goku to the dwelling of Snake Princess. "Goku, we may need to fly a bit. Once we reach King Yama, I will teleport again. I can't move that far in one go." Thus, they set out. On Earth, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Lu Ping, and Lin Ichi had gathered. Their faces were grave and tense as they fixed their gaze on the horizon, sensing two powerful energies rapidly approaching. "They're here. Everyone be alert," Piccolo shouted. The group looked up to see two figures, one tall and one short, hovering above them, slowly descending. Thud, thud, as they landed. Vegeta bore a look of disdain. "It seems you were already aware of our impending arrival. Are you here to collectively plead for mercy or foolishly attempt to defeat us? Haha, just with this bunch of weaklings." Naba cackled, activating his scouter and scanning the warriors one by one. Power levels, 1500, 990, 1458, 1331, 1009, 1150, 1083, 835. Naba was somewhat taken aback. "I didn't expect this planet to harbor so many strong fighters. No wonder they're not afraid. Ha 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 ha." At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down the faces of Piccolo and the others. "It's hard to believe. They are even stronger than I imagined. Their presence is like a mountain pressing down on me." Piccolo spoke first. Krillin echoed, "Yes, I feel the same. I thought I had become considerably stronger, but it seems I underestimated the enemy's power." At that moment, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Piccolo, as if comprehending something. "I see. So it is the Namekians. This further confirms that the Dragon Ball matter is indeed real." Piccolo, meeting Vegeta's gaze, looked puzzled. What Namekians? How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Vegeta was taken aback that the Namekian before him was unaware of his own identity. He began to speak slowly. Namekians are a remarkable race in the universe, rumored to possess various special abilities, one of which is the creation of wish orbs. And you? Vegeta lifted his hand, pointing at Piccolo. You are a Namekian. I had only heard of it before, but I dismissed it. Now it appears that everything is true. Our purpose here is also to seek the Dragon Balls. So if you have any sense, tell us where they are. Piccolo was shaken. He never imagined he was not originally from Earth, which explained his different appearance from humans. Regaining his composure, Piccolo refused to relinquish the Dragon Balls, knowing that even if he handed them over, he and the others, along with Earth's fate, would still meet a grim end. They could only hope to stall until Goku and Lin Yuan arrived. Very well, then we shall entertain ourselves with you, Vegeta remarked playfully. Naba, I recall there are still 6 seeds of the cultivators, right? Naba produced a bag and emptied its contents, counting 1, 2, 3. Yes, just 6. Let us plant all 6 and allow the cultivators to have some fun with them. Naba wore a wicked smile. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta. In no time, 6 cultivators sprang from the ground, cold, bloodthirsty smiles etched on their faces, each boasting a power level of 1,200. Chapter 42. Desolation. Before Vegeta and Nappa stood 6 diminutive yet menacing cultivators. Lu Ping swallowed hard and slowly stepped forward. Let me go first. Allow them to witness the fruits of my training during this period. Upon seeing this, Vegeta commanded one of the cultivators to advance and engage. There was but one stipulation. No matter the cost, they must annihilate their foe. The battle commenced swiftly, the cultivator emitting a piercing shriek as it lunged forward. Its speed was astonishing, reaching Lu Ping in the blink of an eye, its claws aimed directly at his throat. Lu Ping evaded by sidestepping, delivering a swift strike to the cultivator's neck, causing it to stagger back. The 2 fighters quickly distanced themselves, scrutinizing one another. If this is all you possess, Lu Ping grinned, I could single-handedly dispatch all 6 of you. With those words, Lu Ping unleashed his full power, charging fiercely at the cultivator and landing a devastating punch to its abdomen. A dull thud echoed as the cultivator doubled over, spewing forth a stream of green liquid. Without granting the cultivator a moment's respite, Lu Ping delivered another kick, propelling it into the air. Before the cultivator could react, Lu Ping was already behind it, gripping it tightly and slamming it into the ground. He then thrust his hands forward, unleashing a wave of energy directed at the ground. The sequence of attacks flowed seamlessly, and when the smoke cleared, only a lifeless body remained in the crater. Lu Ping returned to the earth, casting a challenging glance at the remaining 5 cultivators, beckoning them with a flick of his finger. Who among you wishes to meet their demise next? The 5 cultivators bared their teeth, eager to tear the human before them to shreds. Yet, without Vegeta's command, they dared not advance. Nappa silently cursed their ineptitude, while Vegeta wore a sly grin, whispering, Patience. Nappa, the show is just beginning. Suddenly, a shrill screech erupted behind Lu Ping. His body instinctively bristled as he turned, his pupils dilating in shock. The very cultivator he thought vanquished surged forth from the pit, arms outstretched, clinging desperately to him. Zimida. Lu Ping strained with all his might to break free. But it was futile. Lu Ping. Krillin cried out in horror, attempting to rush forward, but it was too late. A tremendous explosion resounded as the cultivator self-destructed. The force of the blast was so powerful that it rendered them momentarily blind. When their vision returned, they beheld Lu Ping, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Krillin dashed to his side, cradling Lu Ping in his arms, but it was evident that Lu Ping was on the brink of death. Lu Ping, no. Krillin knelt, tears blurring his sight. Tien, recovering from his shock, swiftly retrieved a senzu bean from his pouch. There is still a chance. He rushed to the bloodied Lu Ping, placing the bean in his mouth, urging, hurry, eat it. It's a senzu bean. Krillin, well aware of the bean's miraculous properties, sighed in relief as Lu Ping consumed it, though his fury remained unabated. He turned to the remaining cultivators, his energy surging wildly, veins bulging on his forehead as a yellow energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his hand. Tien promptly moved Lu Ping to a safe distance. Die. Krillin thrust the energy sphere forward. The blast traveled slowly, and the cultivators scattered in all directions, evading it entirely. Yet, a triumphant smirk crept across Krillin's face. He had them fooled. With a swift upward flick of his hand, he then slammed it down. causing the energy sphere to screech to a halt before ascending into the sky and splitting into 6 smaller energy blasts, hurtling towards the remaining cultivators and the duo of Vegeta and Nappa. As the cultivators landed, they had no time to dodge, disintegrating into ashes upon impact. Vegeta and Nappa, however, stood their ground, bracing themselves for the onslaught. How impressive! Uncle Krillin, Lin Yuan, and Gohan marveled in unison. Vegeta and Nappa remained unscathed, adhering to the principle of smoke and no harm. How is this possible? Kaiatsu gasped, while the others wore expressions of disbelief. Though they anticipated that the attack would not subdue the Saiyans, they never expected it to inflict no damage whatsoever. Just how powerful were these Saiyans? Nappa cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous pops. The game is over, insects, he declared, turning to Vegeta. Allow me to eliminate them. Vegeta remained silent, tacitly permitting it. Nappa stepped forward, unleashing a chaotic aura that enveloped him in a crackling yellow energy. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Tien, delivering a devastating punch. Tien, move. Piccolo recognized the tremendous force behind the strike. A direct hit would spell certain death. Tien wished to evade, but the overwhelming pressure immobilized him, forcing him to raise his arms in defense. With a sickening crack, Tien's arm bent at a grotesque angle, and he was sent flying like a broken kite. Without hesitation, Piccolo roared, "Everyone, attack together." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha surged at Nappa simultaneously. Kaiatsu, meanwhile, formed a seal with his fingers, attempting to restrain Nappa's movements. However, Nappa remained unfazed, effortlessly countering each of their attacks, dispatching them with casual strikes. Lin Yuan and Gohan, paralyzed by fear since Lu Ping's demise, stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to muster any strength. After all, they were merely 2 5-year-old children. Lin Yuan had warned Lin Yuan not to interfere, but upon learning Gohan would join, he had stealthily followed. Once the 3 were downed, Nappa turned his attention to Kaiatsu in the sky. With a burst of speed, he appeared behind Kaiatsu, grasping his head and slamming him against a nearby rock. Kaiatsu weakly flailed his arms, but it was futile. After several brutal impacts, he gradually lost the strength to resist, his arms drooping lifelessly. In mere moments, Nappa had dispatched them all, laughing maniacally in the air. Ha! A bunch of insects daring to obstruct us Saiyans. How utterly naive. Before he could finish, he felt a sudden weight on his back. Turning, he discovered it was the small Kaiatsu. He reached back to grab him, but his massive frame and muscles made it impossible to grasp the diminutive figure. Kaiatsu clung fiercely to Nappa's back, a blue light beginning to emanate from his form. At that moment, Piccolo, Tien, and the others regained their senses, watching Kaiatsu in confusion. "Kaiatsu, get down," Tien shouted, sensing impending doom. Kaiatsu closed his eyes, a look of acceptance washing over him. "Goodbye, Tien. You must survive. I am too weak, and can only do this much." With that, the energy within Kaiatsu swelled rapidly, exploding in a cataclysmic blast before Nappa's terrified gaze. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated in their ears. Tien's heart shattered as he recalled every moment shared with Kaiatsu, from their initial meeting at the Crane School to their encounters at the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, leading to the formation of bonds with Goku, Master Roshi, and their friends. The final image etched in his mind was that of Kaiatsu just before his self-detonation, his voice echoing in Tien's thoughts. "Goodbye, Tien." "Ahid." Tianjin Fan roared in fury, his veins bulging, his entire being radiating an eerie crimson hue. Even as his arm was brutally broken, he scarcely felt the pain. Yet, the death of Jiaozi filled his heart with profound grief and indignation. For the Eternal Dragon had resurrected Jiaozi once before, but this time, even the dragon could not bring him back. Piccolo, Krillin, and others were expressions of deep sorrow. Though they had long prepared themselves for sacrifice, witnessing a life extinguished before their eyes evoked a sensation far more excruciating than death itself. Chapter 43, Keyblade. After an overwhelming wave of sorrow, boundless rage surged forth. Among the Z warriors present, only Gohan and Lin Yuan were devoid of fear. Tien Shinhan slowly raised his hand, forming a single-handed seal aimed at Nappa, as lightning crackled around his arm, the terrifying energy coalescing in an instant. "I will absolutely, unequivocally not forgive you. I will expend all my energy for this strike to avenge Kaiatsu." Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth and declared, "Final." Kamehameha. A formidable wave of energy surged towards Nappa, and by the time Nappa reacted, it was too late to evade. as he was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming force. Boom! A colossal explosion echoed, and Piccolo and the others gazed upward, awaiting the dissipating light. When the brilliance faded, Nappa remained unscathed in midair, his battlesuit only slightly torn and emitting wisps of black smoke. Seeing that his strongest attack had been futile, Tien Shinhan let out a bitter smile and collapsed, utterly drained of strength. At that moment, Lu Ping awakened and hurried to Tien Shinhan's side, inquiring about his injuries. Lin Ichi also rushed over, pulling a senzu bean from his pocket. Tien Shinhan, here, eat this senzu bean quickly. Upon seeing the senzu bean in Lin Ichi's possession, Lu Ping sighed in relief. After consuming the senzu bean, Tien Shinhan's wounds healed instantly, even his severed arm restored. Vegeta and Nappa witnessed this scene, their faces filled with confusion. This planet holds many secrets, from the Dragon Balls to beans that can restore one's state in an instant. It seemed they could not afford to delay any longer. If they lingered, Nappa, this inept fool, might truly lose. Would they then require my intervention? Vegeta's expression grew increasingly frigid as he issued an order to Nappa. Nappa, finish them quickly. Eliminate everyone except the Namekian. Nappa, brimming with fury, was pleased to hear Vegeta's command. I understand, Vegeta. I will eliminate them all. Tien Shinhan and Lu Ping exchanged glances and turned their attention back to Nappa, resuming their battle stances. The fight recommenced. Piccolo Nom, I possess a final technique to deal with him, but I need your assistance to divert his attention. If I can land the strike, he is assuredly doomed. Krillin whispered to the two. The three shared a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Piccolo and Nom charged towards Nappa. Tien Shinhan, Lu Ping, let us attack together. Piccolo shouted. Observing the coordinated assault, Nappa laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, come at me all at once. It saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Soon. The four clashed with Nappa. Tien Shinhan, Lu Ping, Piccolo, and Nom positioned themselves around Nappa, relentlessly attacking. Although Nappa's combat prowess vastly exceeded theirs, he found it difficult to fend off all four simultaneously. Seizing an opportunity, Nappa sent Tien Shinhan flying with a single punch, only to be struck by both Lu Ping and Piccolo in return. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he kicked Piccolo away, but Nom retaliated with a swift kick to his face. Meanwhile, on the ground, Krillin raised one hand above his head, a disk of energy swirling in his palm. Keenly observing the battle above, searching for the opportune moment. As the moment arrived, Krillin suddenly leaned back, channeling all his strength into the Keyblade. Keyblade, move aside. At Krillin's shout, Piccolo and the others instinctively scattered in all directions, leaving a bewildered Nappa behind. Nappa, dodge you fool! Vegeta shouted, sensing the impending danger. Realizing something was amiss, Nappa turned, but the Keyblade was already upon him, and he could only manage a slight sidestep. The blade sliced through his arm. Thud! One of Nappa's arms was severed. My arm! He cried, clutching his bleeding limb in agony. As a Saiyan, he had never experienced such pain, his face contorted in distress. What a useless fool! Vegeta observed his comrades suffering with not an ounce of sympathy, but rather a thirst for blood. It seems Nappa is of no further use. If he cannot even handle such a lowly opponent, I must take matters into my own hands. Vegeta muttered bitterly, a cold smile on his face. Nappa, return. If you continue, you will perish. Although reluctant, the immense pain compelled Nappa to reconsider. It appeared he would need Vegeta's assistance to avenge his severed arm. Thinking of his master, Nappa raised a smug grin. You all are doomed, for when Vegeta intervenes, your fate is sealed. His power far exceeds mine. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I shall intervene. Nappa, Vegeta's icy voice resonated. Nappa remained oblivious to the underlying threat, already envisioning the Earthlings begging for mercy. At that moment, Vegeta placed a hand on Nappa's shoulder and, with a sudden jerk, hurled him into the sky. Confused, Nappa questioned, Vegeta, what are you doing? Die? You are nothing but a useless fool. Vegeta sneered, raising his hand to unleash a ki wave at the astonished Nappa suspended in the air. Bang! Nappa's body exploded midair, lifeless beyond belief. To his last breath, he could not comprehend that Vegeta's intervention was a death sentence for him. Such a cold-blooded Saiyan, even his own ally is not spared. Krillin gasped in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Piccolo, equally astonished, was struck by a different realization. How could this petite Saiyan, who they had to unite against to contend with Nappa, have obliterated him with a single strike? What immense power does this Saiyan possess? There was no hope. This was Piccolo's first thought. Perhaps they could risk their lives against Nappa, But this Saiyan named Vegeta was an unbeatable foe. Immediately, Piccolo shouted to Krillin, "Krillin, Nam. Take Gohan and Lin Ichi and flee. Otherwise, we will all perish here." Before he could finish, a beam of energy pierced through Piccolo's body. I've changed my mind. I shall kill you all. Then I will seek better Dragon Balls on Namek. Clutching his chest, Piccolo slowly crumpled to the ground. At that moment, the Supreme Kai sensed a disturbance, his form flickering as his lifespan approached its end. "Bibbidi, my time may soon be up. Piccolo has fallen." Tears welled in Bibbidi's eyes. Yet he was powerless to prevent the Supreme Kai's demise, helplessly witnessing the Kai's form grow increasingly ethereal. Just then, two figures appeared in the Kai's temple, Goku and Lin Yuan, having just returned from the realm of the King of Hell. Upon entering the temple, Lin Yuan immediately spotted the Supreme Kai's fading form. "Oh no," he muttered in dismay. Chapter 44, The King Kai Fist. In the moment that Piccolo collapsed, Gohan darted forward, closely followed by Lin Ichi, who was rummaging through his pockets for Senzu beans while reassuring Gohan, "It's all right, I still have Senzu beans. Uncle Piccolo will be fine." Suddenly, Vegeta appeared before the two young ones, delivering a punch to each and sending Gohan and Lin Ichi flying. "You think you can save him with those beans?" "I'm not that foolish," Vegeta scoffed. "Krillin, take the two kids and get out of here, or I won't be able to explain to Lin Yuan." As he spoke, Namu positioned himself in front of Vegeta, flanked by Tien and Yamcha. "Hurry, Krillin, we will hold him off here," urged Yamcha. Tien wore a grim expression, having resolved that if he could not avenge Kairatsu today, he would join him in the afterlife. Seeing their determination, Krillin ceased his hesitations, scooping up Gohan and Lin Ichi and fleeing. None of you are leaving today," Vegeta declared coldly. "Super, Ultra Instinct Blast, Kamehameha." As Vegeta's words fell, 3 energy blasts struck him, granting Krillin a moment's reprieve. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta emerged unscathed, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the 3 before him. "Since you all wish to die first, I shall oblige. After all, they won to escape far." Vegeta unleashed a devastating purple energy wave towards them. Just as the 3 believed their fate was sealed, a silvery energy bullet struck, deflecting Vegeta's attack. "Oh, reinforcements?" Vegeta squinted, assessing the 2 figures not far away. Lin Yuan ignored Vegeta and first handed a Senzu bean to each of the 3. He then inquired, "Gohan and Lin Ichi are not gravely harmed, are they?" Namu, having consumed the Senzu bean, replied, "They're fine, just a bit shaken with minor injuries. However, Piccolo and Kairatsu are dead." Lin Yuan nodded, shifting his gaze to the fallen Piccolo, realizing that salvation was beyond reach. With a gaping wound in his abdomen, it was evident that even a Senzu bean would be futile against such grave injuries. "Namu, Tien, Yamcha, take Piccolo's body to Master Roshi's island. Leave this to me and Goku." The 3 nodded, understanding their presence here was merely a hindrance. "Be careful, Lin Yuan, Goku. This Saiyan is far more formidable than we anticipated." With that, they hoisted Piccolo's lifeless form and departed. Vegeta, this time, did not obstruct them, for he understood that these 2 would not allow him to pass. He remarked, "You 2 must be the culprits who killed Raditz last time. Kakarot, and this one. Your voice is quite familiar." "Indeed, I killed Raditz," Lin Yuan admitted unabashedly. Seeing such a decisive acknowledgement, Vegeta sneered and pressed his scouter. "Power level 4300. Power level 5. It seems you have a way to manipulate your energy freely. Otherwise, you must be boasting. Oh, where is your companion? Has he already met his end?" Lin Yuan did not respond to Vegeta, instead posing another question. "That useless one was personally dispatched by me. A worthless being. Lin Yuan, stop wasting time with him. Let me take him on." Goku stepped forward to confront Vegeta. "Kakarot, I didn't expect you, a low-class warrior, to dare challenge me," Vegeta said, arms crossed, a condescending smile on his lips. Even a low-class warrior can become powerful through diligent training. Goku assumed a fighting stance, his energy surging dramatically. Vegeta's scouter went haywire. 5,000. 6,000. 7,000. A mere 7,000 power level. Allow me to show you what true power is." Before he finished speaking, Vegeta appeared before Goku like a specter, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. Goku barely raised his arms in defense, but was still sent flying hundreds of meters. Gasping for breath, Goku knelt, looking up at the approaching Vegeta, whose gaze was filled with a cat-and-mouse disdain. "Too slow, too weak. You think such meager power can defeat me?" Vegeta unleashed a kick toward Goku's head, which he narrowly dodged. Goku retaliated with a kick of his own, but Vegeta seized his leg, hurling him away. Goku adjusted midair, managing to stabilize himself with a push against the ground. This gap in power is insurmountable, if so. Kaioken ×2. Goku let out a fierce roar, enveloped in a tumultuous red aura. His muscles swelled, veins pulsating beneath his skin. What? Vegeta's pupils contracted, caught off guard as Goku's fist connected solidly with his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Interesting, Vegeta licked his lips, the mockery in his eyes replaced with a hint of seriousness. Now, this is starting to feel engaging. The two figures surged forth, clashing violently in midair, each encounter producing deafening shockwaves. For a time, they appeared evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Eventually, they separated, Goku locking his gaze on Vegeta. I know you haven't unleashed your full strength. Show me everything you've got. Humph. Warm-up is over. Now I shall demonstrate the chasm between a low-class warrior and an elite. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists, a purple aura erupting from within him. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Dark clouds spiraled above Vegeta. The earth trembled violently. His power surged at a terrifying pace. Under Lin Yuan's scrutiny, Vegeta's power level peaked at 19,000. Suspended in the air, Vegeta looked down at Goku. Do you see this? Kakarot? This is the gap between us. Such overwhelming pressure. Is this truly his full strength? Goku's forehead glistened with sweat. Realizing he would have to forcibly employ the Kaioken ×3, hoping his body could endure. Taking a deep breath, Goku shouted, Kaioken ×3. Instantly, his energy surged again, but so did the strain on his body. What? Vegeta's expression turned incredulous. How can this be? This guy can actually grow stronger. It seems he is even surpassing my full power. This is impossible. In the next moment, Goku vanished from sight, delivering a crushing blow to Vegeta's back, sending him crashing into the ground. Before Vegeta could rise, Goku descended, driving his knee into Vegeta's chest. Gah! Vegeta spat blood, disbelief flooding his eyes. I am the prince of the Saiyans. This is a joke. I cannot lose to you, a low-class warrior. Ignoring Vegeta's lamentations, Goku unleashed an energy blast directly at him. Vegeta barely managed to ascend, evading the attack. In midair, observing the blood on his hands, Vegeta erupted in fury. Damn it! I will bury you along with the entire earth. Kakarot. Vegeta's hands overlapped, a tremendous purple energy coalescing in his palms. Gallic Gun. He thrust his hands downward. A wave of energy capable of annihilating the entire planet surged toward Goku. Ha ha ha, let it turn to ashes along with the earth. Goku knew he could not evade this terrifying onslaught. Only then did Goku clasp his hands at his waist, unleashing a formidable wave of azure energy. Kamehameha. The blue-white beam of energy collided mid-air with a violet energy wave, two cataclysmic forces wrestling against each other. The earth trembled violently, countless trees were uprooted, and rocks soared into the sky. Oh! Vegeta's face contorted in rage as he unleashed all his might in a single strike, slowly pushing back Goku's Kamehameha. No way. I want to let you succeed. King Kai Fist, for times. Goku suddenly roared, his veins bulging as his aura surged around him. The beam of the Kamehameha abruptly thickened, overwhelming Vegeta's Gallic Gun with relentless force. No! Vegeta's anguished scream echoed through the heavens as he was propelled upward into the clouds by the Kamehameha. After accomplishing this feat, Goku collapsed straight down, utterly drained of all strength. At that moment, Lin Yuan swiftly appeared beside him. Goku, upon seeing Lin Yuan, croaked, Lin Yuan, be careful, he is not dead yet. Lin Yuan nodded and fed Goku a senzu-bean. I understand. From here on, leave it to me. Chapter 45. Defeating the prince above the clouds, Vegeta gasped for breath, nearly propelled off the earth by the Kamehameha. He could not fathom why Kakarot, a warrior of such meager combat power, could inexplicably amplify his strength exponentially. How infuriating. What sorcery is at work on this planet, capable of not only controlling ki at will, but also enhancing strength manifold? Clenching his fists tightly, his teeth nearly biting through flesh, Vegeta was consumed by rage. After arduous effort, he had finally become the strongest warrior among the Saiyans. Yet now he found himself under the thumb of that despicable Frieza, and reduced to this by a lowly Saiyan warrior. It was no longer a time to concern himself with appearances. Vegeta had resolved to transform into a great ape and obliterate this planet. But upon scanning the sky, he discovered the moon was nowhere to be found. How vexing. Had they destroyed the moon ahead of time? Or was this planet simply devoid of one? No matter. With that, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a luminous, circular energy sphere that hovered above him, expanding and radiating a blinding light. As he gazed upon this artificial moon, his blood began to boil, and his eyes gradually lost focus. Thump, thump, thump. With each pulse of his heartbeat growing louder, Vegeta's ki swelled in tandem with his form. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was on the ground searching for Vegeta's ki. Suddenly, he felt a surge of light emanating from above, a spherical object hanging in the sky. Alarmed at the realization of its significance, Lin Yuan soared upward. Roar! Halfway through his ascent, Lin Yuan heard a deafening roar from above and witnessed a colossal figure plummeting toward him, reminiscent of an ancient beast. The great ape Vegeta crashed down to the ground, roaring and pounding his chest, shaking the very earth. The terrifying aura reverberated, and the ki radiating from him shattered the surrounding rocks. Lin Yuan, with a grave expression, observed Vegeta, whose ki was the most formidable he had ever encountered, nearly 20 times stronger than his own. After a moment of venting his fury, the great ape Vegeta turned his gaze toward Lin Yuan, speaking in human tongue. Where's that cockroach? I will slay him first, and then it will be your turn. I'm afraid Goku only handles the first half. Now it's my turn to deal with you, Lin Yuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the great ape Vegeta leapt in front of Lin Yuan, his crimson eyes fixed intensely upon him. Lin Yuan sensed that if the great ape could express emotion, Vegeta would surely wear a mocking grin. Very well, then I shall end your life first. I am quite curious about your true strength. By the way, I must remind you that when we Saiyans transform into great apes, our power multiplies tenfold. As Vegeta anticipated expressions of astonishment, shock, and fear from Lin Yuan, he was met instead with a serene demeanor. You need not remind me. In fact, I possess a deeper understanding of Saiyan power, including their weaknesses. What? You must be jesting, Vegeta thought, incredulous that a mere earthling could be more familiar with Saiyans than he, a prince of their race. How about this? Lin Yuan slowly opened his hands, presenting them forward. Solar flare. A blinding light instantly rendered Vegeta sightless, causing him to scream in agony. Curse it. My eyes. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan instantaneously teleported behind Vegeta, transforming his ki into a blade and striking fiercely at the base of Vegeta's tail. With a sharp sound, Vegeta's tail was severed, crashing heavily to the ground. In his blindness, Vegeta felt a wave of numbness wash over him, and his massive form began to shrink rapidly. Reverting to his human shape, kneeling on the ground, pale and shaken, Vegeta turned to look behind him, horrified. No, my tail. How infuriating. Observing the enraged Vegeta, Lin Yuan shrugged helplessly. See? Now do you believe me? I told you I understood better than you. Vegeta glared at Lin Yuan with a venomous gaze, wishing to consume him whole. Enough of your nonsense. I will kill you. With that, he charged at Lin Yuan in a furious rush. Lin Yuan activated the Kaioken X2 and, as Vegeta barreled toward him, merely sidestepped slightly before delivering a powerful fist to Vegeta's abdomen. Following up with a knee strike, he sent Vegeta soaring into the air, then pursued him, hands clasped into a hammer and crashing down upon Vegeta's back, driving him into the ground. As the dust settled, Vegeta lay motionless in the center of a crater, his battle suit severely damaged and riddled with cracks. How? How is this possible? I am Vegeta. Even at this juncture, he refused to accept the grim reality. In truth, had Vegeta been at his peak, Lin Yuan would have found the battle considerably more challenging. However, after an intense confrontation with Goku, exhausting his energy in a powerful attack, and losing his tail unexpectedly, Vegeta was now at a significant disadvantage. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, Vegeta retrieved a remote control from his pocket, pressing several buttons until a circular spacecraft descended beside him. Struggling, he crawled toward the machine, determined to escape this place and return to exact vengeance once he had recuperated. Noticing this, Lin Yuan approached Vegeta, who was now displaying a look of despair. At that moment, Goku flew in, believing Lin Yuan was about to finish Vegeta off. Lin Yuan, why not let him go? Before Goku could finish, Lin Yuan gave him a reassuring glance. He stepped in front of Vegeta, removed the scouter from his head, and crushed it in his hand. Vegeta, utterly confused, could not muster the strength to resist or even speak. If Lin Yuan desired his death, it would be inevitable. Lin Yuan smiled at Vegeta. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I presume you are aware that the scouter was being monitored by someone? Vegeta's pupils dilated. How could this person know such things? Moreover, his tone suggested knowledge of Frieza. I merely wish to inform you that since he is aware of the Dragon Ball's existence on Namek, it is highly likely he will seek them out, and he may already be en route. With that, Lin Yuan produced a modified scouter identical to Vegeta's and placed it upon his head. This device has been enhanced. There is a button. Press it, and Frieza will hear everything you say. Press it again, and he will hear nothing. You can use this to convey false information to him. Perhaps, then, you may still have a chance. After uttering these words and ignoring Vegeta's astonished expression, Lin Yuan departed alongside Goku, leaving Vegeta, bewildered, to pilot his craft into the depths of the universe. Chapter 46. The Plan to Journey to Namek Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing Task 12, defeat Vegeta. Reward, Power Level 1500, Bloodline Progress 5. Task 13. Arrive at Namek and undergo potential unlocking by the Grand Elder once. Task Reward, Power Level 2000, Bloodline Progress 5. Character Information, Name, Lin Yuan. Identity, Human Power Level, 13,000. Abilities, Instant Transmission, Kaioken Realm, Divine Nun. Lin Yuan reviewed the information panel. On their way back, Goku expressed his gratitude towards Lin Yuan for sparing Vegeta. With an air of confidence, Lin Yuan remarked, "It's not often one encounters such a formidable opponent. I would like to challenge him again when he is at his peak. As this time I feel I may have taken advantage." Goku, exhilarated by Lin Yuan's words, felt a deep connection, as he shared the same sentiment. In truth, Lin Yuan merely said what Goku wanted to hear. He could not divulge that this man would eventually redeem himself, become a loyal ally, marry Bulma, and father 2 children with her. Regardless of the original plot or Lin Yuan's own views, he could not bring himself to kill Vegeta, as he admired the character. Moreover, Earth needed Vegeta's assistance. Though this victory appeared effortless, the majority of the credit belonged to Goku, and Lin Yuan felt he had merely benefited from the situation. After informing everyone at Kame House that the Saiyans had been driven away, they discussed their next course of action. Their immediate destination was Namek, where they would seek new Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo and Kairatsu. However, they needed to wait for Bulma to construct the spaceship. Regarding the coordinates for Namek, Lin Yuan intended to visit King Kai the following day to inquire. Subsequently, Lin Yuan returned to West City with Lin Ichi. He bore no anger towards Lin Ichi for participating in the battle. Having decided to allow him to train, it was unreasonable to shield him from danger indefinitely. In contrast, Gohan had grown remarkably, even surpassing Goku by the end of the Cell Saga. This rapid growth could be attributed to Piccolo's relentless training and Gohan's consistent engagement in battles. Therefore, the most effective way to enhance one's strength was to embrace risk and continually fight. Alas, the mothers, whether Launch or Chi-Chi, would prefer their sons to avoid such adult dangers. Regardless of their talents, all they wished for was for them to grow up healthy, make friends, marry, and have children, but in the world of Dragon Ball, such a life seemed nearly impossible. After all, who among Earth's inhabitants had not faced death at least once? Upon returning home, Launch anxiously checked Lin Ichi's body, fearing he might be injured. Fortunately, after her inspection revealed no wounds, she sighed in relief. However, Lin Yuan was aware that Lin Ichi had indeed been struck by Vegeta, leaving a small abrasion on his face. To prevent Launch from noticing, Lin Yuan had discreetly given Lin Ichi a senzu bean. After Launch examined Lin Yuan and confirmed he was unharmed, she began preparing dinner. After a long day filled with exertion and combat, both Lin Yuan and Lin Ichi were visibly fatigued. The father and son duo entered the bathroom together, intending to enjoy a refreshing bath. In the bathroom, Lin Yuan asked while washing Lin Ichi's hair, "Did you gain any insights from today's battle?" As soon as the topic of battle arose, Lin Ichi's eyes sparkled with intensity, but moments later, that gleam faded, replaced by a hint of guilt. "Dad, I feel so weak. Those uncles are incredibly powerful, not merely due to their strength, but because they refuse to yield against stronger foes. They dare to fight on." As he spoke, tears shimmered in Lin Ichi's eyes. "I was so afraid that I couldn't move. I could only watch helplessly as everyone was defeated and killed." Lin Yuan poured a basin of water over Lin Ichi's head, washing away the shampoo and tears alike, then wrapped a towel around his son's golden hair to gently dry it. "What I saw was not weakness, but courage. I witnessed you bravely using a senzu bean to help the uncles. That was truly brave. Even in such dire circumstances, you found the resolve to assist others. You are the most courageous little one I have ever known." As Lin Yuan dried Lin Ichi's hair, he noticed the spark of excitement in his son's bright eyes. "Really? Dad, I was genuinely terrified, but I was even more afraid of seeing more people fall, so I gritted my teeth and rushed out. But Uncle Piccolo, Lin Yuan placed a reassuring hand on his son's head. It's not your fault. The opponent was simply too powerful. In such situations, even a senzu bean may not suffice. We will journey to Namek to seek new Dragon Balls and revive them. Now, don't worry. Hurry and get dressed. Dinner awaits. Okay, Dad. I wonder what delicious dish Mom will prepare today. Will it be braised pork leg or dinosaur meat buns? I can't wait. The little one bounced out after getting dressed. Seeing Lin Ichi not overly burdened by guilt, Lin Yuan felt relieved. He also dressed and joined his son in the living room to watch television. Before long, Launch had prepared a feast, and the family gathered around the table to indulge. After dinner, Lin Yuan and Launch took their son for a short stroll before returning home early to rest, as they were thoroughly exhausted from the day's events. Soon, morning arrived, and Lin Yuan and Lin Ichi bid farewell to Launch as they set off for Kame House. At Kame House, the small dwelling was filled with people, and those without seats naturally settled on the floor. Most of the attendees had gathered. Lin Yuan took the initiative to speak, directing his gaze at Bulma. So, Bulma, how is the spaceship coming along? With a confident wave of her hand, Bulma replied, rest assured, it will be completed without fail. I've had my father provide some assistance, and it will be ready within 2 months. Lin Yuan nodded. They still had ample time. Believing that Vegeta would find a way to delay Frieza's arrival on Namek. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to set off 3 months later. Uncle Lin Yuan, may I accompany you? Gohan timidly inquired, his eyes reflecting determination. Lin Yuan understood that Gohan felt immense guilt over Piccolo's death. After all, even Lin Ichi felt similarly. Gohan's bond with Piccolo was akin to that of a second father, as the latter had taught him the ways of survival. Certainly, but what about Chi-Chi? Will she agree? Upon hearing this, Goku scratched his head, promising to have a serious discussion with Chi-Chi about it, believing it would be manageable. The group then engaged in discussions regarding the participants for the journey to Namek. Ultimately, it was decided that Lin Yuan, Lin Ichi, Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien would embark together. The departure was scheduled for 3 months later. Chapter 47, A New Wave, Part 1. Originally, everyone wished to join, but after Lin Yuan's persuasion, it was ultimately decided that only these 6 individuals would go. Wukong also believed that there was no need for too many people, as he thought they were merely going to search for the Dragon Balls. Lin Yuan initially did not want Tien to join. However, Tien insisted on contributing, leaving no room for negotiation. The group departed from Kame House, engaging in their respective pursuits, training, shipbuilding, and tending to their spouses. Lin Yuan also returned home with his child. The next morning, just as Lin Yuan rose, he encountered Wukong and Gohan. Hey, Lin Yuan, I'm here, Wukong exclaimed. Sorry for the intrusion, Uncle Lin Yuan, Gohan added. After exchanging morning greetings, Wukong and Gohan unceremoniously indulged in breakfast at Lin Yuan's home. Once they had finished, Lin Yuan led them into the gravity chamber. Today, he intended to inform Wukong about the perils of their journey to Namek, as well as the situation concerning the Saiyans. At this point, Wukong was still unaware that he could enhance his passive abilities. In the original storyline, Wukong had died once during his battle with Raditz, subsequently training for a year on King Kai's planet, where his power level exceeded 8,000. A portion of that strength stemmed from his resurrection and the subsequent boost in his passive ability. When Wukong faced Vegeta, his power level was only 7,000 due to a missed opportunity to enhance his passive abilities. After exhausting himself in a battle against the tragic Tater, he regained strength by consuming a senzu bean, which further increased his power level, although he had yet to fully recognize this pattern. As Wukong stepped into the gravity chamber, his eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, Lin Yuan, is this the gravity chamber that can adjust to 100 times gravity? It's so cool. I can't wait to try it. Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, no rush, Wukong. The reason I called you here today is not only for training, but also to discuss something important regarding our trip to Namek. Rest assured, I've already spoken to Chi-Chi about it, and since Gohan is adamant about going, she has relented. Besides, there isn't much danger involved. Wukong thought Lin Yuan was referring to whether Chi-Chi would allow Gohan to accompany them, and casually responded, Wukong, have you ever considered that aside from the people on Earth, there may be other extraterrestrial beings vying for the Dragon Balls? Wukong pondered for a moment, his playful demeanor fading. Are you suggesting that guy Vegeta might also be heading to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls? If that's the case, it seems we might be in for another fierce battle. Darn it. This time, I must defeat Vegeta. Lin Yuan, however, was actually alluding to Frieza and his cohorts. Wukong, you should recall that I once saw some prophetic images in my childhood. Wukong nodded, remembering the discussions he had with Lin Yuan and the Supreme Kai during their training at the temple. Within those visions lay some details about the impending journey to Namek. Albeit vaguely, I could see that aside from Vegeta, there exists a malevolent force that has also set its sights on the Dragon Balls. Their strength surpasses that of Vegeta, and their leader is unimaginably powerful. At this juncture, both Wukong and Gohan appeared taken aback. From Lin Yuan's words, they realized that within this evil faction, there was a leader whose power eclipsed that of Vegeta, and many of his subordinates were equally formidable. Well, I never imagined there were so many powerful masters in the world. If this is true, our chances of obtaining the Dragon Balls are slim. Wukong and Gohan remarked. Indeed, I merely wish for you to prepare yourselves mentally. This will not only be a fierce battle, but a chaotic melee. Ultimately, we cannot avoid the contention for the Dragon Balls, and we will inevitably face off against that supreme leader, Lin Yuan affirmed. Therefore, with 3 months remaining, we must strive to enhance our strengths as much as possible. I may not be able to improve significantly during this time, but you too can. Wukong, as a Saiyan, you might have noticed that when your body is on the brink of death or severely injured, your strength can experience a substantial boost upon recovery. Wukong contemplated this, realizing the truth in Lin Yuan's statement. Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. During my last battle with Vegeta, I exhausted all my energy, and my body was on the verge of collapse. Yet, after consuming a Senzu bean, my injuries healed, and my strength noticeably increased. Could this be related to my Saiyan physiology? Wukong conjectured, hitting upon the truth. Lin Yuan nodded, producing a pouch filled with Senzu beans, around 20 in total, which he handed to Wukong. Precisely. You and Gohan can utilize your Saiyan heritage and the Senzu beans in the gravity chamber to rapidly enhance your strength in a short period. Wukong accepted the Senzu beans, his face alight with excitement. Haha, if that's the case, then it's fantastic. I was just worried about how to handle those extraterrestrials. But now that I have this training method, I feel much more confident. Thank you, Lin Yuan. Gohan, too, was visibly excited, realizing that this means he could grow stronger and have a better chance of saving Piccolo. There's no need for thanks. When we arrive at Namek, we will all be comrades supporting each other. Your strength is my joy, Lin Yuan replied. Now, you two continue your training here while I move to another gravity chamber. By the way, Wukong, we have ample time. I suggest you spend a bit more time at a lower gravity setting to solidify your foundation before attempting higher gravity levels. No need to rush. Understood. Wukong nodded confidently. Having trained alongside Lin Yuan at the Supreme Kai's temple, he had come to value Lin Yuan's advice, which he typically embraced. Wukong was now eager to commence his training. Lin Yuan exited the gravity chamber and soared towards the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall, utilizing their gravity chamber for his own training. As for why he did not train alongside Wukong, it was simply beyond his capability. With Lin Yuan's current strength, he could only endure training under 15 to 20 times gravity. Beyond that, he would be immobilized. Wukong and the others would soon be training under 50 or even 100 times gravity. Training alongside them would only hinder their progress. Ah, how I envy them. I must awaken my bloodline quickly. Otherwise, I will indeed be left far behind. Meanwhile, as the warriors on Earth diligently trained, a spherical spaceship sped towards Earth at an astonishing pace. King Dallas, due to spatial turbulence, we will arrive at our destination 4 months ahead of schedule. We estimate we have 50 days remaining. Proceed at full speed, came the command. Yes. Chapter 48, A New Wave, Part 2, on a certain stronghold planet in the northern galaxy. A humanoid creature adorned with stripes and possessing hands resembling eagle claws was incessantly hammering at a machine. Beside it stood a colossal cultivation chamber filled with green liquid, within which a naked figure was recuperating. According to the data, Lord Vegeta was nearing the completion of his treatment. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, bubbles began to form in the liquid of the chamber, followed by noticeable fluctuations in the machine's lines. Suddenly, Vegeta opened his eyes. With a beep, the green liquid receded entirely, and the hatch opened. Vegeta stepped out slowly, and the alien creature hastily remarked, "Lord Vegeta, you have fully recovered, but unfortunately, I am unable to regenerate your tail." Vegeta glanced at him and replied in a deep voice, "It is of no concern. It will regrow on its own. By the way, Lord Vegeta, Lord Kue has requested to see you once you have healed." Does that kind of person even deserve my audience? With that, Vegeta picked up a nearby scouter, donned his attire, and exited the treatment room. He clenched his fist to feel his power. It was truly magnificent. He sensed a remarkable enhancement in his strength. As he walked, Vegeta pondered whether the false information he provided to Frieza had succeeded in deceiving him. He needed to hasten to Namek to prevent that man from getting there first. Once he attained eternal life, he would relish in trampling Frieza beneath his feet. And those Earthlings too. Just as Vegeta was lost in his grand aspirations, a voice that filled him with disdain interrupted his thoughts. Vegeta, I heard you were defeated quite badly. Even Bardock and Raditz are dead. Aren't you Saiyans supposed to be the strongest warrior race? Look at you now. Vegeta turned to see a figure with purple skin and 2 large holes on its head, wearing a mocking expression. Kue, get out of my way. Vegeta spat, deliberately ignoring Kue as he walked past him. Hey, Vegeta, I heard King Frieza is quite displeased with your reckless actions. Humph. But what? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the ulterior motive behind this creature's words. However, given that you provided valuable information last time, King Frieza has decided not to pursue any consequences against you. Humph. Vegeta scoffed coldly, continuing on his path while donning the scouter. He arrived at his spherical spacecraft, entered, and deftly pressed a few buttons on the control panel, causing the ship to ascend slowly. Namek, I am on my way. Frieza, one day I shall crush you beneath my heel. With a whoosh, the spacecraft vanished into the horizon. On Earth, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, Bulma was on the verge of completing her spacecraft, with only the luxurious sound system remaining. The ship was equipped with everything one could desire: training rooms, bathrooms, rest areas, and a cafeteria. All that was left was to install the finest sound system. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bulma gazed at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Suddenly, a circular device in her pocket began to beep. Upon checking it, her expression swiftly hardened, replaced by panic. This is... An unidentified flying object is approaching Earth's atmosphere at an alarming speed. With that, Bulma called Lin Yuan while rushing toward the Capsule Corporation. The device in her hand served merely as an alert. There was a larger apparatus at the company that could provide more detailed information. At that moment, Lin Yuan was training in the gravity chamber when a display screen suddenly lit up, showing a disciple from the martial arts school. What is it? Master Lin Yuan, you have a phone call. The disciple excitedly held the phone screen up to the camera. The screen displayed, caller, Bulma. All right, I'll be right out. After reducing the gravity from 20 times to 1, Lin Yuan exited the gravity chamber. Has the spaceship been completed? Lin Yuan thought. He answered the phone, only to hear Bulma's frantic voice on the other end. Lin Yuan, it's bad. I've detected an object rapidly approaching Earth. It will arrive in just 5 minutes. What? I'm on my way. Lin Yuan hung up with his left hand and pressed his forehead with his right, vanishing to appear before Bulma in the next moment. Seeing Lin Yuan arrive, Bulma sighed with relief and said, take a look. Lin Yuan approached the instrument, observing a red dot swiftly nearing Earth. Who could it be? Could it be Vegeta? Or perhaps Frieza's minions? Furrowing his brow, Lin Yuan immediately instructed Bulma to call Tien Shinhan while he sought Goku. Arriving at the backyard of the Lin residence, Lin Yuan knocked on the gravity chamber door and shouted, Goku, we have an urgent matter. Stop training. After approximately 10 seconds, the door swung open, revealing a shirtless Goku and Gohan. A powerful aura greeted Lin Yuan. Without time to be astonished, Lin Yuan recounted the situation to Goku. Who could it be? Goku, too, was at a loss, and if Lin Yuan had no clue, Goku certainly wouldn't either. Just then, all 3 Goku, Gohan, and Lin Yuan felt a tremor in their hearts, for they sensed an aura indicating that the intruders had indeed landed. Moreover, this aura was undeniably stronger than Vegeta's. In a forest on Earth, a massive circular spacecraft rested on the ground. As the hatch slowly opened, several figures emerged. Quickly plant the seeds here. We must act fast. This planet harbors several powerful beings. Yes. The leader commanded his subordinates, having scanned the area with a detector prior to landing. He discovered that this planet possessed multiple entities with power levels exceeding 10,000, the strongest among them reaching 50,000. Let us hope they remain oblivious to our presence. Could it be Kakarot? At that moment, one of the subordinates found a clear space, raised his hand, and unleashed a fissure before tossing a seed into it. Humph! What a beautiful planet. It is a pity it shall soon vanish. In a mere second, the seed began to root and sprout, growing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, accompanied by Goku and Gohan, had also arrived at the scene. They instantly spotted a figure standing beneath the spacecraft, clad in traditional Saiyan battle armor, with a brown tail wrapped around his waist. Upon recognizing the figure's face, all three displayed expressions of shock. Goku was astonished to find the man bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Gohan was equally astonished, for this individual looked just like his father. As for Lin Yuan, he felt an immense disbelief welling within him. This is not Dorius, is it? Chapter 49, The Fruit of the Spirit Tree. Hey, who are you? What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Goku inquired loudly, gazing at the individual before him who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Kakarot, I truly owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would not have harvested such an extraordinary planet. Dales exclaimed excitedly, stepping closer to Goku. Kakarot, as underappreciated lower-class warriors, we have now gained power that far surpasses those elite upper-class fighters. Together, we can dominate the entire universe. Dales's enthusiasm grew with each word. Upon hearing that the other's target was Earth, Goku's expression sharpened as he stepped forward, his aura gradually intensifying. I knew you were not a good person. I will not allow you to do as you please. What are you talking about, Kakarot? We are both Saiyans, Dales retorted, playfully swaying the tail behind him. My name is Son Goku, and I am a human from Earth, Goku declared. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. In the distance, a colossal tree began to rise from the ground at an astonishing speed. Its thick trunk extended skyward like a giant's arm, and within mere breaths, its massive canopy obscured half the sky. The branches wriggled like living creatures, their tips piercing the clouds, greedily absorbing the energy from the atmosphere. Indeed, Lin Yuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated this would happen so swiftly. Goku, observing the gigantic tree that nearly filled the sky, felt a sense of foreboding grow within him as he questioned, What is that thing? Dales beamed with pride, crossing his arms. That is called the spirit tree. It bears a fruit known as the spirit fruit, which, when consumed, will exponentially enhance one's power. So, Kakarot, I offer you one more chance. Join my legion, and together we shall reign over the universe. The cost, however, is that the entire planet will be rendered desolate, correct? Lin Yuan spoke coldly. Dales cast a surprised glance at Lin Yuan, not expecting him to possess such knowledge. Indeed, once the spirit tree is planted, it will absorb all the energy from the entire planet until it becomes barren. Moreover, the more vibrant the planet's life force, the more astonishing the energy contained within the fruit. Consuming it will yield an even greater power boost. This planet is the most perfect one I have ever encountered. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Goku, unable to tolerate the cruelty underpinning the other's power, could no longer hold back. In an instant, he unleashed his full aura. White energy flames rising from beneath him, while blue energy gathered in his hands. I will absolutely not let you succeed. Watch as I blast it away. Kamehameha. Goku thrust his hands forward. A brilliant beam of energy surged towards the trunk of the spirit tree. A tremendous explosion echoed, dust billowing forth. Yet, the spirit tree remained unscathed, let alone blown away. Ha ha ha, fool. Once the spirit tree is planted, no force can stop it, so do not waste your efforts. Dales's subordinates erupted in laughter. How could this be? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. This was his full power attack. Gohan, Lin Yuan, let's attack together and see if we can make a difference. There's no point in trying, Goku. We cannot shake it, Lin Yuan declared. Does that mean we will just watch as Earth turns into a desert? Goku replied anxiously. Spirit bomb. We can target the roots of the tree. That should disperse it. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's suggestion, Goku wasted no time and quickly raised his hands, gathering strands of energy. I need a bit of time to gather this. Do not worry. Gohan and I will keep an eye on them. Dales, sensing the urgency of Goku's actions, felt an ominous sensation well up in him. He immediately shouted to his subordinates. Quick, stop them. With that command, Dales's 5 subordinates charged towards the trio. They're coming, Gohan. Let's go, Lin Yuan said. And he and Gohan rushed forward to confront the 5. Dales's subordinates, having fought alongside him for years, possessed formidable combat abilities. The weakest among them boasted a power level of 8,500, while the strongest 2 reached 13,000. Yet, Lin Yuan and Gohan stood undeterred, and in a mere exchange, they sent 2 of them flying. Witnessing his subordinates falter, Dales clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. You worthless fools. His gaze then turned to Kakarot, filled with animosity. Kakarot, I kindly invited you to join my legion, and instead of appreciating it, you dare to impede me. then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you first." With that, Dales transformed into a shooting star, charging towards Goku. However, he was intercepted by Lin Yuan, who had anticipated Dales' move. As soon as Lin Yuan sensed Dales' intention, he entrusted the 5 subordinates to Gohan and instantaneously transported himself before Dales. Ding. Host detected a formidable enemy, activating random mission. Defeat Dales. Mission reward, combat power 20, bloodline progress 10. Will the host accept this mission? Accept. Lin Yuan silently affirmed. Shifting his focus back to Dales. Let me show you what I've got, Dales. With a mere power level of 15,000, dare you obstruct me? You seek death. Dales roared, unleashing a powerful aura as he swung a fist towards Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan raised his arms to block, the overwhelming force numbing his limbs. Without hesitation, he activated the double Kaioken, red energy engulfing his body as he engaged Dales in combat. Dales was taken aback, unprepared for the sudden surge in Lin Yuan's strength, which quickly overpowered him. If this continued, he would find himself in peril. He frantically pondered. He could sense that the energy Goku was gathering was of the same kind as that within the spirit fruit tree. If the spirit tree were to be destroyed, he too would meet his end. Thus, in a fleeting moment of distraction, Dales was struck by Lin Yuan's punch, crashing against the trunk of the spirit fruit tree. As Lin Yuan prepared to pursue, a multitude of energy blasts hurtled towards Goku. Lin Yuan swiftly moved in front of Goku, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that obliterated all incoming blasts. At this moment, Dales was racing towards the nearest mature spirit fruit. Just as he reached to pluck it, Lin Yuan instantaneously appeared before him, and they both grasped the uniquely shaped red fruit simultaneously. Crack! The spirit fruit shattered between their combined strength. Dales, disregarding everything else, immediately consumed his half of the fruit. Lin Yuan, momentarily stunned, followed suit and devoured his half of the fruit as well. You eat. I will eat too. Chapter 50, Ascend. As Tianjin Fan and Nam arrived on the battlefield, they immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of death. Aside from a colossal tree that overshadowed the surroundings, the entire forest was devoid of greenery, replaced instead by barren yellow earth and withered branches. Tianjin Fan and Nam exchanged a glance, both reflecting profound shock and confusion in their eyes. What had transpired here? Beneath the spirit tree, Gohan had already dealt with Dallas's subordinates, and Goku's spirit bomb was nearing completion. Both of them fixed their gazes on the 2 figures in the sky, acutely aware that the energies emanating from them had swelled exponentially. In the air, Lin Yuan was acutely aware of the transformation occurring within him. His energy had surged several-fold, and remarkably, it had become pure, as if stripped of any impurities. As he gently clenched his fists, he felt as though he could shatter the very air around him. This power was extraordinary. At that moment, Dallas's energy far surpassed Lin Yuan's, reaching an astonishing battle power of 500,000. To put this into perspective, Dallas's original battle power was merely 25,000. But after consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, it had multiplied 20-fold. Lin Yuan's own power had escalated from 15,000 to 300,000. Such a rapid enhancement could only be described as a meteoric rise. The fruit of the spirit tree was indeed miraculous. If given the chance, Lin Yuan would love to acquire some seeds. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan dismissed these thoughts, setting aside whether Dallas had any spirit tree seeds left. He found the idea of such a morally reprehensible act beneath him. Although utilizing the spirit tree to enhance battle power was swift, one must understand that the growth of a single tree often signifies the desolation of an entire planet. If that planet had a sparse population and a deteriorating ecosystem, the resulting fruit would yield minimal strength. To achieve significant power, one would need to seek out prosperous planets like Earth, teeming with life. However, that would equate to extinguishing billions of lives, a feat Lin Yuan could never bring himself to commit. It seemed that Dallas had been oblivious to this truth. Otherwise, his power would not have increased so slowly, or perhaps he had simply failed to find a suitable planet. Such magnificent power. It is a pity that this beautiful planet is fading away. Ha ha ha. Dallas laughed maniacally, envisioning himself ruling the entire universe, dismissing even Frieza with a wave of his hand. Lin Yuan was jolted back to reality by Dallas's laughter, gazing at the figure before him. Someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, yet possessed an entirely opposite demeanor. Lin Yuan felt a deep-seated disdain for him. Enough. Goku's spirit bomb is nearing completion. I must swiftly deal with you. for I have a mission to fulfill." Lin Yuan murmured softly, just loud enough for Dallas to hear. Dallas's smile gradually morphed into a sinister expression. "You've benefited from my oversight, but it matters not. I am superior. Once I eliminate you, it will be Kakarot's turn." Listening to Dallas's self-assured tone, Lin Yuan nearly believed him. "Brother, have you forgotten that I also possess that technique? The Kaioken? You dare to be so arrogant?" Lin Yuan retorted. Dallas's expression soured, resembling someone who had just tasted something bitter. Despite his embarrassment, he attempted to maintain his bravado. "So what? You can't intimidate me. If you could transform, you would have done so by now." "Very well, as you wish, Kaioken." Lin Yuan declared softly, his arm muscles swelling dramatically, a crimson aura enveloping him from his feet. After using the Kaioken, Lin Yuan took his time, observing Dallas's face with amusement. Dallas's expression shifted dramatically, akin to the weather turning from clear skies to a torrential downpour. "How infuriating. Even in this form, you likely cannot defeat me in such a short time. I simply need to wait for my moment." "Oh, really? Then Kaioken, ×3. Lin Yuan interrupted, unleashing a triple Kaioken, elevating his battle power to 900,000, a limit he believed he had reached. "All right, transformation complete. Now I shall commence my assault," Lin Yuan stated, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Dallas was utterly flabbergasted. He didn't even need to gauge the situation to realize that Lin Yuan had once again grown significantly stronger. He now had no chance of victory. "Curse it very well. From now on, you shall be the king of the Dallas Legion, and the entire Legion will heed your command. Conquering the universe will be a mere trifle." How does that sound? Dallas attempted to lure Lin Yuan with the prospect of cosmic supremacy. In a flash, Lin Yuan appeared before Dallas, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. I wish it were possible, but alas, I am bound by my mission, so I must decline." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yuan unleashed a powerful punch to Dallas's abdomen. Dallas immediately doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach, his eyes wide with fear as he attempted to flee, summoning all his strength to escape towards his spaceship. Lin Yuan, however, was in no rush to pursue. Instead, he raised both hands, energy slowly gathering. Super, absolute, ultimate. Lin Yuan's hands propelled forward, and just as the light wave was about to burst forth, he suddenly vanished. Reappearing before Dallas, Lin Yuan unleashed a devastating blast. The ferocious light wave roared forth like a raging dragon, instantly engulfing Dallas's form. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the random task, defeat Dallas. Reward, battle power 20, bloodline progress 10. After vanquishing Dallas, Goku's spirit bomb was finally complete. He raised his hand and directed the spirit bomb towards the roots of the spirit fruit tree. What was once an immovable giant, even against a ki blast of 50,000, resonated with a peculiar energy upon contact with the small sphere of light. In an instant, the entire trunk radiated a pearly glow, and then the spirit tree exploded, transforming into a storm of milky white akin to a galaxy, scattering across the earth. Wherever the white light touched, the previously withered trees regained their vitality, flowers bloomed anew, and the dying, weakened animals and humans were revitalized. Goku, Gohan, Tianjin Fan Nam, and even the recently arrived Krillin and Launch stared in astonishment at the incredible scene before them. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan examined his information panel, his heart racing with excitement at the sight of his battle power. Information panel name: Lin Yuan species, human battle power, 360,000 abilities. Instant transmission. Kaioken realm. God none. What thrilled Lin Yuan even more was the task progress on the second page. Tasks perfect Super Saiyan bloodline. 80. Chapter 51 Departure to Namek. Namek. A colossal, disc-shaped spacecraft gracefully descended to a vast expanse of land, its underside adorned with a series of stabilizing struts. As the hatch opened, a semicircular vehicle emerged, carrying passengers, followed closely by two extraterrestrial beings, one clad in azure skin and the other in a rosy hue. "Lord Frieza, this is indeed Namek. The Dragon Balls you seek must be here," proclaimed a refined voice, belonging to the tall and elegantly featured blue-skinned alien, Zarbon. In stark contrast stood the shorter, portly figure of Dodoria, Frieza's other subordinate, whose countenance was marred by blemishes. Before them loomed the cosmic tyrant, Frieza, who descended from the craft with an icy demeanor. "That wretched Vegeta had the audacity to inform me that reliable intel from Earth indicated the Dragon Balls had been relocated to Terabulus, causing me considerable delay. Dodoria, how long until Vegeta arrives on Namek? My lord, according to the report from Kue, Vegeta is expected to arrive in approximately 1 day. Once he arrives, eliminate him without hesitation. His existence is no longer necessary. Understood, my lord. Dodoria replied eagerly, revealing a predatory grin, harboring a long-standing disdain for Vegeta. Also, summon the Ginu force. I sense impending trouble, of course. Meanwhile, not far from Namek, a spherical craft raced towards its destination, carrying none other than Vegeta. Unbeknownst to him, a ship was stealthily trailing behind, piloted by Kue, whose every move had been disclosed to Frieza. Earth, West City. A month had passed since the destruction of the Tree of Might, and today marked the departure for Namek. After bidding farewell to Lan-Chi, Lin Yuan and Lin Ichi made their way to the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, where the spaceship awaited them. Initially, Lin Yuan harbored reservations about taking Lin Ichi to Namek. Yet with his newfound strength, he reassured himself that even if circumstances shifted, should Goku fail to defeat Frieza or some unforeseen event arise, he possessed the power to instantaneously transport his son back to Earth. However, he would only resort to such measures in dire necessity. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, the team had gathered. Tianjin, Krillin, and others were lightly equipped, for the ship was amply stocked. Conversely, the Sun family was burdened with numerous bags, compelled by Chi-Chi's insistence. We've been waiting for you, Lin Yuan. Everything is prepared. We can depart at any moment. Very well, let us set forth. Gohan, make sure to behave and leave a good impression on the aliens. If danger arises, stay behind your father and do not act recklessly, Chi-Chi instructed Gohan, waving her hands in admonition. Gohan nodded earnestly. Thus, the spacecraft ascended into the sky, under the watchful eyes of Chi-Chi, Lu Ping, Nam, Bulma, and the others. As the vessel faded into the distance, worry clouded Chi-Chi's gaze. Lan-Chi, too, stood in the yard, gazing skyward, murmuring a silent prayer for their safe return. The saying, "A mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles," held true in every context. Within the ship, curiosity filled the air as the passengers gazed out the windows, captivated by the cosmos. Among them, the two youngest children stood out, Lin Ichi and Gohan, who pressed their faces against the glass, their lips pursed in excitement, eyes sparkling with wonder. Look, Ichi, there's a bright planet over there. Wow, it's so beautiful. Their playful banter elicited laughter from the others. After familiarizing themselves with the ship's layout, Lin Yuan gathered everyone to discuss potential adversaries they might encounter on Namek. Upon learning that they might face Vegeta or even more formidable foes, the initial thrill of their journey dissipated, replaced by a heavy seriousness. Indeed, we should have anticipated this, Tianjin remarked, his brow furrowed. He had initially considered only the possibility of conflict with Namek's natives, but had overlooked Vegeta entirely. What's more, there are even more powerful extraterrestrials, such as that being named Dor. Are all aliens this formidable? Krillin expressed, his face betraying his anxiety. Of course, I'm merely outlining potential encounters. Even if we do encounter them, we still have a chance, Lin Yuan spoke softly. Vegeta's goal is the Dragon Balls, and so is Frieza's. Given Vegeta's arrogant nature, he is unlikely to submit to Frieza. He will likely try to claim them for himself. The ensuing chaos will work to our advantage, especially with our Dragon Radar in hand. True, and our strength has significantly increased, especially with you, Lin Yuan, and Goku by our side. Even the Vegeta of old could not contend with us now, Krillin chuckled, scratching his head. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the group's heavy hearts lifted slightly. While Vegeta and the extraterrestrials were undoubtedly powerful, they were far from invincible. Moreover, with Tianjin and Krillin's perceptions, they recognized that Goku, Lin Yuan, and even Gohan's strength surpassed the Vegeta of their past encounters by a considerable margin. Armed with the Dragon Radar, their odds of success were significantly improved. After concluding their meeting, everyone returned to their respective training or rest. Lin Yuan found a room to lie down, contemplating the upcoming battle on Namek. His battle power approached 400,000, with Goku at 110,000 and Gohan at 60,000. This lineup was indeed more formidable than during the original storyline. Yet Frieza's power soared to a staggering 120,000. What if he chose not to toy with him and transformed into his final form? That would spell disaster. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Yuan eventually drifted into slumber. At this moment, There remained 4.5 days until Lin Yuan and his companions would arrive on Namek. Chapter 52, The Ruthless Frieza Force Whoosh. In the boundless cosmos, the spacecraft piloted by Lin Yuan sped towards the direction of Namek. Inside the ship, Klin, Tien, and Lin Ichi sat face to face, engaged in meditation training. Within the realm of their imaginations, they fought valiantly against one another. In another chamber, Goku and Gohan were engaged in practical combat under immense gravity, while Lin Yuan sat in the cockpit, silently contemplating their actions upon reaching Namek. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Frieza, Vegeta, and others were either en route to Namek or had perhaps already arrived. This information was gleaned from the detector brought by Vegeta, which, while shielding them from Frieza's scrutiny, could not prevent Lin Yuan and his companions from monitoring their movements. The most favorable scenario would be if they arrived first on Namek, collected the Dragon Balls, and sought the Grand Elder to unlock their potential. The second best outcome would be if Frieza arrived before them, but had not yet gathered all the Dragon Balls. In such a case, a confrontation with Frieza would be highly probable. The worst-case scenario, however, would entail Frieza having already collected the Dragon Balls and successfully making his wish, thereby annihilating Namek. Under such circumstances, the existence of Dragon Balls in this world would likely be rendered obsolete, save for the elusive Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, the spacecraft's dashboard indicated time remaining until arrival: 3 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. On Namek, Frieza's minions were wreaking havoc in a village, pillaging and searching relentlessly for the Dragon Balls. Anyone who dared to obstruct them was met with lethal force. "Stop, you fiends. I am willing to hand over the Dragon Balls. Just spare my kin," pleaded the village elder. Though initially resistant to succumbing to these scoundrels, he could no longer bear the sight of his people being slaughtered under their malevolent gaze. "If you had been more agreeable from the start, perhaps your people would have been spared, Elder," Frieza taunted, perched in his hovering pod, looking down at the despair-stricken elder, fuming with indignation but feeling utterly powerless. The elder retreated behind a dwelling and unearthed the Dragon Balls hidden beneath the ground. He approached Frieza, clutching the enormous sphere tightly, his face etched with desperation. "The Dragon Balls are here. I implore you, command your subordinates to cease their assault." With that, the elder placed the Dragon Ball upon the ground. At that moment, Dodoria picked up the Dragon Ball, securing it at his waist. "Congratulations, Lord Frieza. With this, you now possess 4 Dragon Balls. You are one step closer to immortality." The mention of immortality ignited a spark of excitement in Frieza's eyes. He immediately commanded his subordinates to withdraw and prepared to seek the next Dragon Ball. As the elder witnessed Frieza's retreat, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least a portion of his kin had been spared. However, once Frieza's forces ascended into the sky, he exchanged a covert glance with Dodoria, who understood the unspoken command: eliminate all witnesses. Once Frieza's army departed, the village lay in ruins, reduced to a vast crater. As Frieza's forces searched for the next village, Dodoria's detector suddenly began to register fluctuations. "Lord Frieza, Vegeta has arrived. The detector has just picked up his power levels. Oh ho ho, has he finally come to meet his demise? Go, Dodoria, make it swift." "Yes, Lord Frieza." With that, a pink figure darted swiftly in the opposite direction of the main force. As he flew, the detector continued to pulse, and when the reading approached 21,000, it suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Dodoria was left baffled. Could the detector be malfunctioning? I recall Vegeta's power level being only 18,000. Regardless, even if he truly reached 21,000, he is still no match for me. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just arrived on Namek, standing atop a towering rock, attuning himself to the planet's energy distribution. Following the battle on Earth, Vegeta had learned to sense energy, albeit only the more substantial auras. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous energy rapidly approaching him. Who could it be? Alarmed, he activated his detector. Beep beep beep. Power level, 22,000. This energy, this presence, could it be Dodoria? Humph, that pink toad must have been sent by Frieza. An unsettling feeling washed over Vegeta. After all, he had toyed with Frieza, and given his disdain for Frieza within the ranks, he was certain Frieza felt the same way. However, the concern on Vegeta's face soon morphed into a sardonic smile. "You may have underestimated me. I am no longer the Vegeta of the past. They're coming." Vegeta's gaze fixed on the horizon, where a rotund figure enveloped in pink energy was hurtling towards him, soon landing before him. "Vegeta, you actually dared to come to Namek. Don't tell me you're also here for the Dragon Balls. Dodoria sneered. Humph, why should I report my intentions to you? Step aside. Vegeta dismissed Dodoria with contempt. In the past, he might have endured Dodoria's provocations, but now, his strength had surpassed Dodoria's, granting him newfound confidence. You've certainly grown bold, Vegeta, daring to speak to me in such a manner and mock Lord Frieza. But your days are numbered, for I am here to kill you. Dodoria laid bare his intentions. Ha ha ha, you think you can kill me? Come at me. I've been itching for a fight. You seek death. Dodoria charged at Vegeta, throwing a punch. But Vegeta merely sidestepped, evading the attack effortlessly. No matter how Dodoria pressed, he could not land a single blow on Vegeta, and soon enough, he was panting heavily. Forced to halt his assault. How is this possible? You were supposed to be at 18,000 power. How could you be this strong? Dodoria exclaimed in disbelief. Vegeta smirked. Raising his arm, fingers curled and thumb pointed at himself, exuding confidence. My current power level is 24,000. With that, Vegeta lunged at Dodoria, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen, grasping Dodoria's arm, and unleashing a concentrated energy blast. Dodoria was obliterated, reduced to nothing more than charred remains. After discarding the remains, Vegeta soared into the sky, determined to secure at least one Dragon Ball, thwarting Frieza's wish, and then look for opportunities to seize more. Chapter 53, Vegeta vs. Sabo. Vegeta stood by the verdant seaside, inhaling deeply, relishing the pleasantly fragrant sea breeze for the first time. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Behind him lay the scattered corpses of Namekians, and in his hands, he cradled a large Dragon Ball, which he tossed into the depths of the ocean with ease. Just moments ago, Vegeta had dispatched the sudden threat posed by Chui and subsequently tracked the energy signature to this village, where he had claimed the Dragon Ball and ruthlessly annihilated its inhabitants. Though he had faced setbacks on Earth, Vegeta felt as if he were the favored child of destiny since arriving on Namek. He had toyed with Frieza and effortlessly defeated both Dodoria and Chui. The ease with which he had located the Dragon Ball seemed like a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. Ha ha ha. Frieza, your scouters may be able to trace me, but you shall never locate this Dragon Ball. As he gazed at the sinking orb, Vegeta felt himself a genius. Frieza would be forever unable to find it, leaving him with a chance for triumph. In stark contrast to Vegeta's fortunes, Frieza's situation was rife with turmoil. After the deaths of Dodoria and Chui, he had finally acquired the fifth Dragon Ball, only to be ambushed by a fearless elder who obliterated their remaining two scouters, losing his life in the process. Frieza remained silent, his eyes cold as ice. His subordinates trembled in the frigid atmosphere. At that moment, Sabo mustered the courage to speak. Master, upon arriving at this village, the scouter detected Vegeta's energy. He must have gone to a village and slaughtered its people. Could it be? Frieza, fully aware of Sabo's implications, seethed with anger. Vegeta, that accursed Vegeta. Go and kill him immediately. I want him dead within a day. Yes, Lord Frieza, Sabo replied, rising to leave, but was halted by Frieza's command. Wait. If you find him with the Dragon Ball, kill him and bring it back. Alternatively, if he has hidden it away, incapacitate him and bring him back for interrogation. Indeed, as expected of Lord Frieza, your foresight is impeccable. I shall accomplish the task. Sabo flattered as he took off towards the last known location of Vegeta. Watching Sabo depart, Frieza's thoughts were filled with malice. Vegeta, you have thwarted my plans time and again. I should have annihilated you along with Planet Vegeta. When Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta, a few stragglers were away on missions and managed to survive, Vegeta being one of them. Frieza had spared him, recognizing his potential value, and deceived him into believing that his planet had been obliterated by a meteor, hoping to secure his continued loyalty. Yet, over the years, Vegeta had grown increasingly defiant, openly challenging Frieza's authority. With the scouters destroyed, Frieza could do nothing but return to his ship and await the arrival of the Ginyu Force to search for the final Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Sabo had unexpectedly located Vegeta with remarkable ease, as if Vegeta were waiting for him to arrive. Sabo, observing Vegeta, was perplexed by his lack of urgency to flee, instead leisurely lingering at the scene. Did he believe that defeating Dodoria meant he could vanquish Sabo as well? Indeed, Sabo's usual combat prowess was comparable to Dodoria's, but he had his own trump card. If Vegeta naively thought he could easily handle Sabo as he did Dodoria, he was gravely mistaken. With newfound confidence, Sabo declared, Vegeta, where's the Dragon Ball? Hand it over, and perhaps Lord Frieza will show you mercy. The Dragon Ball? If you can defeat me, maybe I will consider telling you. Vegeta beckoned Sabo with a finger, challenging him to come forth. Sabo squinted, unfazed by Vegeta's provocation, realizing that Vegeta had indeed acquired the Dragon Ball. Since Vegeta did not have it on his person, Sabo resolved to defeat him and bring him back for Frieza's interrogation. Sabo lunged at Vegeta, and yet he found himself thoroughly overwhelmed. No wonder you could defeat Dodoria. You have grown immensely stronger, Sabo remarked mid-battle. Seizing an opening as Sabo spoke, Vegeta executed a spinning kick that sent Sabo crashing into a rock, proclaiming, "Humph, Sabo, we Saiyans are the mightiest warriors, and our strength only increases with battle. Once I defeat you, it will be Frieza's turn." Emerging from the rubble, Sabo found amusement in Vegeta's arrogant words. "You don't genuinely believe that your meager strength is sufficient to defeat me, do you?" With a smirk, Sabo dusted himself off and flicked his hair, to be honest. "Had I not been concerned about aesthetics, you would have been dead long ago. Now, let me show you my true power. Prepare to be terrified." With a thunderous roar, Sabo transformed, his muscles swelling as his once handsome visage grotesquely morphed into that of a frog-like creature. "Savor this, Vegeta. Are you ready to meet your demise?" Vegeta, repulsed by Sabo's transformation, retorted, "I never anticipated your true form would be so revolting. You have truly opened my eyes." "What did you say? Die?" Sabo, enraged by the insult to his appearance, unleashed his fury. With a powerful stomp, Sabo created a crater in the ground, vanishing in an instant and striking Vegeta from behind with a devastating blow. Gah! Vegeta was caught off guard by Sabo's sudden surge of speed and suffered a crippling hit, staggering forward as spasms coursed through his body. Sabo, relentless and unsatisfied, bombarded Vegeta with a flurry of attacks, only halting upon recalling Frieza's instructions. He reverted to his original form. "Humph, I'll spare you for a while. If I kill you, I doubt Lord Frieza would forgive me. Once I extract the location of the Dragon Ball, you will be the first on my hit list." With that, Sabo hoisted Vegeta onto his shoulder and flew back to Frieza's ship. Upon arrival, due to Vegeta's severe injuries, he was placed in a healing pod for recuperation. Frieza, upon seeing Sabo, unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him for nearly killing Vegeta instead of merely incapacitating him. Thankfully, Vegeta had survived, and there would be time for interrogation later. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was unfolding according to Vegeta's meticulous plan. Chapter 54. The Heist in the Tiger's Den. In the northern galaxy, not far from Namek, 5 spherical spacecrafts were steadily approaching the planet. In stark contrast, a massive spherical ship was hurtling towards Namek at an alarming speed. Within this colossal vessel, an electronic voice announced, 1 hour remaining until arrival at the destination of Namek. Please prepare for landing. Are we finally here, everyone? Stay alert. Namek lies ahead. Inside Frieza's ship, he inquired, how long until the Ginu force arrives? A subordinate promptly retrieved a detector, and after a brief examination, reported, according to the readings, Lord Frieza, the Ginu force will reach Namek in no more than 40 minutes. Understood. Sabin, has Vegeta awakened yet? It should be soon. I'll check right away. He might already be awake. Sabin hurriedly responded before dashing towards the medical bay. However, just as he exited Frieza's chamber, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the ship, causing it to tremble violently. Frieza steadied himself, perplexed. What on earth is happening? My lord, it seems to be coming from the medical bay? A trembling subordinate stammered. Oh no, Lord Frieza, Vegeta must have recovered and is trying to escape. Damn it. Quickly, to the medical bay. We cannot let him get away. Frieza exclaimed, leading the charge, followed closely by Sabin and the other subordinates. The interior of Frieza's ship was circular, and the distance from the control room to the medical bay was considerable. A minute earlier, in the medical chamber, Vegeta gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. The medical staff, noticing his awakening, intended to report to Lord Frieza. However, without warning, Vegeta burst from his pod, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated the medical personnel. He then raised his hand toward the outer wall, releasing a surge of energy. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as a gaping hole was blasted through the wall. Vegeta initially planned to make his escape but sensed several powerful presences approaching his chamber, including those of Sabin and Frieza. Thus, he abandoned his escape plan, stepping to the doorway of the medical bay and unleashing several waves of energy towards the corridor where Frieza and his entourage were advancing. Instantly, the ship erupted in flames and a cacophony of explosions, enveloped in thick smoke. Unbeknownst to Frieza's group, as they prepared to enter the medical bay, they were unexpectedly met with several energy blasts, catching them off guard. After the explosions subsided, all of Frieza's subordinates lay defeated, leaving only the unscathed Frieza and a disheveled Saiyan. Damn it! We cannot let him escape. I will tear him to pieces. Upon reaching the medical bay, Frieza and Saiyan found the chamber filled with smoke and a large hole exposing the outside. Their first instinct was to conclude that Vegeta had fled, prompting Saiyan to volunteer to pursue him. Frieza hesitated, surveying the chaotic scene, sensing something amiss, and suddenly a thought struck him. The Dragon Balls. They must still be in the room. Could it be? Meanwhile, having created the chaos, Vegeta swiftly made his way down another corridor, soon arriving at Frieza's chamber. His eyes immediately fell upon the 5 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. Ha ha ha. Vegeta longed to laugh heartily, but knew the moment was not right. After blasting a hole in the room, he gathered the Dragon Balls, hurling them with all his might out of the ship. The massive orbs streaked through the air like meteors. Having accomplished this, Vegeta exited the chamber, suppressing his energy signature, and submerged into the green ocean below. Opting for a stealthy escape, although slow, it was undeniably safe. Beneath the water, Vegeta chose to swim using his limbs rather than relying on ki. Confident that even if Frieza's detectors could locate him, they would misidentify him as a lowly marine creature. Unbeknownst to him, the good news was that Frieza's detectors had been destroyed, and his daring heist was nothing short of masterful. However, he was unaware of the bad news. The 5 streaking meteors had entered Namek's atmosphere, and the 5 individuals were none other than the Ginu Force, each equipped with the latest detectors. Upon returning to his chamber and discovering the Dragon Balls had vanished, Frieza felt his heart bleed with fury. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a devastating energy wave into the distance, creating a massive mushroom cloud. After him, Saiyan, take the Dragon Balls. He can't have gone far, Frieza commanded. Regaining his composure, without delay, Saiyan took to the skies. Moments later, Frieza spotted 5 streaks of light racing towards him across the horizon. A sinister smile crept across his face. Ah, at last, you have arrived. Now, let us see where you run to, Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta was near the 5 Dragon Balls he had thrown. Once he collected them and secured them in a safe spot, he sensed Saiyan's energy approaching, prompting him to erupt in laughter. Ah ha ha ha. I, Vegeta, am the chosen one. It seems the legendary Super Saiyan is none other than I, Vegeta. Having successfully stolen the Dragon Balls, Vegeta was astounded to discover that Frieza had sent Saiyan alone to search for him. To Vegeta, this was akin to delivering Saiyan right into his hands, allowing him to reclaim his lost dignity. Vegeta unleashed his power and soared towards Saiyan. After another brush with death, Vegeta's strength surged once more, and Saiyan stood no chance against him. In no time, Vegeta caught up with Saiyan, and after a brief exchange, he effortlessly sent Saiyan to his doom. Following Saban's defeat, Vegeta resumed his search for energy signatures, now possessing 6 Dragon Balls. He merely needed to locate the last one to attain immortality. With only a handful of individuals remaining on the planet, excluding Frieza's forces, the final Dragon Ball must surely be with the remaining Namekians. Just as Vegeta reveled in excitement, he sensed 4 formidable energy signatures approaching him. These were unmistakably the Ginu Force. Chapter 55. Unleashing potential. After Frieza dispatched the Ginu Force to deal with Vegeta, he equipped himself with a scouter and commenced the search for the potential location of the final Dragon Ball. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted a continuous sound. There exists an aura of immense power on this planet, one that rivals even that of the Ginu Force members. A slight smirk crept upon Frieza's lips as he began to levitate. It appears this is indeed the hiding place of the last Dragon Ball. With that, he soared towards the source of the formidable energy. Within a notable Namekian structure, an elderly being with a massive frame and dark green skin seemed to sense an impending presence. Alas, that demon has finally arrived. A voice laden with the weight of years resonated, startling the nearby Namekians. This elder was the Grand Elder of Namek, creator of the Dragon Balls. His visage now devoid of vitality, a clear sign that his time was nearing its end. Grand Elder, do you mean Frieza? Is he approaching us? One of the taller Namekians, his fists clenched in fury, exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, one might notice that this imposing Namekian bore a resemblance to Piccolo. Being another warrior-type Namekian, and currently the strongest fighter of their tribe, Naru. Indeed, it is Frieza, and he is heading our way with the intention of seizing the Dragon Balls. Beside them, a young Namekian named Dondi, upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, was filled with panic. Grand Elder, fear not. I will not allow him to take the Dragon Balls, nor will I let him harm you. Naru, I entrust the Grand Elder's care to you, Naru declared before dashing towards the exit. Come back, you foolish child. Cough, cough. The Grand Elder attempted to dissuade Naru, but the latter did not look back. Naru understood that Frieza's arrival would not only result in the theft of the Dragon Balls, but would likely lead to the annihilation of everyone. Rather than wait for their doom, he resolved to take the initiative, hoping to buy some time and meet his end with dignity. Dondi, filled with worry, cried, Naru, what shall we do, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder sighed heavily, remaining silent, unable to fathom that the Dragon Balls, symbols of hope and miracles, would ultimately bring such calamity. Despair enveloped the once quiet room. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's antennae twitched. Someone else has arrived on our planet, he murmured, his murky eyes glimmering with wisdom. Sensing that the newcomers exuded an aura of peace and righteousness. Perhaps there may still be a glimmer of hope. Beep. The heavy hatch opened slowly, and Lin Yuan and his companions stepped out. They surveyed the unfamiliar world, while Lin Yuan, holding the Dragon Ball radar, sought the elusive orbs. I hope things haven't devolved into the worst-case scenario, he pondered, feeling multiple powerful auras engaged in battle as soon as they disembarked. The most potent of these energies, of course, belonged to Frieza. At that moment, Frieza was locked in combat with another being whose energy was alarmingly feeble, teetering on the brink of death. If Frieza is still fighting, then the Dragon Balls must remain unclaimed. Sure enough, the radar indicated that 6 Dragon Balls had already been gathered in a distant location, while the 7th was in a completely opposite direction. Lin Yuan attuned himself to the energy of the 6 Dragon Balls, realizing that a fierce battle was underway there. With 5 warriors seemingly overwhelming a solitary combatant whose aura was also weak and close to collapse. This energy felt familiar. It belonged to Vegeta. As Frieza's energy began to shift towards the location of the last Dragon Ball, Lin Yuan deduced the situation. Frieza was likely just 1 Dragon Ball away from achieving his goal, while the 6 were guarded by the Ginu force, although Vegeta was inexplicably engaged with them in battle. In truth, Lin Yuan's speculation was largely accurate, though he had not anticipated that it was Vegeta who was defending the 6 Dragon Balls, not the Ginu force. Lin Yuan formulated a plan for their next steps. Goku and the others also sensed the powerful auras on this planet, their expressions turning grave. At that moment, Lin Yuan declared, the battle has commenced. Everyone, grasp my shoulders. They complied, each placing a hand on Lin Yuan's shoulders as he touched his forehead with 2 fingers, and in an instant, the 6 of them vanished from sight. They reappeared at the site of the final Dragon Ball, where they encountered a towering Namekian. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. It seems you are quite remarkable. The Grand Elder observed the sudden appearance of the 6, a glint of surprise in his eyes. Before they could comprehend the situation, Lin Yuan cut to the chase. Greetings, Grand Elder. We hail from Earth, and our purpose here is to use the Dragon Balls to revive our friend. We lack the time for lengthy explanations. Please assist us in unlocking our potential. We shall confront Frieza. The Grand Elder, taken aback yet with no alternative, recognized the urgency in Lin Yuan's words. Very well. I can only hope that you save my people. Come forth. He beckoned the group to approach. Unlocking potential? Is that truly possible, Lin Yuan? Krillin questioned, skepticism evident. Yet he was the first to step forward, sensing the imminent threat approaching. Simultaneously, everyone could feel the chilling and malevolent energy rapidly drawing closer. Lin Yuan, is that the Frieza you spoke of? His aura is terrifying, far surpassing even Vegeta's. Goku exclaimed, the first to articulate his apprehension. Indeed, it is he. Frieza. As the group marveled, the Grand Elder began unlocking Krillin's potential, glimpsing fragmented memories in the process. It turned out that there was a Namekian on Earth who had also created Dragon Balls. No wonder. Now, the Grand Elder understood why these individuals were familiar with the Dragon Balls, and he was assured of one thing. These Earthlings were benevolent. They would not harm his kin. Before long, Krillin completed his potential unlocking, an ethereal mist swirling around him as he marveled at the newfound strength coursing through his being, exhilaration and astonishment flooding his senses. Next in line were Tien, Lin Yuan, Goku, Gohan, and Lin Ichi. When unlocking Gohan's potential, the Grand Elder was taken aback. He sensed the vast potential within Gohan, realizing that he could not fully unleash it with his abilities alone. In an instant, Gohan's power surged dramatically, nearing a level that could rival Goku's. Truly, Gohan was a prodigy of potential. His power skyrocketed to 300,000. Lin Yuan silently gasped in awe. Chapter 56. The Unleashing of Lin Ichi's Potential. Father, I feel an incredible surge of power. Haha, this is simply marvelous. Wufan exclaimed joyfully to Goku. Goku, equally astonished, had not anticipated that his son possessed such immense potential. Indeed, Wufan, your strength is nearly rivaling mine. Haha. The father and son exchanged smiles. And those around them also shared in Wufan's joy. Come here, child, the Grand Elder beckoned to Lin Ichi with a benevolent expression. As he was the only one yet to unlock his potential, Lin Ichi dashed to the Grand Elder's side, his large eyes brimming with anticipation. He thought to himself, Wufan is so impressive, having gained such formidable power. Will I also attain such strength? Let me see your potential. The Grand Elder gently placed his hand atop Lin Ichi's head. In an instant, a wave of warm energy surged into Lin Ichi's body, coursing through him. Gradually, the Grand Elder noticed something amiss. While the potential of others was spread throughout their bodies, potentially to be awakened over time through training, Lin Ichi's potential was concentrated solely in his dantian, enveloped by a thin layer of shell that prevented it from merging with his cells. If the Grand Elder were in his prime, he might have been able to break through this barrier and guide the energy effectively. However, with only a day left to live, he realized that exerting greater force could hasten his demise. Lin Yuan was the first to sense the peculiar tension. Observing the Grand Elder's furrowed brow and lack of movement, he inquired softly, Grand Elder, is there an issue? After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder sighed and shook his head slowly. It's nothing. It merely requires more time. He resolved to give his all to assist these earthlings one last time. With that, a faint green light enveloped the Grand Elder as a more potent energy surged into Lin Ichi, pressing against the shell surrounding his latent power. As the Grand Elder continued to channel energy, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he coughed heavily. Dandy, noticing the Grand Elder's condition, urgently urged, Grand Elder, please stop. Your body cannot withstand such exertion. Almost there, came the raspy reply from the Grand Elder. The onlookers realized something was amiss. The process of guiding their potential had never taken this long. Lin Yuan discerned the situation. Either Lin Ichi's potential was more complex to guide than the others, or the Grand Elder was nearing his limit. Either way, Lin Yuan could not remain passive. He swiftly positioned himself behind the Grand Elder and began to channel his own energy into him. The Grand Elder's demeanor visibly relaxed, allowing the energy to continue flowing. Finally, Lin Ichi felt as if something within him had shattered, and an overwhelming force began to surge through his limbs. Ah! He cried out in pain, unable to bear the intensity of the energy. The Grand Elder, startled by this sudden release of potential, began to guide it while reassuring Lin Ichi, do not be afraid. Child, this is merely the consequence of immense potential. Rest assured, I shall stabilize it. The pain arrived swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. With its departure, Lin Ichi felt an unending stream of energy coursing through him, as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. Incredible, so powerful, Lin Ichi exclaimed in awe. As his strength continued to ascend, a white aura began to rise from his feet, swelling and eventually swirling around him. At the peak of his power, Lin Ichi instinctively clenched his fists and shouted, unleashing a shockwave of white energy that radiated outward. The Grand Elder's hand was abruptly thrown back, but fortunately, Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, shielding the Grand Elder from the blast. After releasing his energy, Lin Ichi seemed to realize the chaos he had just unleashed. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, he apologized. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry, Grand Elder. I felt my power was about to overflow, so I released it unintentionally. Such strength, Ichi. That was truly terrifying. I dare say you might even surpass Goku and Wufan. Krillin exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Lin Ichi, brimming with excitement, replied, I'm not quite sure, but it's incredible power, all thanks to the Grand Elder. He beamed at the Grand Elder with gratitude. Thank you. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was a minor matter. However, Lin Yuan sensed the gravity of the situation. Lin Ichi's combat prowess had surged to a formidable 200,000 points, yet it still paled in comparison to the peak of his recent power. Without time to ponder, Lin Yuan quickly addressed Goku. Goku, take this Dragon Ball and gather the remaining 6. Make your wish first. Resurrect a being named Piccolo on Namek. That way, the Earth's Guardian will also return, and the Dragon Balls will naturally revive as well. The second wish should be for Kaiatsu to come back. The rest you can discuss amongst yourselves. The atmosphere grew serious as everyone processed this. Goku, clutching the Dragon Ball, asked, "And what about you, Lin Yuan?" "Do you intend to?" Lin Yuan nodded firmly. "Our foremost objective is to collect the Dragon Balls and revive Piccolo. The Grand Elder's time is running short. I will hold off Frieza while you deal with the Ginyu Force. Once you have vanquished them, I will use instant transmission to join you. Go." Goku understood the urgency. Though he longed to confront Frieza, the Dragon Balls took precedence. The group swiftly soared towards the Ginyu Force, accompanied by Dandy, the only one capable of summoning the eternal dragon with the Namekian language. Lin Yuan levitated slowly into the sky, watching the distant black dots approaching him. A smile creeping upon his lips, his heart racing with anticipation. Ding! The system detected a formidable foe and triggered a random mission. Defeat Frieza at stages 1, 2, 3, 4. Mission rewards. Power level increase of 10, 20, 30, 100. Perfect Saiyan bloodline progress. 5, 10, 15, 100. Will you accept? Accept, he declared. Acceptance successful. Upon completion, the host may submit their mission for rewards based on corresponding progress. Here he comes. Lin Yuan thought excitedly. This must be the ultimate mission. His current progress, having unlocked his potential, stood at 85. This meant that if he could defeat Frieza at stage 3, he would finally activate the perfect Saiyan bloodline he had long desired. As he contemplated this, Lin Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably from exhilaration, so much so that he failed to notice Frieza approaching. "Frieza, I'm ready for you." Frieza regarded the human blocking his path with a perplexed expression. Simultaneously, he felt a strange sense of unease, as though he were being stalked as prey. Chapter 57. Lin Yuan vs. Frieza. The sky above Namek was a vivid green, with white clouds drifting lazily across the expanse. Lin Yuan hovered high in the air, arms crossed, his gaze filled with an indomitable fighting spirit as he confronted Frieza before him. His black training uniform fluttered gently in the breeze. A silver belt cinched at his waist, emblazoned on his back with a prominent character. This was a custom-made outfit, unique to him within the martial arts dojo. While the other disciples donned silver training attire. Approximately 30 meters away, Frieza narrowed his crimson eyes, his tail swaying elegantly behind him. "Oh, a foolish insect dares to obstruct my path?" Frieza's voice dripped with a blend of elegance and cruelty. "Do you not recognize me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza?" A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. "Frieza, I am indeed aware of you and your quest for the Dragon Balls. However, it is unfortunate for you, for my companions have already secured them, and I shall not permit you to pass." With that declaration, Lin Yuan gradually lowered his hands, his body tensing in preparation. Frieza paused momentarily before erupting into a mocking laugh. "How amusing. Let me ascertain your worth." Little Mousy raised his left hand to the device at his ear. "What? A mere 100 in battle power?" His laughter grew even more derisive. "Indeed." The device registered a mere 100, further fueling Frieza's arrogance. Lin Yuan, however, offered no explanation, silently assuming a combat stance. He shifted his right leg back, extended his left arm forward, and kept his right hand at his waist. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," Frieza sneered, raising his hand as a violet energy wave surged from his fingertips, aimed directly at Lin Yuan's chest. Just as the energy wave was about to strike, Lin Yuan's figure abruptly vanished. Frieza's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could react, a powerful fist collided with the back of his head. Boom! Frieza's body rocketed forward, crashing into a distant rock formation. As debris scattered, he struggled to regain his footing, shock etched across his face for the first time. "This is impossible." Frieza winced at the throbbing pain in his skull. Realizing Lin Yuan's speed without granting Frieza a moment to ponder, Lin Yuan flashed before him, his right leg striking out like a whip. Frieza hastily raised his hand to block, yet the force of the kick sent him sliding back several meters. Curse this insect. There is no way he possesses only 100 battle power. Could the device be malfunctioning? Frieza's chest felt ablaze with fury. It was the first time he had suffered injury. In a fit of rage, Frieza crushed the device in his hand and charged at Lin Yuan, determined to crush the insect once and for all. Enveloped in a purple aura, Frieza's battle power surged to its maximum in his first form, 530,000. Yet, even with this newfound strength, he was no match for Lin Yuan, who had tapped into his latent potential. Every strike, whether energy or physical, fell short. Suspended in mid-air, Frieza gasped for breath. "Kid, I have never encountered anyone as formidable as you." Even my full strength is insufficient against you. It seems I have no choice but to unleash my second form. Ah! Frieza clenched his fists, his 6 toes tensing as he bent slightly to harness his power. His muscles bulged, transforming his physique into a more imposing form. The smooth contours of his first form gave way to sharply defined muscles, doubling his strength in mere moments. Entering his second form, battle power exceeding 1,000,000. As he underwent this transformation, Frieza's internal power surged uncontrollably. 1,000,000,000,001, 005, 0001, 010, 000. In response, Lin Yuan unleashed his entire power. A torrent of white aura erupted from beneath his feet, the force of it causing his belt to flutter upwards. The two radiant orbs of white and purple confronted one another, and as a leaf fell onto the surface of the water, ripples spread, causing the two auras to vanish simultaneously. In the next instant, an earth-shattering clash reverberated through the sky. Lin Yuan launched the first strike, a powerful punch aimed at Frieza's face, which the latter blocked with his left hand. Yet, he quickly felt a chilling breeze at his abdomen and instinctively lifted his knee to defend against Frieza's sweeping kick. However, the kick was merely a feint. Frieza's right hand delivered a fierce straight punch, his true assault. By the time Lin Yuan realized it, the punch had already landed squarely on his face. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he used the momentum to pivot and retaliated with a kick to Frieza's face, sending him tumbling away. In that moment, the two engaged in an intense exchange of blows, neither able to gain the upper hand in the short term. Although Frieza's battle power continued to rise, his understanding of ki was rudimentary at best. He could only rely on his sight to locate his opponent. In contrast, Lin Yuan, with his exceptional ki control, managed to hold his ground against Frieza's second form, which was slightly stronger. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan and Frieza clashed, Goku and his companions arrived at the location of Vegeta and the Ginu force. Vegeta lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his energy waning. Before him lay the body of the weakest member of the Ginu force, who also lay defeated. Beside him, a battered and torn Ricoum struggled to regain his composure. Bah! This Vegeta has unexpectedly grown stronger, enough to injure me like this, Ricoum spat, annoyance evident in his voice. Hey, Ricoum, you've beaten him to this state. How do you expect him to divulge the location of the Dragon Balls? Are you an idiot? Ginu interjected. Ricoum, feeling somewhat chastised, replied, Sorry, Captain. I got a bit carried away. Perhaps we should take him for treatment and interrogate him once he regains consciousness. Frustrated with his bumbling teammates, Ginu commanded his subordinates to disperse in search of the Dragon Balls while he carried Vegeta back for healing. Just as they prepared to split up, 6 figures descended before them, Goku and his allies. Boss, it seems a few more unwise intruders have arrived, guys alerted. Quickly deal with them. We have no time to waste. If we fail to locate the Dragon Balls, Lord Frieza will not take kindly to our failure. Ginu ordered. Indeed. Allow me. As he spoke, Guy struck an awkward pose. Red flash, Guys has arrived. Goku and his companions fell momentarily silent, while the Ginu Force members displayed expressions of reluctant admiration. Ah, guys, your pose has improved. Truly commendable, Goku remarked, not wishing to linger any longer, as the Dragon Radar indicated that the remaining 6 Dragon Balls were not far away. He instructed Gohan and Yich, Gohan, Yich. Take the Dragon Radar and gather the remaining Dragon Balls. Dandy, accompany them. Once collected, you can summon the Eternal Dragon. The 2 young ones nodded eagerly. Don't worry, Dad. We remember our wishes. First, to revive Uncle Piccolo here on Namek, and then to bring back Chaozu. What was our last wish again? Let's set the last wish aside for now. We'll focus on the first 2. We should be able to resolve this swiftly, Goku replied. The 3 youngsters soared into the sky, heading towards the Dragon Balls, while Goku, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan aimed their efforts at defeating the 4 members of the Ginu Force before them.